morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. Boy, do we have a lot of those this week. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Now, today's court is sponsored by the Canton Cover-Up Crew, now hiring, must love small towns, and silence. I think that sponsor really covers up where we're going to be going today. Look who I have with us again this lovely morning, the lovely Annie. Welcome. Good morning, babes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's say hello to the chat. We have 80s Music Man. Hello, 80s. Hope you're doing great this morning. Sorry, Zoe was making weird noises. She's fine. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Good morning to you, Annie.
Good morning to you.
Are you excited about this morning? Because I am.
I am excited this morning.
So we are going to have Sergeant Trooper, I don't know if that's how you say it, but Sergeant Trooper Buchanan, who is still being crossed this morning. And it's not going great. It's not going great for him at all.
It is not.
Nope.
I'm excited. Nope. I actually woke up super excited for this morning.
To watch a man get destroyed on the stand?
Pretty much, yeah. I was trying to figure out a nice way to say that, but yes, absolutely, 100%.
No. Zoe, no. You were literally outside. Go lay down. You were literally just outside. I was like, ooh,
oh my God.
Thanks, ladies. Going out before I get started. They've already been out twice since I woke up. And now
I had one, too.
No, ma'am. No. Cute kitty. Yeah, so they're crossing Buchanan right now. And he's Mr. Dodge. Tries to dodge every question. Tries to play stupid. And it's very annoying. And it's like, sir, why are you trying so hard? Like, why are you doing this? It's not suspicious at all.
Just answer the question. I mean, how many times do we have to say that every morning, every day?
Hold on, she's driving me crazy. Uno momento, please.
I just struggled with Calliope because she's seeking all the attention this morning. It's gonna be a day, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm sitting on. I'm on the bouncy ball today, so I can't hold her and do the stuff that I'm doing and stay, on the ball. And she's not having this kind of thing. She's not happy about it.
Oh, I left my mic on. Did you guys hear that little woof?
Yeah.
That was Kita. She hardly ever barks. She only does that when she gets excited. Woof. Just one more bark. Anyway, where were we? Good morning, bells. Good morning.
Good morning.
Lady in Gray
says, my gosh.
I didn't put it on the screen for you. I admit I had petty personal glee when the judge told Buchanan to answer the questions. Me too. It is not this guy's first day testifying in court, but you would think this is the first time he's ever stepped in a courtroom ever. When the defense is asking him, of course. Now, when prosecution was doing their direct, oh man, this guy was like a pro on the stage. But they're basically using him to, in my opinion, be the Emmy, because they're not planning on calling one apparently. And he's supposed to replace Trooper Proctor, disgraced Trooper Proctor. We heard some of those texts that he had sent Buchanan, who gave a thumbs up, which I'll give him some leeway on the thumbs up response. But he did get in trouble for not disciplining him, which good, because he did not say nice things.
All 5 vacation days.
Yeah, he lost the whole 5 vacation days, you guys. Oh my gosh. For somebody talking about the way he did about the defendant and her lawyers. So, but I hear there's more text to come, maybe. Anyway, so this guy is all like, me and Proctor were together all day. all day we were together. And he won't call him the lead investigator. As a matter of fact, he says the most ridiculous things to get out of calling him a lead investigator. Like,
I didn't
ridiculous.
do 51% of the work.
Yes. Well, it's a whole team thing. There's multiple working on us, and if he did 51% of the work, then he would be lead. But it's not like that. We're structured a lot like the military, where there's different ranks, but that doesn't make somebody a leader, right?
Okay.
It's wild. It's wild. Then they botched the shoe. Everybody's talking about it, so I guess we might as well too. So during the prosecution's direct, because they brought Buchanan on to unwrap packages for like an hour and a half of evidence. Well, one of the first things he pulls out is John's shoe from the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Except it was not John's shoe from the hospital. It
Maybe.
was the shoe that Keith took out the day before. It was from
No,
the road.
I saw something where there's a picture and it's the different shoes, but they both said it was the same shoe. So one had the left and one had the right.
Really? Because
But
it looked right to me. Because he
I
lost
could
his
be
right shoe,
wrong.
right? Either way, it was labeled. Um, it was either labeled wrong or
Wrong.
right, something wrong. Anyway,
The
you
evidence
guys,
was wrong.
get your shit together. How embarrassing. How these people aren't embarrassed is what I can't wrap my mind around. Bye, sweetie. Love you. Will you let the dogs in? Thank you.
Bye, little llama.
Have a great day at school. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday.
You hear that? Zoe. His deep voice now. Yeah, they're just acting. Even the way they collected evidence. The shoe was the wrong foot. Okay. I don't know. What a freaking mess. I mean, even when
Disaster.
they collected John's clothes from the hospital that were on the floor, they didn't even do that right. They didn't do any of the collecting. Bye, sweetie. They didn't do anything right. They're a joke. It's embarrassing, and they should be ashamed all around. But guess what? They're not. I mean, Buchanan doesn't seem ashamed about anything. As a matter of fact, he's trying to cover everything up of their faults and being like, yeah, that's normal.
Didn't he say the investigation was conducted with integrity? I'm pretty
with
sure.
Honor and integrity. And then, because Jackson made him like repeat it several times. And then he says, and would you say Michael Proctor invested this case with honor and integrity? And he was like, well, I'll say that he investigated with integrity. He didn't even say the word honor. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Why? Because he knows he'd be lying. That's why.
But he said with integrity? I mean,
yeah.
Get it together, sirs.
Again, if this is your guys' how you do things, y'all need to go be taking some classes and some schooling and stuff, because it's unacceptable. There was a person yesterday whose opinion was like, yeah, so what? The police, messed up the investigation and did a poor job, but I still think she's guilty, and some other weird comments. But like, that's the thing, right? If the cops mess up this bad, you shouldn't be okay with it. Because it could happen to you. It could happen to one of your it could literally happen to anybody. And we can't be okay with this mediocre BS. No. Not at all. So I am very excited about today. Bella says it has made me angry last trial and this one that they think we are stupid enough to believe all this. I know. They're like, it's so insulting to everyone. And you know what they're doing, though? They're playing stupid games and they're winning stupid prizes. Their faces are all over the internet. Their dumbass shit that they say all over the internet. The whole world is laughing at you, but you're still doubling down. Why?
That's probably the most infuriating part.
Yeah, it is infuriating. It is infuriating. Good morning, Amy Beth. Good morning. Good morning, Buffy. Good morning, besties. Hopefully Buffy might be on today. She's wanted to be on so much this week, but life gets in the way.
I want her to be
kids,
on too.
storms. I know. Hopefully she'll be able to join us today. But I think
I
y'all
love
are
Bucky's
having bad
input.
weather down there right now, right? My Louisiana friends? Are
Sounds
you having
like
another day of bad storms? Ugh, I hope not.
we had them all night last night. Obviously not really losing him,
Mm.
but it seems to have let up for the most part. It was raining a lot this morning, but
Oh, it's been nice here for 2 days. Didn't know what to do with it.
really, we got your weather.
I was gonna say it rained here nonstop for 5 days. All right,
Oh,
I've earned these sunny days.
stand by. No, it
Well, so
stormed and
it rained so much, and so Elbow Feet hasn't been able to mow the grass. So he didn't mow the grass before all the storms came. So it was already a little high. And then the storms came in. I mean, it was so much rain every day. There was no you couldn't mow the grass, right? And so we had to let it all dry out Wednesday, because today's Friday. Yeah, Wednesday, right?
mm,
So him and little Llama go out to do yard work last night, and a part of our yard, no joke, it was like up to his chest. Elbow feet. Well, they're the same size now, so it
what?
doesn't. Yeah, like parts of it were like that
That's
high
crazy.
from how much everything grew with all yeah, it was crazy. He was like, "You want to come out and help?" And I was like, "Nope, no, I do not, sir." All right, you know what's in tall grass? My least favorite things. So no, I will not be going out. But great job. I will give you applause, a gold star, but I'm not doing it. Oh, so you guys are getting bad weather. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it's okay.
Hmm.
Um, Mr. Blue Sky to make an appearance. Yes, it's very, very much like the song, Mr. I love that song. It puts me in such a good mood. Um, anyway, so yeah, so we're just waiting around for Buchanan to get it handed to him today because I
Mhm.
think, Jackson was getting very flustered with how
Invasive, you guys?
combative and aggressive this guy, or arrogant, not arrogant, this guy was being. He composed himself well, but his face was very red. So much so, this guy was being such an a-hole. So much so, Jackson was like, "Judge, can we have a talk?" Went to the
Excuse
judge,
me.
was like, "Yo, make this guy answer questions, okay? Yes or no. None of these BS answers that go on for 10 minutes where you're not even answering." So one of the
Okay,
things, anyway, the judge was like, "Answer yes or no." Okay.
yeah.
But one
The
of the
judge should
things
have fixed that, like,
earlier,
on her own, though. Like,
yeah, I don't know why she didn't.
I've heard
I don't
judges, answer the question. Like,
Especially this one who's like, "Do you know the answer? Can you give us
like
this answer every time?" I mean, come on. But
seriously.
one of the things you'll notice about the prosecution witnesses is that most of them are always trying to get ahead of the answer, trying to, what's the word? It starts with an I can't
Oh,
think of it.
uh,
Anyway, trying to get ahead of what the answer is, and it's very frustrating. They're all very, very frustrating. Especially, I mean, these are supposed to be professionals who also testify in other trials. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Um, and then they found all those pieces of tail. Oh, the most crazy thing I've heard so far in this case is that the police chief for Canton PD driving past the Alberts house. All right, what, 5 days after they get almost 2.5 feet of snow? He's driving along the road at least 25 miles an hour, and all of a sudden he sees a broken piece of taillight, a small broken piece of taillight in the Alberts yard while driving. Like, how did you even see that? That's so suspicious to me. And why are they just driving around the house constantly? Because they even said, like, "Oh, we told people to keep an eye out when they drive around." Do you do that for other cases? Probably not. Probably not. Anyway, it was very.
it's like one thing if you were on patrol in that area, like when
Mhm.
my dad did his stint as a traffic cop, and you're just, or it's one thing if you're just on patrol and you're
Yeah.
doing your thing and you see something, but
But the guy didn't even stop because that's what
Question.
Buchanan was asked. Did the police chief stop and get out and look, or was he just driving? He was like, he was just driving.
That's right, Angie. I have to
Where are we at here? Oh,
that part.
we did it. Andrew says my favorite part was him saying if there's a report written by him, Proctor, or any CPD, he'll take it as gospel. Yes. Yeah, Jen constantly said the reports are all wrong. Yes, that
Too
was also
funny.
very funny. Very funny. Also, how arrogant is that? Like you're not going
But
to question anyone, whatever they write, you're not going to question it. And that's
well, it's
also not
bad
okay.
police work.
It is. Yes. Where's your checks and balances in this? You think everyone? Come on, get out of here. But yes, that contradicts Jen because Jen said every report that every person that interviewed her, every report, including the court reporter from a grand jury, was wrong. Though her statements never change. They're always the exact same, she said. So,
Yeah. I don't know how 20 people get your statements all wrong in almost the same way.
yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird, right?
Mhm.
Oh, goodness. What a mess.
Oh,
Whoever lives in Canton, people that live there, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your lives, but I get why a bunch of people are pissed that live there. Throw them out. I mean,
mhm.
and then isn't Buchanan, didn't he get like, he's still on homicide cases now.
Really?
Yes. Yes, he's still doing homicide. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
but
he
I did
testified is
hear.
still doing them. And I was
I
like,
think he
what?
said, yeah.
What? Yeah, he's like in charge
Mhm.
of homicide was what I was understanding.
Interesting.
After all this, that dude gets his detective work was shitty. It was bad. It was really, really bad. Harriet the spy could have done a better job than these people. At least she wrote things down in a book. They didn't even write down evidence logs or any logs really, keeping track of anybody or anything. And then he just acts
Hmm.
like, mm,
It's fine.
it's fine. It says it on the bag.
This is acceptable. Ugh.
These people are insufferable.
Michelle. Should I know who that is?
I don't know. I don't know what that means, Polly. Bucky says if it's in a report by Proctor or him, he will testify to it. But Jen says they are all wrong. Yeah. Oh, Michelle Truntenberg. Yes, Harriet the Spy. Yes. Yes, that's true.
Oh.
She did pass away, what, like a month ago?
Oh.
There you go. Um, because well, they're not even Canton police. This is Massachusetts State Police we're talking about. The entire state of Massachusetts should be PO'd. Because again, this is a case about a dead cop. And this is what they did for it.
Yeah. Unacceptable.
Embarrassing. Embarrassing. The whole thing needs to be dismantled, in my opinion. Oh my gosh. It's crazy.
Oh.
And none of them wear body cameras. Oh,
Because the
oh,
department chose to, didn't they say they
a
chose to redo
kitchen.
their kitchen instead? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Then body cameras, right. Well, I
Okay.
imagine those body cameras would probably lead to a lot of lawsuits. So I
What?
guess the kitchen was probably cheaper. But he also said, let's talk about the ring camera at John's house. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So John has a ring camera up on his garage. We've already seen, her backing out of the car and hitting his car or whatever. And there's video from earlier that date. They show this all. They show all the videos earlier, right? Then they get to 12:36 when Karen connects to his Wi-Fi. And oh my gosh, you guys, there's no ring video at that time. But guess what? There's then ring video for the whole rest of the damn day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
How can you
what?
explain away connecting to the Wi-Fi though?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, you have to be close. Ours doesn't. I mean, we have really good internet, but you can't. You can get to like the end of the block.
yeah, you're not going to be months away.
No, no. There is, I don't even know if Wi-Fi can even do that, to be quite honest. Like your home system, right? But how does one ring at the exact one that you need is not available? That's
Mm.
crazy to me. And how convenient, that gets that no one knows what happened to that. No one knows what happened to Jen's phone calls between that time to John or her search that got deleted. Those were all accidents, of course, right? But they seem to have all of Karen and John's shit
Hmm.
from their phone. Um, let's see. Guys that testified 150 to 300 feet. Could be. I'm not good with that sort of stuff. I don't know how it is to the
The
end of a court,
library
but
video
probably
was
not.
missing too.
The library video. Oh, is that her driving past the library? I think you guys mentioned something about
Hmm.
that. It's just crazy. Like even circumstantial evidence. I don't even know if they have much of that, right? Because they want us to be like, yeah, second degree murder. For what?
How?
You know,
How are
they're
you
trying to
going to
be like,
prove
oh,
that?
she was crazy and jealous and angry.
I wonder if they thought people would just go with what they say because they're cops, because
Yes,
that is what they're used to
that's
thinking.
exactly. That's why everyone's testifying the way. Listen, you got a bad bunch here. They're doing it because
Ugh,
they know they're not going to get in trouble. They know they can get away with it. And this is not their
crooked.
first time. Anybody who believes this is the first time is out of their mind. Okay? No, no, this is not their first time doing this.
Hmm.
That's why Proctor was so confident in sending all the things he did.
In
And
text, it
when they
written.
get in rent tax, right? And then, homeboy Buchanan, oh, he lost 5 vacation days. You think that's really consequential? You think that's going to
Mm-mm.
stop them from doing? No, not at all.
No, that whole department probably should be gutted.
Yeah, the worst part is they'll probably get hired somewhere else. Well, I heard that Michael Proctor got fired and got to keep his pension. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Okay.
great. It's great. Oh yeah, guys, thank you for that reminder, Angie.
Hmm.
If you guys haven't liked the video yet, please thumbs up it. That way people know we're live and they can come and join us on the couch where we're gonna relax today and watch somebody get demolished on the stand, and it's gonna be awesome. I don't see how it can't not be awesome. See, and he made a mistake dicking around all afternoon, not wanting to
Hmm.
answer Jackson's questions and long-winded, and now guess what you did? You just gave Jackson like 16 hours to come up with all the questions and rewatch all your previous testimony. You shouldn't have done that, bro. He
Well,
swam with sharks.
apparently,
No,
Trooper
no, no, no.
Buchanan and Brian Albert are buddies.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I
Or at
believe so.
least they have
Or
pictures
Kevin.
together and were drinking at bars.
Oh, well, that they don't know each other then, right? Are they on a first name basis? Because that's all that matters to Brennan.
That's understandable.
Like, and that, back to the arc emotion or voir dire a couple weeks ago when Brenton was like, oh, how often were you talking to the defense? What were you talking about? Are you guys on a first name basis? Why are you talking about your family? Blah, blah, blah. And then these are the people that you're, the witnesses you brought on, and you don't think that there's some shady shit going on here. So I don't think I've said this on here before, but this isn't them trying to get justice for John. All right. Bring on
No.
a mob attorney for prosecutor who is there to defend the police and the McAlberts, the McCabe's and the Alberts. It is
The
clear as
McAlberts.
day. Clear as day. This is not about getting justice for John at all.
This is about defending the police force.
Yeah. And that's a shame. That is a shame. Because this is about John. But this seems
Yep.
I do not sense any justice here at all. For John, for Karen, for the people
And
in
I feel bad for his
Massachusetts.
family. I
Yes.
mean, obviously, yes, they're siding with
Good
the
morning, Skidman
Commonwealth.
1000. Thanks for joining
But
us.
even, I mean, even if they're siding with the Commonwealth and the Commonwealth is wrong, they're still not getting justice for their kid.
No, not at all. It's so shameful. I've never seen a trial like this before. This is nuts. And this is, maybe a lot of people don't watch a lot of trials like we do, but like what you're seeing is not the norm. Not
Hmm.
the norm. Now, some investigations are real bad, just as bad as this one. There's a few that we've seen, but for the most part, the way they behave on stand is not normal. This is not normal behavior at all. It's very suspicious. And how are you supposed to then, if you can't take them credible, you can't take anything else credible, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for the defense's case in chief. I can't wait for it.
Me either, but apparently, Court TV asked Karen if obviously the Commonwealth would call Trooper Proctor. She said she doesn't think so, or no. And then Court TV asked if the defense would call him, and they said to be determined.
Well, I don't think they want to give a heads up if they are calling him.
They
He's on the
have to
witness
call
list.
him. They have to. Like the case is gonna. They have to.
Yeah, they've
It will
dropped his name
break.
everywhere. And I think Jackson did opening statements. Yeah, I think he did opening statements. And I think he
Mm-hmm.
said something about Proctor being fired in his opening statements. I'm
I believe
sure he
he
did.
did. Yeah,
So,
former
usually,
Trooper Proctor.
right. Usually what they talk about in their opening statements is going to be what they talk about in their case in chief.
I
Also,
want to hear him be asked if he was fired for this on stand, and I want to hear him have to admit it.
oh gosh, that guy sucks. Hate that guy already. And I haven't heard his stupid
Newcomers.
voice.
I know.
Um, let's see. Yeah, I think defense will call them too. I really do. They sacrificed their brother in blue, John O'Keefe, to save another brother in blue, Brian Albert, and his family, and the CPD and MSP are disgusting. Yeah. Now I'm not, for anybody that's new here, Annie and I did not watch the first trial. When it comes to what we think happened to John, what I think happened to John, I'm only basing on what I've heard so far. I know a
Yeah.
lot of people know a lot more about this reported cover up going on. Um, so I think that's really interesting to hear about. But we're not super familiar with it, but it does seem like they are sacrificing John O'Keefe to save all the brothers in blue from their shitty investigation. Because whether Karen hit him or not, or the Alberts and McCabe's did something, this investigation's shitty all around. And it's embarrassing and it's shameful.
Right.
I am very spicy this morning.
I
Strong
know. I
opinions.
like it.
Hi, RTC. Gosh, haven't seen you a few days. I remember you because the cute dog in your pic. I love him. So cute. I'm for Karen, but she talks too much. Yeah, she should not have done any of those interviews. Not great. Not great. Yeah, AJ did a
Maybe.
great job yesterday. I think he's going to be fired this morning.
I am so excited. I have my notebook ready. I charged it all night.
Nice. Good morning, JT. Good morning. Look at it turning into a party here. I love it. Um, yes, AJ did say ex-trooper Proctor. What did he say? Former trooper
Former
Proctor.
Trooper Proctor.
I wish he would have said disgraced former trooper
Former.
Proctor.
Well, you know that the judge would have said,
Oh yeah,
hold your commentary or
ignore
whatever.
that. I
Remember,
love
Jerry,
AJ's sassiness so much.
it's so
I love it.
nice. Are you done? Are you done?
Are you done? Is that all? Really? Because I think you are trying to do that, but okay. Good morning, Cap'n. Good morning, babe. Let's see. It's turned into a party. Oh, good morning,
Good morning, Mom.
Mama. Good morning. I'm not sure of a grand conspiracy, but I do believe a wagon circling occurred. Yeah, I mean, a lot of CYA going on all around. Skidman 1000 says, I think Karen would actually be fire on the stand, put some of those clips in context. I mean, it would be awesome if she took the stand, but I don't know if it would actually do her any good. Especially if it's where they took the clips from. Now, the clips aren't super damning, right? But you don't want to really, in this case, she doesn't need to get on the stand, I don't think. I mean, really, the clips that they've played, the only bad thing I've taken away from them is when she does the drinking math. And it's like, girl, you just signed your warrant for
You did
finding
not
guilty
help the situation.
for a DUI. Like, she's definitely going to be found guilty for a DUI, guys. Like, which, again, it is better than murder. So, but she should not have done those interviews. I can't believe they let her do that.
I agree.
Of course, this defense team believes she is innocent, you know, because not all defense attorneys believe their clients are innocent, okay? Or at least they won't outwardly say that
That's why, like,
unless they
they're
really
all
believe
pro
them.
bono, or at
Yeah,
least
they're
they're
all
all
pro
taking a
bono.
huge cut.
They were very passionate, and that really does say something because you don't see that. I think in all the trials I've watched, I've only had 3 where the defense attorneys really kind of were really advocating for their client and really kind of believe them in the sense. Even one was guilty, but he just didn't believe he should have gotten life for it. But anyway, it's very interesting to watch. Very interesting. Did you see Bugie was on the stand yesterday that Boston's feed changed to the White House for a few? No, we're not watching Boston's feed anymore. Because they cut off any morning shenanigans that may be going on between the lawyers, and they cut off too early at the end. So we missed, like, we did use them the first, like, week and a half, but then we learned that, oh, we were, you know, dot court was over and it wasn't, and that it was starting late when it wasn't. So, yeah. Yes, Hank represented Whitey Bulger, which is why I think it's interesting that you brought in a mob lawyer. Because my theory is the mafia never died, it just moved into politics. So, and there's some other organizations that have very similar rules and structure, and except they wear badges. So, no, she wasn't found guilty of a DUI last time. And listen, I'll tell you what, it wasn't until they put that clip. So, I've already, excuse me, when it comes to the DUI, let me tell you what works for me and what doesn't work for me. The blood math lady, out. Doesn't work for me because she was not given all the correct information according to her own testimony. If she was given the appropriate information of how much she would have drank at the bar, or when her actual, like, her drinking history before the 12:45 they gave her, her numbers would be completely different. So unfortunately, blood math out for me. Now we saw, finally yesterday, we saw the videos at the bar of her drinking. It is kind of hard to tell how much of her drink she's drinking. She does take a bunch of stuff and put it in a glass, but I'd still be like, oh yeah, but was she drunk as everybody says? But where she messed up was in that interview. When she was like, prosecution wanted to say I had 7 or 8 drinks, but I didn't. I had 3 or 4 because every time they gave me a shot, I put it in my cup. Every time they gave me a shot, I put it in my cup. And she said she had quite a few shots. And the thing is, in order to put more liquid in the cup, liquid has to go away. So she
I gotta kind of agree with the defense on that one. Not 2 or 3 drinks when you're doing that.
No,
I mean the prosecution.
Yeah, that's not how alcohol math works. Take it from me. So I could easily see them finding her guilty for a DUI at the very least. And really it's only her words that kind of sealed the deal. So, but I'm not on the jury. We'll see. The jury could feel differently. I know that they didn't have these clips in the first trial, because if I didn't have those clips, I'd be like, yeah, but how do we know, you know? So Um, let's see. Hank sounds like Jerry Lewis, the Nutty Professor. Some people say he looks like Mr. Incredible's manager in The Incredibles. Oh gosh, and I can't remember who plays that guy's voice. Anyway. Oh, oh, rise for the jury.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, guys.
You guys can
Mm.
share the bed.
All rise for the jury. Let me move these up. Oh, let me do the banners first. What is today? Day 13?
Yes.
Goodness.
Thank. Yeah.
We know we got Mr. Buchanan on the stand. And let me adjust closed captions for y'all. Will somebody say something?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with what honorable, federally known just as the Spirit Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when the sitting of this court's in session, please be seated.
Sir, have some more enthusiasm.
Good
Come
morning,
on.
Council. Good morning, Ms.
That's a new
Reed.
guy.
Good morning, jurors.
Good.
Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able
You
to
too,
follow my
Stedman, you
instructions
too.
and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions
Oh,
and
I thought
refrain
she
from doing
did.
any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read any
Yep.
independent research or investigation into this case?
It was the
Everyone
status
said yes
hearing.
or not affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we last yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready? I'm ready, Your Honor. Okay.
Ready, let's go. God, my mic stand is super weird today. There we go. That guy did a very bad job at the PREA. I'll get a job there and do it.
Sergeant, I'll remind you you're still on the road.
Thanks. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, get your potatoes ready, everybody. Feel free to throw potatoes at him in the chat. I give you permission to do so. Get your potato guns.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn
He's
that
so
Chief
arrogant.
Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
Oh, so
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let
This
me.
isn't his first time on the stand either, right? He was in the first trial. Okay. Right, he's as bad as Jen McCabe.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I'm sure he's testified in grand juries, the first trial, and he's like, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Sir, you can actually let me give you front
I don't
page of
believe
that,
you.
that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5
so-
by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size, fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
The evidence was speaking.
I was there
to us.
recovering the evidence, yes.
What?
You weren't there at the
The
time of the
ghost?
incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct?
Potatoes.
Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Yesterday.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained, let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it? Objection.
Sustained,
You ever heard of that? Objection.
sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and
babe.
photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
Come on,
I did not
Sam.
know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
Didn't document anything? Come on, bro. Again, you guys, he's still doing homicides.
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
Yes or no?
that's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of of where those items were found? Is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from.
That's not the same thing,
If
though.
there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
You know who
It
would have
did not
done that?
happen.
CERT, the people you didn't call,
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
who know how to grid things that you apparently don't know how to do.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that the items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Is there any objection?
No, no objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach John?
Yes.
Exactly. It's completely like the questions he's asking him because that's what the standard protocol is. And he was just like,
You indicated
meh.
that the evidence bag
They were
would
here
help
somewhere.
determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, John?
Okay.
Like he won't even admit that he fucked up.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Oh my God, what
Yes,
are
it
you?
does.
That's
Like
just been marked as
5?
evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible?
I don't think any enhancement's gonna make that.
Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Exactly
Description of
those.
evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
I agree,
And
RTC.
that's all it says about the
Yes.
description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines
That's
that are
true.
available to fill in,
How dare
correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
Oh, I bet I know the answer.
I don't know.
Is it disgrace
You
for
don't
a true
recognize the
proctor?
handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Right. Oh my gosh. And unbelievable.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece
Every
of it.
piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person.
There's
I
like, what,
can't
4 people?
specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you
What
know
a
it's trusted
detective.
member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
Let's name them.
It was Trooper DeChico,
Okay.
Trooper Kakowski, Trooper
Okay.
Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through
We
each
might.
person?
Everyone.
Yep. Yeah. We're going through all of them, guys.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Sir, it could only be 4 other
Have you
people.
seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Oh.
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
So Michael Proctor writes like a 3rd grader. Good to know.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So
you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these,
Highlight.
Good morning,
Yes.
Shanka.
What's the
Good
word
morning.
that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff? Please.
Sidebar. Okay.
Okay.
This guy's already. Oh, goodness. Just dodging every question. Doesn't want to say, if you can't remember who you gave this to out of a department of 5, including him, you are the worst detective I've ever heard of in my life. Like,
Mhm.
you don't remember what their handwriting looks like? Zoe, I swear. Buffy, if you're listening, Zoe is bullying me today. Okay? She's bullying me, and I'm over her. I'm so over her today. Just when I put that she was being ridiculous. She just wants to go outside because the grass is cut, but she only wants to go outside for like 2 freaking minutes and then scratches at the door to come in, like she's doing now. I'm over her. Over her today. Anyway, back to this fuckface, because that's what he is, really. I can't believe that's how the evidence was labeled. There's no size of each thing, no photos, nothing. He just went out and collected it himself. Like, that is crazy.
It's not good police work.
It is the work. It's not even police work.
Yeah.
I mean, the only work is he picked stuff off the ground, allegedly, and put it in a bag. And he didn't even fill it out himself. Somebody else did. No, Zoe.
Did
You
he
need to
really
hear
ask
Zoe's
him?
side of the story. Captain, she has woken up and chose violence today. I'm convinced.
Mm.
Oh, your dog's mine too. I'm over her. Go lay down. There she goes. She's headed off to my room. Probably going to go let out a long sigh because she does that.
My
Just
cat's leaving me alone. Current.
Jury has to see through this guy. I agree, RTC. I mean, it's so cringy, first of all. And also, why are you being so shady for? And how do you not know? I mean, I think any person, when you work with somebody long enough, you know their handwriting, especially
Yeah,
when their handwriting looks like a 3rd grader.
yeah, exactly. Oh,
Go
I
lay
haven't had
down.
coffee this
Go,
morning.
go lay down. All right, fine. I'll give you some head scratches. I don't know what that has to do with you going outside, but I'll make it work. I'll just extend my microphone so you feel better. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can. Here, Zoe, come here. Okay. I want you to see the face.
This
See
is
the
Captain
face.
approved.
Zoe, tell them you're out to bully me today. Tell them all. They want to hear your story. They want to hear your story. Oh, yes, you just want some scratches. Okay, fine. You can watch the trial with me. We'll do it together. It's a Zoe sighting. It is. It is. See, I am being so silly today. So silly. Little baby. Full screen. I'll do a full screen real quick. Say hi. No. This is sweet. Okay, now we gotta go back to court.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
All right, go ahead.
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So
the
it's,
person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed that along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence,
I'm muted. How embarrassing. This guy needs to lose his job is what I was ranting about.
I'm sorry, which one?
Also, you'll all be happy to know that so he is now sleeping. So
let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I guess we called a truce for belly rubs. Again, if you do your job right, you don't need all these dodgy questions and let me see this thing. Exactly, Buff. Exactly. If you didn't write it down, it never happened. Oh, the only person that's been fired, JT, is Proctor. This guy got promoted to head of homicide. This guy.
The guy who doesn't know what theory means.
Me too, girl. Me too. Though Jackson can't help his snarky comments either. I love how she's like, no commentary. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, but also not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, let's... No spy vacation days. Get out of here.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
No.
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant.
You're ahead of schedule. Let him take his time.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
God.
Well, he works out of the district's attorney's office too,
You can
right?
take a
I
look
think
at
so.
those
Or he
documents, tell me
did.
whether or not you recognize them.
Either way. Get rid of this guy. Right, Jackson would have to take his time, and this mofo would be reasonable. I'm going to try not to say the fool mofo today, but I make no promises. I make no promises. That's a good one, RTC. Today's court, sponsored by Aunt Bev's Sidebar. You know we're going to get one in like 2 minutes. Exactly.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712?
Great.
You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
I mean, really, when he's doing this, it makes him look incompetent. I don't understand why he's being this way. It makes you look so much worse. So much worse. Nope, he didn't need to look at a damn thing. Indirect, did he? He knew it all by heart. Was ready to go, but all of a sudden, I don't know nothing.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In
What-
particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting
for
them on
fuck's sake.
February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
You can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a
I hate this guy so
single
much.
document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th,
Yeah,
when
sure.
you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just to
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Look at that fucking arrogant smile. I'm going to be dropping a lot of cursey words today, guys. Just prepare yourselves.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I
Oh.
will reflect on it.
Yes.
Sir, Jackson clearly has the receipts.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
That's right. Throw all of it at him.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
Shunk throats pineapples.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And
Oh,
who
an actual receipt.
submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
Shocked Pikachu. What?
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had
Somebody
warmed
check
up.
and make sure it
So
was raining
and
on
somewhat
February
storming,
3rd.
on the
2022.
4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
I know,
You
it's-
indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Bring the weather dude back. Bring my buddy, my weather buddy.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Angie said Paul O'Keefe is in a suit today. He may come on the stand. The judge also signed a motion banning any video, audio, and the likes for when John O'Keefe's niece and nephew come in because they're juveniles, which is fine. We don't know if they're coming today or next week, but when they are on the stand, there will be no
That's a
cameras,
two-page document.
audios,
Could you
pictures of
familiarize
them.
yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished.
You can't track a cat in the rain. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some.
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second?
the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need the markup for evidence. What's the second page look like?
Second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to-scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
It was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th, so that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it would be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number?
The
Item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. General,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we've just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself with
Brennan?
that.
I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Ugh.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objections?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
For
Oh.
you, Mr. Wolk?
Look at him actually
Thank you, sir.
answering.
And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
716.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 716.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page.
I think
would
so
be
too.
Sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on
thank you,
February
JT.
10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes?
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Hi,
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
This guy.
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
Objection.
May we approach your Honor?
Yes.
Sidebar. Oh my God, you guys. I love that we just came to a sidebar because guess who's here? The person I've been waiting all week to talk to about this, Miss Buffy. Good morning, babes. Good morning. Oh, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Muted. It's your hearing.
There you are. It's my.
I'm right and everybody else is wrong.
Oh, I'm so glad you could join us today, babe. I know you've had such a busy week.
It has been crazy.
Oh, gosh. I want to hear everything you have to say.
What do you think about this guy?
I hate this guy. I am so over him. I'll be honest. I zoned out like the last 5 minutes because I'm just done hearing his bullshit. I'm just so over him. I
think he looks worse this time around than last time.
Wow. You think it's because they're using him for Michael Proctor instead? Like they're asking him more questions? Is that the difference?
I think he comes off way more defensive this time around. I might have an unpopular opinion, but I think he looks worse this time. I know y'all didn't watch the trial last time, so I just feel like he's in a bad spot. Like he is put up there to defend, well, because Proctor can't, so he's got to take the arrow, right? Like
he's got to take the arrow, but he's like, I don't know why I was shot. I don't even know what an arrow is. I just found the arrow in me, but don't worry, I didn't document it or anything.
English isn't my first language. I need you to define arrow.
I didn't plot where it was in my body because I don't know how to do that. This guy, oh my gosh, I hate him.
Look at all the love in the chat. I love you guys.
I know, because everybody loves you and us, but yeah, this guy is embarrassing. I don't even have secondhand embarrassment. I have like eighth-hand embarrassment. I don't even know if that's a thing, but
and he was the one that was put on the spot with the inverted Sallyport videos.
Okay, I remember hearing about that.
And for him to still look bad, like look worse than last time, when he's like, yeah, a mirror image is still the same image. Like it's just inverse, but it's still the same. Like that's literally what he tried to pass off as like, it's not. An inverted image is not like the same. It can definitely change your perspective of what you're seeing if the image is inverted. He comes off so much worse than he did last time, I think.
Wow. I don't like this guy. He's the worst. Wolfie says this guy could look on a mirror and say he's never seen the guy before.
Well, he doesn't remember anybody he's come in contact with. I mean, I feel like if y'all really wanted to seal her fate, you would have done a lot better job crossing your T's and dotting your I's. Like, why is this so, pardon my French, half-assed? Like, why is this so half-assed?
It's not even half. It's like 1/8 of an ass. It's not even close.
It's like they just wanted her to, like, she'll plead. She'll plead. And we won't have to do any of this. And then it's like, oh, crap.
Like, I mean, look at what they did with this evidence, right? Evidence. Because here's the thing, right? They didn't label anything. They didn't take pictures of it. They didn't make a diagram. Sorry, but in my book, you got to throw out all those tail pieces. I can't even do anything with what they found there. That's unacceptable because, yeah, sure, you want to believe that they were there, but, like, you don't even know how to do your job.
His report says 6 pieces were found. Okay, cool.
In the general area.
It's just
sir.
I mean, if it was anywhere other than the general area, we would say that. Would you? Would you? Because so far, what you're showing me is that your documentation skills are questionable. Like, would you have said that? Like,
why are you not specifically saying where you found them?
Who
right?
found
I understand
them?
it's a general area.
Found?
Mhm.
Like, how big
See,
was
that's the
piece
thing
of
about
it?
evidence, right? You kind of gotta, it's gotta be specific.
Right?
You know, you gotta be specific here.
And I really hope and see, and this is why it frustrates me, because we're not going to call the cop. The defense wanted to bring in a police officer who will testify to proper police procedure.
Mhm.
And Bev said no, because she thinks that the jury is capable of deciding whether or not, what's a good investigation and what's a bad investigation. And, I'm not saying jurors are stupid, but like,
Mhm.
you're bombarded with a lot of television. Like, you watch CSI, you watch this stuff. And so there's like this Hollywood version and what's real.
Right.
And I'm not saying that jurors can't, but I feel like you need to have someone go, no, 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 no. Forget everything you see on TV. This is what we're supposed to do. You have to document this. And she's like, no, they can figure it out. I'm like, are they gonna just go, no, dude, we don't have to do all that. You're just being picky. Like,
Yeah.
are
I
they
mean,
gonna
and these
listen
are
to?
state police, you know, so like people probably already have this bias of like, oh, cops, I can trust them, right? I mean, that's
There's a
usually,
lot of people who do.
yeah, they're like their words gospel, to quote Buchanan. Um, and then you think state police, oh, they're probably, you know, it's like your local police, your sheriffs, your state, and then fed, you know, like there is this hierarchy. So you're thinking, this is a state police. They have to know what they're doing, right?
Well, clearly they do. I mean, this isn't the first homicide that they've investigated. They're probably doing this right, and he's just being a defense attorney and picking it apart. Like, do they really know how bad the investigation is if someone doesn't say, look, this is not how this is supposed to go?
Mm-hmm.
I hope they're able to like repetition for it, because I think it would be helpful.
I was watching Ed Wallace last night. He's a forensic, and oh, apparently there's going to be a break. He was losing his freaking mind. I've never seen him drop F-bombs. He was losing his mind when I tuned in for like 10 minutes last night. And I was like, okay. So this really is just not how it usually is, you know?
No.
So, I mean, we know that because we watch a lot of trials. So
Right,
you kind of know the protocol. It can be very boring and tedious, but it's for a reason. And that's because the consequences are insurmountable. You know, this is somebody's future. Somebody has died. Like, this needs to be taken more seriously. And this fuckwagon, pardon me, everybody, but
I need
it's a
you to
fuckwagon.
stay for just a second, please, Sergeant.
Oh,
So how are we going to get?
lawyers?
I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jen.
Okay, so they're trying to get paperwork for Mr. Asshat to
All right, so
read
see
and
you
look
back here
over.
a half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Oh, a half hour. Okay.
That means an
Oh.
hour.
Good morning, Blessed Assurance. Good morning. You just came in when they're taking a 30-minute break. Yeah, it probably means like 45 minutes. But that's okay. We're just going to sit here and rant and rave about the first witness. Well, continuation of Buchanan. Oh my God, these whole people. I can't.
He has been interesting. He's very smug for somebody who is so not like, oh,
No.
sir, I don't know that I would have come in that way. I think I just would have said, yes, no, look, whatever. It wasn't me. It was Proctor.
Right? I mean, you have the opportunity to throw
The
somebody off the
dude
freaking
has
bus.
already lost his job. Like, what else can happen to him, right? Like
Exactly.
just be like, yeah,
But
yeah.
really, they got to lie about it because they don't, or, behave the way they are because they don't want to get fired too because their asses should be fired for this. What I saw Terry
Why
say,
is
oh,
he taking the arrow? Is it the Commonwealth? Did they say something to him? Did they like really get to him?
I mean, he's the supervisor, right? So if all this was that fucked up, then his job should go too. But don't forget, he was promoted to homicide, lead of homicide. This guy who didn't think it was important to take pictures or bring out the rule, every single standard thing you're supposed to do. He's just like, "Meh, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out how they saw tiny little pieces of bread in the grass, however many feet away,
Well, driving
while
at like
driving in the rain.
25 in the rain. Did anybody check? I might have missed in the comments. Did anybody check what the weather was
In the
on
rain.
February 3rd?
Somebody should have called back the meteorologist.
I know, right? I hope it turns out he's not raining and defense does call them back and be like, excuse me, was it
Like
raining?
at this point, like, yeah, we really like, I'm just so mad at the investigation that it's like, you know what, who cares? She may have done it, she may not have done it. What is this?
Right?
What are we doing? What did y'all are y'all really sitting back saying this? We did a good job.
Right, because they have this bullshit excuse. Guys, we're fired up today. There's going to be a lot of cursey words, but it's fine because it's Friday. So
it's Friday. It's fuck around and find out Friday.
For this guy, it is very much a fuck around and find out Friday. Yes, it is. So like they find John, right? And they go to investigate, but they're like, oh no, we don't have CSI supplies, right? So we're going to use these solo cups and bags, and it's because we didn't have time to get it. Okay, fine, whatever. It's still bad, but okay. But this guy gets call about there being pizzas, and he just goes. He doesn't have CSI come or anything. Doesn't do so. It didn't matter if it was snowing and the first people didn't have the right stuff. They're used to this. This is how they do things. There's no way this is the first and only case. Again, a case for a dead cop.
That's you should have made sure all of your T's were crossed, your I's were dotted. This is a fellow officer, like.
And then, so they just listened to Jen McCabe give the story of what happened that night. And then they were like, oh, we corroborated it. Did you, though? And also, you don't just take somebody's word about it. Let's go back to the Lori Vallow trial we just lost. All right? Or watched. They said,
we lost that one too.
It was self-defense. If they would have just believed Alex Cox that it was self-defense in Lori Vallow and they didn't investigate any further, there would not have been justice for Charles Vallow.
Right.
But they didn't take their crazy ass word because guess what? Some stuff didn't make sense. All right. But if they would have done what MSP would have done, there would have been no justice.
Well, it's been trust me, bro, from the beginning. Let's just trust that there's no ring video across the street because the guy told you there's nothing on the video. Or, O'Hare said, oh, I know where it points. It's not going to catch anything. It's just been like, which is why it's funny that, Yuri wants to say, no, we follow all leads. So we don't just take their word for it. I'm like, but you did. You literally just trusted this cop to say that that's not going to catch anything. You didn't go over there and say, hey, I need the video. I don't care if it didn't catch anything. At least I can say, no, we have the video. See, it doesn't catch anything. Like they didn't do that. They did a lot of just like trusting.
Yeah. I mean, he said, oh, the reports, if they were written by anybody, they're gospel. That's bias right there. All right. You cannot sit there and pretend everyone's infallible, that everything must be right. And, oh, they're a cop. You can't do that. You can't do that and be a good detective, period. Like you have to understand that other people are going to make mistakes and you might have to call them out on it. But
well,
no,
Jen,
they don't want to fucking do that at all.
Called them out on it. No, I didn't say that. It's in that report, but that's not what I said. But Buchanan, I can't say his name right, is going to say, Well, if it's in a Proctor report or report I wrote, I will testify to it. Okay, but Jen said that that's not right. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like,
police officers should have those little yellow number things to put there. But apparently it was raining and he didn't want to get wet. You guys, it's raining.
please, we don't work in the rain.
These people and their weather in Massachusetts, like, get
I'm
over it, you
telling
bunch
you,
of freaking babies.
if you want to commit a murder, do it in bad weather.
Right.
Apparently, nobody wants to work in
That's
the bad
true.
weather.
That is true. That's a good point. Um, yeah, these people are the worst. They're the worst. That blind trust that they have in one another. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? You don't want to think your fellow officers are wrong, but
Thank you for the disclaimer, JT.
it's true. Not sponsored.
No,
We just
that was
run our mouths.
sarcasm. That was sarcasm. I don't endorse it in any way, shape, or form.
And it's testimony. It's just insulting. It's
Mm.
so insulting. It's insulting to the jurors. He is wasting everybody's freaking time.
That was the other thing. He is sitting there dancing. Like there's this power struggle that's literally
Mhm.
going back and forth. You watch it play out between the two. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's funny. Like it's like a tennis match. You're like, oh, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
Oh yeah, it's a dick
And
swinging contest for sure.
oh heck yeah. And he's making his time on the stand much longer than it really should be. And I don't know, is he trying to wear AJ down? Like make him be like, I'm not gonna ask these questions, I'm not gonna get that answer.
Mm-hmm.
I just it's funny to watch. And then his little smug smile. The jury sees that.
Oh, they're all over his face. It's not even subtle. It's not subtle at all. Oh my gosh. Trigger warning, hosts may rant and lose their mind. I think everybody's losing their mind.
It's Friday. It's been long days of this bananery.
Yeah. And Master Chief 117, thank you for joining us today. You've been given great comments. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody participating today. We love everyone's opinions. They said the whole case proves why the police are not trusted at all. Even if Karen hit John, the poor evidence collected, the witness tampering, and the lies will throw this case because justice cannot be served. Exactly. At this point, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she hit him or somebody else did something. In my book, we're done here.
You have to do a better job. Do a better job.
Mm-hmm. Because, everything's based on evidence. And you know what? I can't trust the evidence because you didn't even know how to handle it properly. You didn't even know how to write things down. And you expect me to believe that you even collected it in the right way. There's no pictures. There's no rulers. There's no graph, little diagram of where they are. Because what? You didn't think it was freaking important? Or you were getting rained on?
And don't tell me you didn't want to use your personal cell phones to take pictures because y'all doing an awful lot on your personal cell phone.
Yeah, they do. They do. I know detectives that have used their phone to record messages and shit. Why none of the evidence or none of the witnesses' statements are recorded. Literally nothing about this case is recorded. It's only 3 years ago. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. And what, they don't have work phones?
Well, they do because Buchanan said that his work phone was hooked to his Apple Watch. Remember? Because he said he was directing traffic. He was on traffic duty when that text message came in from Proctor. He didn't read it. He just sent a thumbs up because he was acknowledging that he got it. But why would you acknowledge that you got it if you didn't read? I don't know. Because I wouldn't acknowledge anything I didn't actually read, but that's me. Why is your work phone hooked to your Apple Watch? Who does that?
Right? I don't know. I don't have one of those watches.
I mean, I have an Apple Watch. I don't have a work phone. My husband has an Apple Watch. Mm-hmm. He has a work phone and a work phone and a private phone, but his work phone is not hooked to his Apple Watch.
Mm.
Why? Yeah. Why? Like, I don't want people having that much access to me.
No, me either. Yeah, Elbow Feet has a work phone too that he uses for work purpose. Like there's just no excuse for any of this. And then his whole, well, I don't know who I gave this package to and who wrote on it, even though
There's
you
like
just
5
listed
people
4
that work
people.
there.
Yeah. Like, come
I
on.
mean, oh my God.
You
No.
know exactly who it is.
He
You're
just
being...
didn't want to have to say Proctor's name again.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because he knows how it sounds.
What does the Apple Watches connect to like a cloud? So would the message be also on his personal account? I would think, but I don't know. I don't know how all that works. I'm not an Apple user. This means his Apple Watch is eligible for the FOIA. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this guy's not surviving the heat that's coming down on him right now. He's not good. It's not good.
I don't think they're bringing Proctor. I think all these questions are being posed because I don't think they're bringing Proctor.
I agree. I do not think prosecution's bringing Proctor, which is, I don't think that's a good move. I don't think that's a good move. The jury's going to be like, but why is everybody talking about this guy? Why did he have so much to do with it? And why is he not here? Because if there is one thing the general public knows, again, is that it is hard to get rid of a cop of any kind. So if he's not there and he's a former, I don't know. I think the defense should call him, though. Or do you? I mean, I don't know. I didn't watch Proctor. Obviously, I didn't watch the first trial, so I did not watch his testimony. But do you think if the defense called him, that would still benefit them, or could certain things come in that would actually hurt their defense case? I don't see what that could be at this point, but here we are.
I don't know, because I was like listening to, like I said, I listened to a lot of different streamers, and Peter Tragos made a comment that I don't have the answer to, that if the defense calls Proctor, they can't bring in the text messages because they would be self-serving hearsay.
Okay.
So he would have to get those
really shitty ones.
Mm-hmm.
The really, really bad ones.
Yeah, because it would be self-serving hearsay. Now, I didn't completely understand that because I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a sports mom.
I'm just a sports mom. We're just sports
just
moms.
a sports mom.
Just kidding. My kid doesn't play any sports.
Mine doesn't either. I'm just a laundry mom.
just a laundry mom.
Just do laundry.
Oh boy.
And even that's hit and miss. But and I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. Well, how do you get those in if that's the case? Now, I don't know that that's true because obviously not a lawyer, don't know how that works, but I was just thought that was interesting. I was like, how do you get them in?
That is a good question. I like to how Buchanan is like the supervisor, right? And remember, there's no lead, but he doesn't know shit about shit. Like, what?
That's what I was saying.
What?
For somebody who says, no, I had 50% into it. Everybody did a little bit. I'm the supervisor, but like I don't know. And I'm like, well, what do you know? Like, you're supposed to know, right? Isn't it your job to know? Like, if you're the supervisor, like the buck stops at the top, right? Like,
exactly.
That's what we were always taught. Like, shit, like it stops with you. Your name's on it. That's why you make sure everybody's doing what they're doing, because your name's
exactly.
You're the supervisor.
And again, this guy has testified how many times? Several, right? Because we had the grand jury for Karen Reed. We got her first trial. We got this one, but then we got the federal investigation. And he just wants to sit here and act like, oh, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. I don't know what's going on. You know what? If your memory's not that good, if your memory's not that good, why do you have this job? Because guess what? You know what? We should all apply for Massachusetts State Police because we are all overqualified, apparently, to work there. Oh my goodness. I don't see as big a case as this is, and you just want to sit there and play stupid.
And this is why you write stuff down, because clearly you don't remember. I don't remember where I found it. It was in the vicinity. We're in the vicinity. It was a great big vicinity. I mean, you said her car went backwards, 62 feet is what they're saying. That there's a lot of area, like where. Like, where did you find it? Also, you need that stuff. Like, okay,
Mhm,
so
yes.
I was thinking this on the drive home, right? You need the coordinates of all those pieces if for anything but accident reconstruction, because you work
Yes.
that problem backwards. And if you had
Mhm.
already decided that this was a collision,
Mhm.
then you would be like, okay, or at least that's your theory, even though we don't really know what the definition of theory is, that this is the theory. I would be like, okay, we know we're going to have to work this problem backwards because we need to know how it happened.
Mhm.
So we would need to know where all these pieces were found because you work it backwards. How did they get here? How did they get here?
Yeah.
Right?
You
Like,
do like physics math that I don't know how to do. It involves letters and all this other stuff. But
yeah,
somebody does that. Somebody that can
So-
do the math does that.
not triple
I mean,
call.
you guys, even insurance companies do that. Your insurance investigator. I mean, but these guys don't, like, because how far they go, I imagine, would relate to like the speed and velocity, like that whole of where all they would go. I think it's
I
very
mean,
important.
you work those things backwards. It's you have to, because you're coming in at the end of a thing, right? So you have to work it backwards. Where did everything land? Now, like, okay, we have to work it backwards. Let's see how it happened.
Yeah,
Rewind.
because
So you have to document where everything is. They don't even know where, like, if we're being true, we don't even know exactly where John was. Like,
right.
I can walk out in my backyard and say, oh, I know I dropped something in this area, and then walk back inside to get something, come back out and be like, wait, was it this area? Was it like, I know the area, but like, I don't remember exactly where it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's in this general area, but you kind of need to know exactly where somebody lands.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the questions we've had. I'm very green today. Maybe it's my light. I'll fix it later. Now's not the time, Llama. One of the things I've been asking from the beginning is like, okay, but where was John's body and where were these pieces next to his body? Like, because that's really important. It's very important if they were even there. So,
Yep. And that's the whole thing. Because last time when shoot, I don't even remember if it
there's
was
a lot of people that live at the Albert's house, right? So none of them, when they're leaving and going with their cars, saw any red in the yard, but the chief of police sure did, driving down the road going super fast, but they didn't find nothing in their
yeah,
yard.
it sounds like they were hands off. Like, I
A
ain't even
cop's
gonna look.
house.
I
The
ain't
cop that
look.
lives there didn't see
Ain't
them.
touching nothing. Which is probably good for them to keep
Sure.
their hands out of it.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is
for
the
sure.
probably the smartest thing. Because I can imagine what defense would really do with that. Oh, it was Brian Albert who found it. You know, that would
Mhm.
really not go well for him.
Right, but they were also told to like drive past the property looking for stuff all the time, which again, this is a cop's house.
Well, why wouldn't
Wouldn't
you
you
just
trust
call?
him to just call?
Why wouldn't you just call the SART team a couple of days later? Hey, now that everything has like come down, can y'all do another like walk pass through? Like,
Yeah.
you know, the line thing that y'all do. I can't remember the words, but you know what I'm saying.
The grid, the search
Yeah.
grid, yes.
Yeah. Y'all could do that. Y'all could walk the whole like yard and stuff and find it. Why would you not call them back out? Even call them once a week if that's what you need to do. Just to, okay, more stuff is showing. Like, you just
Oh
random
yeah, Court
people
TV said
driving
the
by.
Commonwealth will not be calling Proctor.
I believe
you, Terry.
Karen said that in an interview last night too.
Thank you for sending that to me.
And that it's to be determined as to whether or not defense will.
Yeah. I think they will because I think Jackson just wants to get at him again.
I feel like, oh, they're gonna leave out so many. Like, they're not gonna. This is not even the same trial. The last trial was so much more enlightening, as just hearing everybody's testimony. Like,
yes, bless assurance. That's what I'm saying. But these people couldn't see a 6'2" man when the snow was only high enough to track cats. Multiple people did not see this body, but one police chief sees a glimmer of red.
I just really hope that the jury thinks like us.
Or
I
at
really
least
do.
one of them. We just need one. You just
When
need
one
one.
person to go, bruh. They
Do we all
found
hear the same thing?
it's not even, yeah, okay.
Because I'll be honest, at this point, it feels like I'm taking crazy pills. Like,
Yeah, you're
what is happening?
it is, because it is. It's crazy. It's crazy making.
Yeah, I mean, the shitty shitty investigations are crazy. But then how they're all being on the stand? It's crazy. Like, do we live in the same reality? Like, what color is their sky? Okay.
What's the sky in your world?
It's not the same, I feel, as ours. Now I know that this department's been investigated, and the only person that was fired was Michael Proctor, disgraced former trooper Proctor.
Disgrace.
And it's infuriating that, I mean, did any of these people change their protocols? Are they wearing body cameras now? I forget what the answer to that was. I know I've asked that before. It's a handbook of what not to do. A group of 7-year-olds could have done this and done better. They would have drew it at least. They love drawing. You know, and Michael Proctor has the handwriting of a 3rd grader, so should be great. Get him some crowns. Maybe that was the problem.
I'm dying.
Jeez. Jeez. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And by the way, like, you would never see this testimony from like a lead investigator in another case. I've never seen them be this standoffish and stubborn.
I don't know that what was it, Randolph trial? That lead investigator was a little bit
Oh yeah. Oh, what was the football player's name? No, not Terry.
The chat will know.
Rudolph? No.
The chat will know.
That would, yeah, they'll know.
Chat is smart.
Travis Rudolph, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Travis Rudolph. Yeah, that investigator was really shitty too.
Yeah, she was bad. She was bad.
Yeah. Yes, the one with Vanderlazy. Yes, thank you, Angie. Yeah, that one was pretty not great as well. I forgot about that trial. They did a shitty job investigating too. Them and Murdaugh and this one, like, we have like protocols in place, and like, okay, so maybe you can't do the first couple steps for whatever reason. There's like a whole bunch of steps in between that when they got back to the station, they still didn't do. They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything right. Not even close. And they don't even care. It makes me mad.
It's just so sad. It's just so sad that we're like, yeah, we did a good job.
Yeah, we did a good job. Everything points to our theory being correct. Like,
Fine.
think about it. What other cases have they messed up? What missing people have they like went to investigate, and were they doing just as shitty a job as this? You know,
Well, I don't think they've changed. Like they were, unless it's a conspiracy. Like they're either incompetent or this is. I can see how you can get there. Like either you're that incompetent or you're doing it on purpose.
Or this is a cover up through and through.
Right? Like
now, I don't know if they're covering for other people or just their, you know.
Oh, I think they're covering up their fuck ups.
But yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta watch the F word.
It's fine. We're fine. We already warned everybody. It is Cursey Friday.
I really like they're definitely trying to cover up all their mistakes. So in a sense, that's the cover up I definitely see going on. But usually the lie is worse than the crime, so
yes, this is so much like just his behavior makes everything so much worse. So much worse. I do not envy Jackson today. I wouldn't make it. Be like, sir, stop it.
yeah, and she's keeping it a tight rein on him as far as his commentary. There was much more commentary last year. I mean, I know Annie said, I love his snark. I love his, and I'm like, oh, well, it's more reined in, I believe, this time around.
Which makes sense.
Well, Lally didn't really object to a whole lot last time.
Brennan's not really objecting to a whole lot.
Well, I think Brennan's just kind of like, yeah, I don't think I can do anything here. Just go.
Right.
Like, I think Brennan knows this is like, yeah.
Well, I think he cares more about doing the cross for the defense, right? Because he's a defense attorney most of the time by day, right? So I think that's where we're going to see him be more lively and how he's used to doing things. I don't know if he's going to do a good job. Things you presented is crap. You've given me no timeline for anything.
If he goes after the defense witnesses the way he went after the ARCA witnesses,
Yeah, I want him to just because I want to watch it. Is it a good idea? No, don't do
I
that.
feel
I
like
wanna
you
watch
do.
it.
I don't think we've seen the real Brennan yet. I don't think we've seen him.
If Arca was a glimpse, that voir dire was a glimpse. I hope so. Only because I don't think it's going to look well with the jury that he is that way, especially when you're not bringing that same energy to your witnesses. You know, he doesn't seem passionate about any of those. Oh, you got compliments on your lipstick.
I know.
Love that.
Everybody,
They're just so nice.
y'all are sweet today. Thank you.
Well, that's probably because we're fired up, and they're like, we don't want to get on.
They're like, we like a feisty Llama and a feisty Buffy.
Right? They're like, oh, we should say nice things because they are
Say nice
feeling it
things.
today.
Throw her a Snickers. She's obviously hangry. No,
Hungry for
I'm not.
justice.
I'm hangry. This is maddening. If you're not mad, are we watching the same trial?
Yes, seriously. If you're not mad, I don't know what to tell you, to be quite honest. Oh my gosh, hi. We might have another guest. Do we have another guest?
Who's talking? Who's coming to play?
Are you coming to
That's
play,
not true,
Amos?
Belle.
There she
You
is.
are.
Look who it is.
Look. Welcome
It's
to
an
the party,
Amos.
pal.
Hi. She said, welcome to the party, pal.
Oh, thanks.
I know we haven't got to talk with you this week that much because you've been in the office a lot and you've been behind on a lot of days. How are you? What are your thoughts?
I'm currently just on a little lunch break, so I decided to pop on.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
This whole thing is batshit crazy.
We do better investigation. We do better investigation for cases that we cover. Like, what?
I cannot believe the snark. Well, I don't know if it's much as snark, but his smirking and his just like non-committal answers. I'm floored by the fact that he's even still on the stand. But I think Jackson's enjoying it a little bit. That'd be my guess.
I think so too.
I think he's fighting over trivial things. I think he is fighting over the stuff that doesn't like.
He's making himself look way worse by the way he's answering things than as if he would just say, yes, Michael Proctor was a lead investigator on this case. Instead of all of the denying and then going through every dang, this is big to yesterday, but we're going through every dang, report and saying, Michael Proctor, who's on that report? Michael Proctor, who's on that report? That looks horrible on him. Not just because he was the supervisor, but because he's trying to, not commit that he is part of the investigation or the lead in the investigation. And all of these bits and pieces of freaking taillight here, there, and everywhere. This day, that day, whatever day, that is insane to me that there was not somebody that blocked that area off until they recovered every piece and did a full investigation. Snow or no snow, I don't care. Somebody died here and you need all of the pieces of the puzzle in order to try to find out what happened.
You're right. They never sectioned off the yard. They never put up crime. Now they're like, it was a blizzard the first day. I'll give you that. All right. It wasn't blizzard till like 1 in the afternoon. That's when it really hit. But 2 weeks after, and you're still finding things, and you didn't block off the whole yard,
Mhm.
nothing. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is so crazy. And then, I mean, I don't know if documenting would help because maybe the elements carried pieces here and there, but like, you're not going to make a model of the yard and just put like a piece here and a piece here. It's not that hard.
I
And then he
mean,
wants to act like, what do you mean? I don't know how to plot things. How do you have this job? How do you have this job?
Was this not in a class you took? I mean, my 14-year-old knows how to plot things. I mean, it was
Right.
literally her math lesson like a week ago. It was like we were doing plots. Like she knows how to do that. Like, yeah, you know
Like,
how to do
damn.
that.
Maybe y'all shouldn't got that new kitchen. You need to take some classes on how to freaking be an investigator because you are not knocking it out of the park. Oh my goodness. It's very infuriating.
The whole
Also, I
thing
love
is
your shirt,
infuriating.
Amy.
And they haven't even got to the Sallyport video.
Oh, that's true.
Which
think
it's
so.
gonna take all the fun stuff out of it. No, like last trial when it was like when he like sprung it on him. That's like not right? Like, I mean, that was more fun. Now they know it's probably not going to be as fun because like it's been fixed or whatever.
Will they even bring it in?
That's what I was gonna say.
They have to because Proctor is standing next to the taillight by itself, and there's missing pieces of that video.
Well, do you think the defense will bring it in instead of the prosecution? I guess
That's a good question, but I would think they have to because that like the video it like skips. I don't know if you've ever seen like okay, so the cops were at my house yesterday. This is not a big thing, but the cops were at my house yesterday and they needed to see my ring video because something happened across the street. So like we're going through the ring video and it's motion activated. So but you don't see it in a like it's like skip.
Right.
Until it's motion activated. And then you can see it like it's seamless. But anything else other than that, no. In the ring video, you see people walking. Oh, not in the ring video. In the Sallyport video, you see people like just literally disappearing off of the screen. Like they're literally just there and then they're not. Like, and then they're there and then they're not. It's wild. And you can see Proctor standing next to the taillight. But they tried to pass it off as the other side of the taillight, which is why it was inverted. So that's where the whole thing came from last time, where it was like, that was really very interesting footage to watch. I hope it gets brought up. Obviously, the prosecution's not going to bring it up. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I think Jackson's going to be at this all day.
I think so. We're definitely going to be at this till lunch, for sure.
I mean, he's still got a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, we haven't been over the bar videos that they showed, and because he's got to go over everything that Brennan said in direct, and like he's barely touched the surface, only because this guy sucks.
Yeah.
So if prosecution doesn't call Proctor, defense can.
Yes.
Yes.
But if they call him, I don't know, this non-legal person here, just with a question about, could he plead like the fifth or not answer questions or?
Yeah. If it's you can plead the fifth if it's something that's going to get you in legal trouble. You can't plead the fifth if it, like, let's say, gets you fired from your job. All right. I wish he already is.
So then maybe he can't because he already got fired. So what's the
Right.
point of pleading the fifth?
Well, if there's still
I was
some
just curious if
if
they actually got him on the stand, the defense did, if that would be a situation where he could just get out of answering questions, or
he could say, I don't know, or I don't recall. You can say that.
That's usually
pleading
the
the fifth only applies if it's in reference to a potential crime of some sort, which could be perjury, I guess. Maybe he could do that. I don't know. I don't know. Is he in legal trouble for anything at the moment? I know there's a lot of cases that are intertwined.
Well, I just meant trouble from this case where why he was fired in the first place. He's already been in trouble.
Yeah.
And obviously there was a consequence to that. So
Who would he get in trouble by for this case? The DA would have to bring charges. The DA is not going to go after Proctor. Like,
Because then they'd have to admit that their cases are bullshit.
Right. They're not going to go after him.
So,
like, for that to actually happen, for him to get any sort of legal trouble, the DA would have to say that they did something wrong, and that's not going to happen.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know of a way he would be in legal trouble with this, but I don't know. He could still face federal charges since the feds are watching. Yeah. And maybe there's like some weird Fed laws about, I know that there are some laws that are particular, like only for cops, like using your authority to do bad things. But
I don't have
know if it
much
applies
faith that they're going to do much of anything either.
either. But I hope the defense brings in Proctor. But I guess it's official. The Commonwealth is not.
Which is
calling Michael Proctor.
Why we should go and review the video during some kind of break. If we could restream Proctor's testimony, since we know that the Commonwealth is not going to call, we should do a video where we restream from the last trial, because you're not going to get that lovely experience if you don't go watch the last struggle.
I agree. Well, I heard, I know that the judge signed a motion yesterday not allowing cameras or audio for when John's niece and nephew take the stand because they're juveniles still. So that means we will have some dead time, because you never know how long that's going to be. So maybe we can do that whenever the children come to testify, which I'm not happy that they're bringing him. I don't really know why. I understand the older one. She was with Karen in the morning, when Karen's calling around and realizes it's not there. Okay, but do we really need the children?
No, they're going to testify to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's relationship. That's the same thing they did last time.
Okay.
About fighting or, not getting along or whatever. They're going to, that's what they're there to testify to. They testified during the first trial too. We weren't allowed to watch it then either. We had to follow people on X to kind of figure out what was being said.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very common, juveniles taking the stand. They're usually not recorded. Sometimes they'll do audio though, but
I mean,
normally it's,
I personally don't think they need to call kids to the stand anyway. You have other things that you've already brought in to make her look bad. There's no ring to me. Like, they've got enough.
For this case, I don't think they need to call the children. I wouldn't need that as a juror.
Wouldn't.
I mean,
Some
they
cases,
played Karen's text. I know
like
the relationship issues.
I would feel like some type of way towards the Commonwealth if I saw them bringing kids to stand. Like, these
poor kids already lost their parents,
right? You've made a big deal out about how much these kids have been through, and you're gonna put them on the stand. Don't do that. Like, no.
Yeah, I don't see a reason for them to testify in this one. I don't see why it's necessary. I mean, there's other cases where a child has to testify, and it's not great. I can't imagine being a kid up in that situation. But this one, they don't need it. They don't need it. And I'm wondering how the jury's going to feel. Like, did you just bring them on to play with our emotions?
Play with our emotions and to make her look like crap. Yeah.
You're
doing that just fine with the audio, with the clip.
Yeah.
You don't need her.
I don't need them to remind me that, he's a good person for doing what he did for his niece and nephew all around. Literally everyone said that. All right. I don't need kids to confirm.
Yeah, I believe it. He sounds like a decent guy. I mean, he he did me in with the eye roll emoji. We would have gone rounds and rounds about the eye roll emoji. But other than that, he seemed like, pretty decent.
Right? Karen's way more put together than we are, apparently. I would have called a bunch of times too, but I would have used a lot of cursey words.
I was gonna say, I don't think I would have been as nice as she was.
No, no.
The worst thing she called him was a pervert. I think I would have gone a little bit further than that. Oh yeah. I'd have been a mean person.
Especially if I had been drinking at that point. They did say Paul is dressed in a suit
Oh,
today.
fancy. His
So
wife,
they might put
his
him
wife
up on
showed up.
stage.
All right,
But
Paul.
yeah, whenever the children's come on, I think that's a great thing. We'll do, because I was like, what am I going to do? Because I don't know how long
We
their
can't fill
testimony is going to
in
be.
2 hours of testimony.
You know, I don't know how long it will take them. I don't know what all they have to cover, but it's a whole to do when kids testify, right? They got to make sure everything's shut down and all that
I
jazz.
don't know how long Proctor's testimony is either. It's probably a couple of hours, so you might want to make sure you have.
We'll probably just watch the cross. I hear that's the better part anyway, which is fine. Maybe we'll just watch his cross during that, and we can pick it up through the week. Because I am a little pissed. He's
I
not
know
testifying,
it's
but
so frustrating because, like, man, honestly, cross is
can you
really
bring
the
up the
most
rumors swinging? Oh, of them swinging. Oh,
of who's swinging. Who's swinging?
the
I think it
people,
was
the couples.
Yeah, I think that's why. That's just rumors. Those are TikTok
Mm-hmm.
rumors. I don't know. I watch a lot of things. Watch a lot of things. And I go, that makes sense. But then I watch of other things, and apparently the term pervert is used colloquial. Is that a thing? Where like some people, like, we don't just throw it, like, down here, we don't just throw out that term. Like, it's reserved for like perverts, like actual perverts. But like, you know, from what I understood for the like people who live there that were commenting on a TikTok video, and like I said, my source is TikTok, so take it with a grain of salt. That this is just something that people say. So,
like to say, like, he's like a player or a
it's just like calling a pervert.
It's,
like
it's part of their dialect.
Yeah, it's like there. Saying like you're calling slut shaming a woman, you would call a guy a pervert. Like, it's just the equivalent.
I thought that was like gigolo or something.
Yeah, but every I mean, the United States is very big, and we all use different things for different, have different vocabulary to call different things. So, and from what I read, a lot of people said that,
soda, pop, Coke.
Yeah, I mean, just on general, like Coke and soda and pop and stuff like that. That's just a word they say. Like.
Yeah, I don't think that
Who
would
am I to
ever come up
argue?
in
I'm from the South. We'll just cuss you out.
Right. That's
Or
why I
we'll
was
call
surprised
you,
that
or
during
we'll
their
be very nice and call you honey or sweetie or something like that.
Oh, adorable. Oh, farts. I forgot what I was going to say. It wasn't important. It probably wasn't important. Oh, I was surprised that she didn't cuss a lot. That neither one of them really cussed a lot during their day infighting. I was like, oh, okay. Just because, they do have filthy mouths, which I'm not judging because so do I. But I was surprised. So like when she yells like pervert on the voicemail, it's just like, that's a weird thing to
Yeah,
say,
and that's
but okay.
And well, that's what I thought too. But like I said, just reading what other people were saying, like, here I go talking with my hands. Y'all can't see it on the screen, but I'm talking with my hands. Just reading other people saying, like, they were saying that like that is used like you're calling somebody when you're referring to a man as like a slut, you're a pervert. So it's just
she must not be up on the new hip terms of fuck boy.
Which is it's true. Word. I'm learning all kinds of new terms from my child that I'm like,
and it's boy with an I at the end.
Boy.
Yeah.
Who decides these things is what I want to know.
I love fuck around and find out Fridays, right? I mean, all these cops are, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and right now they look real stupid to the whole world.
We've just made a new term, like a new segment for Friday shows. This is fuck around and find out Friday. If you don't
Yeah.
like bad words, this is your cue to leave. No, don't
Don't
leave.
come to our Friday show. No, don't leave
Don't
either.
come to our Friday
We'll
show.
do our
especially
best.
If Buffy's online, it's just not going to be.
I did promise that I would do my best not to use
Yeah.
the full mofo
I
today, but I
absolved
still
you
make
of
no
that.
promises.
I absolved you of that guilt. It's just going to happen.
Oh my goodness. Do you think so? Okay, so if they're
I
gonna
try
call
not
his
to.
family members, okay, they're gonna call Paul and the two kids. Then who else are they gonna leave? I don't think they're gonna call the other cops. I don't think they're gonna call
Well,
Lank or Seraph. And what about why
no,
aren't
it
they
does
talking about this Aruba trip? I
because
feel like everyone was saying last.
it's another way to set up Karen as a jealous ex-girlfriend.
But why aren't they bringing it in then?
He said he wasn't, but yeah, it's
Interesting.
Brennan. It's Brennan. It's Brennan.
Interesting.
It's Brennan.
Hmm.
Will he?
I don't know.
Won't he?
I'll say their theory that she's coming across this jealous, rageful bitch ex. It's not coming across to me.
Well, it doesn't come across
At
to me
all.
because if you just killed him,
Yeah.
you don't call and leave really mean messages on a machine.
A
I mean,
bazillion
go
times.
ask Scott Peterson, right? Like, did he say, bitch? No, he didn't. He said, "I love you, baby. I'm going to pick up the thing from Papa. I'll be home soon. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Love you."
Yeah.
I mean, you don't
That's true.
do that, right? Like, Gabby Petito's, Brian Laundry
Mm-hmm.
sent her really nice text messages after he, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's like, you don't call and yell
Right.
that you just don't like that. You just don't. I'm so glad you made it to your friend's house. It's okay. I don't mind going home. Come home when you're ready. If you need a ride, give me a call. You know what I'm saying? Like, to pick you up, just let me know. Like, love you,
Right.
baby. Have fun. I'll just stay home with the kids. It's no big deal.
Right.
Like,
And, they're all like, oh, she's drunk as shit come 6 o'clock in the morning. She's drunk and being crazy and screaming, So if she's that drunk, then she's out of her mind. Why are you believing the rants of a drunk woman then? And taking that, because that's all Jen has to say, right? It's like, oh, she said it so many times, it must be true. Mind you, they're saying she's drunk AF, okay?
but
And her boyfriend's just dead. Like,
Yuri said she was questioning if she hit him. He never said, like, he didn't say anything about the I hit him until later. He said, we just knew she was questioning if she hit him. Okay, questioning. Okay, questioning. Now you're saying that she was questioning.
mm-hmm.
So, which is
very
it?
Different.
Yeah.
Very different. Oh, look at that. We got another black kitty.
Girl, I will gaslight myself all day long. Did I do that? Did I forget it? Was I
Oh.
just not thinking and did it? Like, I will gaslight myself. I will definitely gaslight myself.
I feel like that's what they're doing to all of us. And it's wild. It's wild to see. Oh, is that
The
Milo?
whole thing.
Yeah.
Ah,
It's Milo.
our pets are spoiled today. They want all the screen time for themselves. By the way, it is 11:20 and Court is not back.
We knew that
That
was
is
going to happen.
50 minutes.
Girl,
50
I told
minutes.
you.
I wasn't on here, but I heard Buffy say when I was listening, so that means an hour.
She did. She did say that.
You did. Because that's
Excellent
typically,
prediction.
it's always double. I was like,
Oh my God, you could be a detective.
I could totally pattern recognition. It's just pattern recognition. It's my ADD superpower.
God, what a joke these people are. Yeah, I don't think they plan on calling any more law enforcement.
Well, you have to call your reconstructionists. They're going to have to reconstruct the accident because we still haven't proved he was hit by a car. They're going to have to call an ME.
We're unmuted.
Oh, you are unmuted. Here we go, guys. We got voices.
Bye, everybody. I'm going back to work. I'm listening.
Bye, Amy. Love you. See you on the other side, girl. Thanks for stopping by.
Of course.
Love it. What is today? 13? Okay, there we go. Back to Buchanan. Oh my goodness, I gotta go to the bathroom. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get more coffee before we come back.
Well, it's back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it, Your Honor?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
Love watching Yuri read things.
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Yes.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're gonna mark this
For identification only.
The EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm gonna see counsel at 7.
I expect to, ma'am. Why not? Why can't we read all the text messages, Bev? Come on. Stop the games. Stop the games. Read it all. Exactly. Read it all. This is between him and Brian Higgins, right? Is this new for you guys? I know there was the text between Brian and Karen. Oh, look at this. We got another feisty one who also loves ranting as much as us. It's Terry True Crime. Hello, Terry.
Hello. I decided we couldn't handle Buffy. People can't handle me and Buffy at the same time. Right, Buffy?
Oh,
And then I
no.
was like, you know what? I think we're actually pretty good together.
Right? We're going to have all the sass and rants today, kiddos. Prepare yourself. I'm sorry. I'm over here shoving my face right now. Nobody needs to see that.
Oh, I know. I have my breakfast yogurt here.
Okay, so we heard text from Higgins too. The flirty text. So are these texts, Buffy, between Buchanan and Higgins new? Oh, you're muted, Bibs.
Oh, I was like, I can't hear her. Is it me?
You're still
No,
muted.
I yell at the wall. I yell at the wall.
There you are.
No. Are they new? I believe they are because I don't remember
Okay.
them.
These are between Karen and Higgins?
So we're gonna read Karen. Oh, these are so cringe.
Oh, my apologies. I interpreted
Which means
that
they're not gonna
as-
bring Higgins either.
Mhm.
That's what I was just wondering. Are they not bringing Higgins?
I don't think they're gonna bring Higgins. I think they're not bringing Higgins.
I mean, I can get the prosecution team wanting to tone it down after the screw up last time, but I have to tell them, I don't think their plan is working any better because it's still a crazy train.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So we're not gonna get Tully. We're not gonna get Proctor. We're not gonna get Higgins. We're not gonna get Brian Albert. Oh. Look, this is me. I watch too much Nurse Kim. Oh.
Oh. Ooh, I like that lady's shirt that's putting her hair up right there.
I was say,
that
I was
color.
just watching her too. I was like, oh, I like your shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Who are
Yeah,
you?
why would we not read these all, Bev? Why can't we read them all?
Well, we can. We can just go back and rewatch Brian Higgins' testimony if you're really that intrigued. But they are cringy.
They are cringy.
Oh, they are. It's like, you're hot. I think you're hot too. Bad. It's so bad. Oh, yeah.
I mean, she had to know these were coming. That's why we just took an hour freaking break so they could print all this shit off.
The jury's going to throw something. Pencil.
Well, and then they're going to still need to take lunch, and they just took an hour break. Why didn't they just let them eat and just have lunch early?
Well, because it's only 11:30, and I'm sure they have it delivered at a certain time, which is why Bev likes to take it at a certain time. So usually it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If you notice, it's around then. Eastern time, noon our time.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's 10:30 my time, and I'm just now eating breakfast. So I guess lunch at 11.
Wait, y'all eat breakfast? I eat pretzels.
I am having Greek 100-calorie vanilla bean yogurt with granola in it.
Oh,
I
that's
had
my
some
favorite.
chips.
Because
I
I'm
love granola
dieting.
Chips.
Not dieting. I'm just trying to eat healthy and eat a lot of
Oh.
protein.
Is it because you eat a lot of snacks during the show
Girl,
that you
I
yelled at
went
me
through
about?
2 bags of the Reese's peanut butter egg shaped things. I had bought an extra so that it would last through the summer. No, they're
Mhm.
all gone because of
They're
you.
all gone. Okay.
Throw them in the freezer. They're the best when
They
they're
are
That's
so
what-
good that way.
That's what Ellify does.
But I have new snacks. I
think-
now have Hershey's nuggets to eat.
Oh, okay, like the little ones.
I
Little
know they're like the
miniatures?
big, full, they're
Oh,
called
okay.
nuggets. Yeah.
Mhm.
This one has caramel and almonds. This one is toffee. So they're
Ooh,
a variety.
ooh, that sounds amazing.
And it's all your fault. So yes, I have to eat healthier when I eat because of you, Llama.
It's all my fault. That's fine. I'll take responsibility. Unlike
Guess what I
Massachusetts
tried
State
this
Police.
weekend? I tried low calorie wine. Has anybody ever tried 90 calorie wine?
No.
Kim Crawford has a low calorie wine of their Sauvignon Blanc. I'm going to just say I don't recommend.
I didn't even know there's that much calories in wine.
There's
Yeah,
a lot
it's
of
a lot of
sugar.
sugar. There's a lot of sugar.
Oh.
I'm
a
going to
lot of
say it's like
sugar.
drinking water. It's like
Yeah.
take your wine, half water, and then drink it. You have to drink double.
Well, that's dangerous.
So
That's dangerous. I put a new wax melt in my wax burner, which is like lemon bar something, and it smells amazing, and that's what I want, and I don't have it. I didn't think about
That's
that.
why, hard liquor is better.
There's no carbs in hard liquor.
That is true.
do like vodka.
And a higher proof. Yeah. I just I want to read these text messages. If we've had to sit through this guy's testimony, he's probably been on the stand for defense now for probably 5 hours. And if we've had to sit through this, Bev, I think we are owed these text messages. Give us something spicy.
Or
Thank you.
cringy. Everybody get your barf bags ready.
Yeah. Because I have seen what Brian Higgins looks like.
I'm
Uh-oh,
gonna need
RTC.
my
RTC,
Like-
I'm going to have to differ on this one. There is some really good wine in a box nowadays. If you haven't
That's-
tried it, I used to be absolutely against it, except for when we would go on the boat. But they're like Black Box has gotten really good with their Sauvignon Blanc and their Rosé.
Yeah, I usually get
And-
their Sauvignon Blanc as well.
Yeah, so so we can debate that, RTC, if you want. We can do a wine tasting if you live anywhere in Texas, because I did a wine tasting one time where you covered everything in a brown bag and let it air out for a
Mhm.
little bit. Nobody picked the box wine or the $2 Chuck from Trader Joe's to be the cheaper wines.
Interesting.
If you let them
Interesting.
air out and chill them, people they did not pick that those were the cheapest.
Well, I'll say
Yeah.
my midday Moscato is coming out of a box, guys. So, which at the rate this trial is going and our other shows, it's just economically makes sense.
It is. But
Is it the greatest?
we-
No, it's not, but I'll drink it. I'll do
just
it.
make sure you're drinking a lot of water too. We want to make sure we take care of your liver.
Well, I guess that too. That's probably the right thing to do, I suppose.
So, Buffy,
suppose.
I have to know,
Uh-oh.
what do you think about them not bringing Proctor and probably Higgins on the stand?
From my I like the tea, so I want them on the stand.
Oh, yeah,
But
it's gonna be green.
I mean, if I was Brennan, trying to take
Whatever.
what I know out of it. I know this doesn't look good for the Commonwealth, so I think he's playing a risk versus reward. He's rolling the dice. I think he's trying to decide, does this look good for me? Probably not. I'll make the defense do it. And then I can cross-examine. Because he can't ask leading questions if they're his witness.
Right.
He can't do that. If they're the defense's witness, he gets to cross and he can lead the questioning where he wants it to go. So that will help a little bit. Does it look shady to the jury? I mean, it depends. What is the jury thinking? Like, we don't know.
I would think it.
Are they picking up all this stuff? I mean, we're picking it up because we know stuff, but like, are
Right.
they?
But I always find it sus if the defense calls law enforcement and prosecution doesn't. I mean, I'll just tell you that is a red flag to me.
But we also know a lot more about, I mean, how much do these people, we don't know the background of the jury. So that's
True.
you have to keep in mind. We don't know, do these people, I was called for a jury. I didn't follow true crime back then. I didn't follow trials. My closest thing was Law and Order, right? So like, or CSI. I didn't follow things. This was years ago. Years and years and years ago. Like, I didn't have the background knowledge that I have now. Going into it now, I would look at that case completely different that I went into. So knowing more than I do now, but like, what is the age of the jury? What is their life experience? What do they know? And that's really going to play into a lot of what are they thinking? Which is why you have 12 different people on the jury, right? So that, they can kind of bring to light some of the things that maybe somebody else didn't experience.
And they're saying they're a younger jury, right?
I was going to say, and if the rumors are true that it's a younger jury, what are their life experiences? What do they know? Are younger, like how young? Are we talking like 20s? Like, I heard somebody say, like, young enough to be my adult child, I could have given birth to him. And I'm thinking, okay, so that makes like 20s, right? So,
right. Because I mean, when I think about mine, mine are in their 30s now. One's 30 and I think one's 32. I don't know. I'd have to do math. One of them would be like me, very knowledgeable. The other one would be what? Why?
well,
now, but the tech stuff he would be into.
My 20-year-old, she'd be like, I don't know. I'll believe whatever you tell me because I don't know. Like,
right. Except for the tech stuff. My youngest would be all into the tech stuff because that's his, field. He would be like, wait a minute. Oh, by the way, I talked to my IT guy. That is why I came on yesterday quickly. So Cellbrite changed and got rid of doing the timestamps on their reports because they are wrong about when you do a Chrome search or a Safari search, it does not timestamp until you hit the search button. When you type in the words and you hit the search button, that is when it timestamps, not when you open the tab.
Interesting.
So Cellbrite got
on the
rid
stand
of putting, they used to put timestamps, but they found out it wasn't accurate because if you do multiple hit search on the button, it updates. But apparently they used to say that it was when a tab was open, it timestamped. They learned, which we all learn with technology as it gets better, you find out things aren't what you thought they were. So they had to go back and remove that, but they didn't want to go back and have everything questioned in court for their previous testimonies. So they just got rid of time step and then they don't have to explain it.
Juris.
Wow.
We're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So
sorry,
there was
guys. I
a
have
big
no clue
stack
what I'm doing.
that
Let's go. Let's go.
Messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Yeah.
Correct, Captain. Correct. There
I have
stamps.
2 instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before,
Yuri doesn't know what Cappy.
before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're like, I don't know how to
appreciate
read.
that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
He wants to be anywhere but here.
Of course.
Yeah. I want to be right here where I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody got their popcorn
Sergeant
ready?
Buchanan, do you have a document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't want to do this at all.
The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay, please do.
Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate
So
from
he
whom and to whom each text is.
initiated it.
Every time?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins.
We need to be dramatic, please.
The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content.
He's
That
not
would
going
just
to do
be
this.
a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by, same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
Bev, you're ruining the story. He's trying to set. What is your problem? What
Maybe
is the
she thinks
problem?
he needs to read it better because he's just not doing justice to it.
No, he's not. He's being a pain in the ass, and I don't like it. This is how you win me over.
And like Polly said, he needs more emphasis and be more
Mhm.
dramatic. I'm working on that too for stuff because when things are uncomfortable, I think we have a tendency to try to go monotone because it feels
Oh.
icky. I know I do with really dark stuff, but I'm sure he is sitting there going, this is icky. I
This is
think
weird.
Buffy should do it.
Right? I'll do it with you too, Buff. You can be whoever you want. I'll be the other person. I'll do
Because
it
I
if you
will
want to do it.
go back and play this out loud and record it on my iPad and transcribe it for us so that we have it.
I'll play ball with you, Buffy. We'll do the conversation ball, and I get to use
You're
the
not
emojis. I
allowed
will.
to put in inflection. Oh,
Oh yeah, that's true. They're not allowed to do that. They're not
that's
supposed to. But
boring.
it would be nice if some of them do. But that's okay. We can put the inflection in it. And I'm very good with emojis, right? I can do the X arms, the cringy face. I make them anyway, all the time.
Yeah.
I like the ha-has without affection. Ha-ha, ha-ha. Oh, and Amos is like, how fun. I can add visuals.
I would be in trouble if I had to read emojis because I would be like, I'm not sure what this emoji is, but this is what it looks like. Because I don't get some of the emojis. I'm like, what is that for?
Mm-hmm. You muted
Belle
it.
says Bev's not going to let him read it all.
They can't put the inflection in when they're reading it because that can make it sound a way that it was not intended.
That's true.
So if I can say you suck in a playful tone, or I can say it in a really harsh tone.
We're trying to make
very
this
different interpretations.
easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis.
Yes, you do.
Don't have to say anything about what the pictures are.
Yes,
and
you
don't
do.
have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read
It's going to be on the screen.
which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
Yes.
The blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And
So as long
the
as we can
gray.
see it,
Appear to be Mr.
put it on the screen.
Okay.
Emojis are
All
everything,
right. I
Bev.
appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of
I
you.
loved her
Do you want
little
me to start at the
snicker
beginning
and
or
smile.
No. Let's just go. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
I think
All right,
Bev
can we
was
turn
one
the
just
lights
split her
down? Can you
wrist.
see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
I enjoy this call from her, by the way. Thank you.
I
This is
just don't
so
give
much
my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number?
better. Gonna do this.
Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker.
Okay.
That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim.
Yes, Amos.
Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone.
Harry catching all the strays today.
I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work?
That's why you don't get weak drinks, guys.
I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind?
What does that mean?
Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo?
Okay.
Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha.
That's a word.
What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles?
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
You sure do a lot of shit talking about people.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts.
They're so...
Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine.
To the party.
I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot.
It's so bad.
You really think that?
It's so
I have
bad.
always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what?
Make out.
Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So know what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. I always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes.
What
Are
happened?
you?
Did they
Def.
kiss? I think they kissed.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
Gotta go get more chips.
What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay. Hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Kerns went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha, I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha, what does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Poll. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals tadpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation and a drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL.
I got my wine
I don't
early.
even know.
It's wild.
I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent, too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe?
Good boy.
Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not gonna run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single?
We already talked about this, Karen. Like 5
Yes.
times.
I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all 3 of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What?
Did he see it?
Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up?
These cameras everywhere. Where's the other
OMG,
cameras?
great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree.
Who's Kate Jeff? Gotta meet him.
LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing.
Good morning, Kelly. Just start drinking now, Kelly. All right? It's rough. It's rough out here.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, he-self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot. and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance.
True.
So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot.
I think they're talking about these things. I think that's what they're getting at.
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m.
It's been like 5 days.
Sup?
That's it?
You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha.
Is drink
Is that
code
bad?
word for bone?
Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay.
Thank you, Karen.
Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady.
Glasses. Okay.
I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over to mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my
I'm
lack
aggravated.
of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do.
Why is she pissed at
I'm
John
not
talking
married,
to that girl?
and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think.
No.
I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay.
What a weird question.
When I go into the office. Okay.
Oh, does he mean
Rando.
sex belts?
Uh-huh. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper.
There you go.
Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
Weird. You don't know how. Oh, get out of here, Karen. Yes, you do. You're only 42. Remember, you're a tadpole. This is wild.
This is so bad.
This is
Haha,
wild.
I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me.
Right.
Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective.
Thank you, Jackson.
There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular
How old is this
person.
man?
What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things.
Fresh.
Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want.
Just
I don't
give
either.
her
I don't
your
either.
address,
Place
bro.
so
This is so weird.
wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so.
This is so middle school.
Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryan Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot.
Need to read us the screenshot, dude.
Send it through. First one.
Those are such
What app
easy
do you use?
directions.
Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here.
What kind of street
Here.
is that? Oh, she's there.
Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes 2 of us. But I want to drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime.
Totally boned.
He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
Lights,
I'm gonna go refill my
please.
glass before she sends her away. Oh, Minto.
Jurors, we're right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Man, they timed that just perfectly to end at lunch.
Yeah. That was just yuck. I mean, I feel like I need a shower. I mean, how is this woman 42? This is like middle school. If you want me to, we can. No, only if you want to,
Okay,
but only if
let's
you
not
want me
just put it
to.
on her. He's probably older than her.
I'm like,
He's just cringe.
just say you're gonna meet up or you're not.
Mm.
Let's not dance around it.
They did a lot of that. Do you like me? Check yes or no.
But it reminds me of
Oh,
back
wait, they're
then.
just letting the jury leave. Okay.
Then you hang up first. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up
No,
first.
you. No, you. No, you.
Oh my
I like
God.
you. Do you like me? I guess I like you. I don't know. Do you wanna? It's
And then
That was
when she
something.
said she doesn't care, she just wouldn't want to know if John was hooking up.
well, I mean, I don't blame her. It's like,
I mean-
okay, if you're okay with like your significant other seeing other people, I just don't want to watch. I don't want to see
I don't
it.
want to
You didn't
watch.
do
Then
while
why
we're
are
on
you
vacation.
calling him a pervert on the
Wait, what do you
drunken
mean?
call? When she was drunk, you stupid pervert.
Well,
Mhm.
look,
So if you
all I'm
care,
saying is you left me for like I'm with you and you leave me for another girl. That's an issue.
yeah,
Like if
that
we're
is
not together, I'm in another city, and it's just kind of a thing. We know that we
Yeah,
see other
that-
people. And that's cool, but don't do it in front of me, and don't do it while I'm with you.
yeah, that's true. Unless
I mean,
it's
we
a
don't
one-on-one
really know.
situation.
During this, I just want everyone to know that Obafeet was totally flirting with me. This is what he sent me.
Well,
Obafeet's
we
got
know
some
what you're
game.
going to be
He's got-
doing tonight.
He's got Massachusetts game, right?
Oh, I didn't get a text like that. Not from
Me
Elbow
neither.
Feet because that would be weird, and
I was saying that
also
would be weird.
could be a setup for another
It's fine.
trial.
We're not married, guys. It's fine. We're not married. You know, it's fine, according to.
I
Karen.
don't think this accomplished what the defense was hoping to accomplish.
thank
I
you,
don't
RTC.
think the
Why did they bring this
risk
in?
for- to set Higgins up, like to set
The
up the
prosecution
third
brought
party
this in, right?
No,
Okay.
I thought we're going cross, aren't we?
Thought we were on
Sorry, what?
redirect.
Are we on redirect?
I thought
No,
we were
we're just on cross. We're on
We're
cross.
just
Yeah.
on cross.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, then I
No.
missed that when I stepped away for a second because I thought they were on
No.
redirect. So now I
No.
really don't understand why defense did this.
Because Brian Higgins is the third party culprit. So what they're saying is like
He's the one who beat up.
that's
the theory.
why
Oh,
they were
hold on.
fighting at the bar. All this started.
Oh, never mind.
She's
Everyone's
not
packing up and leaving for lunch, so it doesn't matter. Did they say a time they'll be back? Probably 2, would be my guess.
Buffy, Elbow of Feet has a message for you.
I know. My thumb is twisted.
I was expecting him just
Okay.
when she told him not to get
Yes,
his
I
panties twisted. I was just waiting for him to say, "I'm not wearing any,"
This is a joke's on you. What makes you
because
think I'm
men
wearing
don't
a
wear panties that I'm aware of.
box? Don't get your boxers in a bunch. But no, it's to set the sights on Higgins. Okay, so they had this. There's like this flirtmance, and then
they
I
hooked
guess
up.
well,
They
yeah.
hooked up.
It's heavily
Yeah.
implied.
And
They
it
hooked up,
wasn't
then she
great.
ghosted him.
And then she goes to him because
And then
whatever
she goes to him.
happened
Wasn't great.
Mm-mm.
Exactly. And
No,
so-
publicly. That's embarrassing.
and
I
then
mean,
I guess what they're trying to show is like, so there are words had between, and I don't know if you got to see this in the bar videos, there are words you can see that there are gestures
yeah,
where Brian Higgins is gesturing. You can't hear words. You can just tell that there's some tension, and like when they leave the waterfall. So whatever.
Oh, maybe
and then,
defense will bring that then for us. 'cause-
yes. And then remember,
Okay.
whenever Karen and them pulled up to the on the way, Brian Higgins texted John O'Keefe and said, "Are you coming?
Are you coming right?
Yeah, like are you coming? Yeah, like you're still coming."
I'm sorry, what
right?
did you just
So
say? Higgins texted John?
texted John.
John.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And he texted Karen while they were at the bar. Like, really? Whenever she was there with John, hanging on John, he was like, really? So there's a setup for some there's some tension between the three.
They're setting
And
the scene.
They're setting the scene for making Brian Higgins the third party culprit, saying that whatever happened is because of like what was going on with Karen and Brian and Karen and John. That's the setup. That's what they're starting. They're laying the foundation. I think those texts equally make Karen look, yeah, she's not great. She shouldn't have done that. But I mean, I do understand that in order to set the scene, I'm going to have to be like, sorry, it's going to make you look really bad. But if we want to say you didn't do this and he did, we kind of have to give them a reason.
Would you rather look like a hoe or a murderer? I mean, pick. But she was getting tit for tat. If he did that New Year's, she may have just been doing a tit for tat.
Yeah.
And that's why she ghosted him after. But the biggest problem I have with it, you don't do that with someone who's friends with the person you're dating. No. And I want to ask him, where is your bro code? Because you don't sleep or do this with your friend's girl.
Well, my thing is, he's all like, I don't want drama.
Clearly, no, you want drama.
Because you are all in.
Sir.
You didn't want drama. You'd have ended that conversation earlier.
Ooh, it's so cringy, you guys. It's so cringy and embarrassing.
Yeah, I told you to get ready.
I didn't know it was going to be that bad.
It was way better watching him read it.
I bet. Yikes. Oh my gosh. And those are grown-ass adults, y'all.
If you would have told me that, if I didn't know those were grown-ass adults, I would not have thought they were grown-ass adults. I would have thought they were 18, 19.
The way that they would just be like, don't listen. All right. I will say this. Karen was leading him on.
Oh,
for a
she
lot of it. Absolutely was doing it. We've all played, probably some of us have even played those games at some point in our life.
Oh,
like, oh, really? Oh, really? And avoiding answering the question, but
not at 42.
Not at
no, 42.
Not as a grown adult.
I'm like,
a lot of grown adults that do the same thing. Yes, there is.
I know there is, but granted, I was married at 42.
But how's she going to be all pissed off at John about whatever fucking happened in Aruba?
Because she was having to take care of the kids, which are technically his responsibility. He's drunk, so she's having to entertain them for New Year's Eve while he's down putting the move on somebody. I have to say that would have pissed me off too, because they're not my kids.
Well, I mean, Carrie did say in the last trial that Karen was a babysitter with benefits.
Yes, I mean,
there's a setup here. We just have to wait till the defense's case, I think, maybe.
I just want to know, Buffy, if a guy texted you like that, would you find it hot, or would you be like, ooh?
It was weird. They're both weird, though. Like Karen and him, they're equally what is happening. Their game is so bad and weird. Very, very weird. But she did go over to his house, and y'all know something happened over there. Okay.
Yeah, because she
we all know
safe. It wasn't that long though.
She's like,
it was
like 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so
I think that was at like 11 or 11:30 or something like that.
That was a quickie dick.
And she was one word answer after that. No. It must not have been great.
Whatever happened was not a good time.
Womp womp. No. All hype.
Yeah.
Which I guess maybe that could have made him upset. I just feel it's weird that he would take it out on John, though.
But why is John looking at the security cameras to see?
But that's what I don't think. That's what I'm saying. They're setting it up. he knows there's something going on between Higgins. Everybody's drinking that night. Words are
Exchanged, and then
it's not that he went to take it out on John. They're just probably
it happened.
It's a bad example of it, Shaka.
I don't
She
think
said
it was
there's cameras.
planned.
She said there are cameras. She knows where all the cameras are. How
Mhm.
come we only have one Ring video camera then from John's house? If there's cameras everywhere, according to Karen. Just wondering.
Probably didn't catch anything in the other. Like,
I was excited because we have
video.
1, 2. I think we have 6.
I mean, I have 3.
Yeah.
You're not going to see the same thing from my front camera that you
Right.
are from the side camera. You're not going to see.
Same thing here.
Interesting. Because
Yeah.
he turned over this to the cops, right? That's he
Yes.
submitted this himself,
So
correct? Yes.
they
okay.
didn't get his whole phone.
Right.
He
Right.
went to the FBI building, extracted everything, and then got rid of the phone. So they only have what he gave to them.
Yeah.
Well, she did say that there were messages she deleted, but with iPhones, because I don't have one, if you delete a message, does it delete on the other person's end too?
No.
Okay. I didn't
Well,
think so.
there is an option to.
I was going to say
delete for
now there
everyone.
is, because there
Yes.
is now a new iOS update that you can delete a message
Sure.
that you send to someone if it's before they read it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I've tried to delete after I've sent something,
Okay.
and it doesn't delete if they've received it where it's been delivered and they've read it. I couldn't delete it, or maybe I did it wrong.
Hmm.
I'm
But
just
she
gonna
can't even
say-
take a selfie. She's like, I don't even know how to take a selfie. Girl, shut up. You are 42. Get out of here. You know how to take a freaking selfie. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm
Hi,
going to have to
Ace.
say,
Oh yeah,
Shanka
I can
is
delete
right.
it.
Shaka.
No, but like if you were to send me a text and I read it, and then you try to delete it on your end, you can't delete it after I've read it, I don't think.
No, I can delete it. I
Okay.
just deleted the one my husband wrote. I sent to my husband. I asked him if he was picking up lunch on his way home, and he said no. And so I just deleted it.
But no, it deleted it on your end. Now
I don't
find
know
out.
if it. Yeah, I don't.
That's what I'm saying. I think once they read it, you can't delete it on their end. But if they haven't read it, you can delete it all.
I've never had
Mr.
a
Buffy,
reason.
I want lunch. I'll take lunch, Mr. Buffy. Oh, wow, you guys, that was just, oh my gosh.
Yeah. And
That was so bad, right? That was so bad.
Yeah.
That was so bad.
So cringy and embarrassing.
Mm.
I
Oh
mean,
my goodness.
I don't know if
Are
Karen's
y'all-
ever going to get a date again.
Everybody need to go take a shower.
A little bit. A little bit. It was weird. And like, it was just weird.
It was.
It was weird.
It was.
Their
I'm telling
banter
you,
back
it
and
was-
forth was weird. Oh, we're from the same place. Like, what are you saying to one
really
another?
should've watch. Now we have to watch a Proctor. Now we have to listen to this all over again with Higgins reading it. 'Cause
Higgins is
that's
worse.
even funnier.
Higgins is worse.
I think you're hot. You think I'm hot from jump. When did you
I seen
think
the
that
guy.
from jump?
Yeah.
Funny the way he reads it, like a 2-year-old reading, like word for word.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
That's-
I think I'll give Yuri credit once we got them on screen. He did do a good job reading them.
Well,
So I'll
I
give
think he
Yuri
got
thank
into
you.
it.
He did
He
get
was
into it. Exactly.
He even started going, like he started putting
Yeah.
reflections, and it was almost
Yeah.
like he was like, I was like, oh, I think
Okay.
everybody is perched. They're like,
Hmm. Yeah.
And he
Thank
was
you, Yuri.
self-correcting, which our brains do naturally.
mm-hmm. He was
Um,
definitely autocorrecting in his brain. But
yeah.
there was a lot of, they were like, how many whiskeys in, and they were spelling
Maybe
it wrong.
they gave him a promotion because they knew they were going to make him read these on the stand.
Oh, I would need a promotion after that. I would
I'm
be
like,
like, and
maybe
y'all
that's
are
why
gonna
he
give
got
me
a
raise.
promotion.
If I'm not getting fired after this, I'm getting a raise.
I should say, I think he deserves 5 days vacation back for reading that.
We forgive you for all the mistakes. That was all. No, I'm just kidding. We don't. You're still a
So embarrassing. Oh my
Well,
gosh. And can we talk about how many shots were fired at Carrie again?
Oh, I
I
know.
hope, Carrie, if you're listening, don't associate with any of these people again. All right? All they do is talk shit about you all the time in front of the world. Don't be friends with any of them. Okay?
Yeah.
Wow.
But I bet she does the same behind their back. She seems
probably.
like the type of person.
Carrie's the one that called her a babysitter with benefits. They're
Maybe.
all
I would not.
they're
Yeah.
all talking about each other in their text messages.
So funny.
I mean, are you even really friends if you're not talking shit about each other?
I suppose, but everyone shits on Carrie.
But I
Everybody.
don't think she was actually friends with Carrie. I think I
80s.
think John was friends with Carrie.
I need to know what would come out of your Irish Scottish blood mouth. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, 80s, you might want earmuffs because we are fired up today. This is a
It
crazy
is
day.
Friday.
It's crazy.
And we just had to listen to 2 hours of the worst.
But you know what? I'm so
Flirtation
glad that
shit.
Bev let it happen. Thank you, Judge Bev. Thank you. I don't want to read it again, but thank you.
Okay. What was the thing earlier when he said, I thought you were hot right off the rip?
It means
Is
like
it
right
Rip
off the
rest
bat.
in peace? Okay, then why don't you
No,
say
well,
RIP?
yes, but
Or
because
Because we're from
ROB?
right from the rip means right from the get-go. That it's a very older
never
term.
heard
It is
that.
not a wow.
he was being fresh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And them, quit trying to make fresh happen. Okay. Just stop it. Just
I must be
stop
really
it.
old. I don't know what that let it rip. I thought let it rip mean just let it out.
Yeah. Well,
Well-
yeah. But
So
it can
how
also mean
is
like right
she-
from the get-go.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a Texas thing. Let it rip means it's going to smell bad or bullets are coming. So
It's a colloquialism. I don't think colloquialism.
what is colloquialism? I don't know what that means, ma'am.
Oh, that means
Colloquial.
we're having a conversation back and forth, right? Isn't that what?
It's a colloquially.
is?
That's a colloquy.
I wish we could had a camera on Karen's face.
Yeah, well, Long Crime
you know
is
she had
streaming
to
like
be-
right at her face, which that's why we haven't been streaming it because I'm like, oh, I don't really want to look at Karen, but oh my god, I can only imagine. But this is like the second time they've read this to everyone, so
That would
like
still be embarrassing.
that's true.
I would be embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for her and him. I really am.
I don't think they had it on her face this time. I tried to look around to see if there were anybody that had their cameras pointed at her face just to see, and I couldn't find a stream. So I think everybody had the cameras.
It was like, oh, girl, we're not going to put you through feet on camera for this. This is
dude,
It doesn't make her look great, but I do agree with Buffy that they are setting the scene, and the
But
pieces
also,
are going
it
to come
means
together.
something too when it's your defense team getting ahead of the ball of maybe some morally misdeeds that the jury might find. It says a lot more about the team than the prosecution, right? Like they're just trying to be like, yeah,
yeah.
homegirl
She's not the
needed some
perfect
attention.
victim. She's not
Yeah.
the perfect, like she's not the perfect client, she's not the perfect, she's a flirt. She was stepping out a little bit. Does that make her a
She needs to work
murderer?
on her flirt game. That was embarrassing, girl.
She does.
Embarrassing.
Especially considering she hadn't been married. Like if I got back into dating now, I've been with somebody 23 years. I don't know how to flirt like that.
Yeah, no.
Especially not by text.
I mean,
it was bad.
Usually I just text, hey, like
Want to meet in the bedroom?
right? Like you're just like, hey, tonight,
kids-
okay.
Hey, the kids are gone tonight.
It's not usually like, but I swear that was like pulling teeth. Like, y'all just do it already.
Yeah.
Right? You just have the finger pointing and then the okay sign in case you need emoji school today. That means exactly what you think it means.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
There you go. See? Everyone needs to take their emoji class with
There
Llama.
was no eggplants or peaches though.
There was. I gave them some pineapples because when she was saying couples like to hang out with single people, I was like, are you looking for a threesome?
Right?
That's very pineapple-y.
I thought
No,
maybe
I
it was a
think
cuckold situation here, but I guess not.
No, I think there was I think it was just kind of an implication that seems to be a thing. All couples want to hang out with
Singles.
like
I
maybe
was like,
it kind of sounds like the implication that happens a lot around
Mhm.
there. I don't know.
I
I don't
think we
know.
need the Real
Speculation.
Housewives of Canton.
Could you imagine what train
Could
wrecks those
you
are?
imagine if they put Carrie,
And
Jen?
Jen, I want to see that. I would watch that show.
I would watch that.
I would too. I would totally.
Yeah. Great finger pointing. It's like Sadie's. Oh man. Yeah, it's not great. I do think that she was looking for someone to just kind of flirt with and whatever. And it escalated a little bit more, but
Yeah.
it doesn't not make her look great.
It doesn't.
Okay. It doesn't,
I don't
especially when
think
it's a
it
guy like
makes-
John who's caring for these kids that aren't even his. They're his dead sisters. Like,
Yeah,
But
but she did seem to think that he wasn't really into it. Like he
I think
was
it was
just
more than he thought it was going to be. He felt obligated to do it, and he
well,
did
yeah,
it
he
out
got
of
them.
obligation and love.
Yeah, he got them when they were teenagers,
I mean,
right?
No, I thought they were a little bit younger.
they were younger. I
Or
thought.
were they younger than that?
I thought
Okay,
they were
I was
like
under the impression they were like young
11 or
teens.
yeah.
Oh, okay, so they're
But
sixth elementary age or whatever.
if
Yeah,
he
I
was
think
using her as a fill-in mom babysitter, and he was doing those things on the side, then he was kind of using her.
and I think that's how she was feeling.
And I kind of can get it.
Yeah,
Canton City of Herpes.
but
I agree, 80s.
but am I wrong in the sense that did John get the kids before or after him and Karen started dating? Because it's
I thought it was
before they
after.
did, right?
No, it was before because she said that he messaged her during COVID and she
COVID.
saw pictures of him with kids in
Okay.
her Facebook profile and she was thinking that he was married and had kids and then
That's
she
right,
found out
yes.
later that it was
And then that's
the
right.
story about what happened with the kids. And yeah, I know
But-
she never wanted kids, but she
But
wanted
she
to
knew
date
going
him.
into it.
She did, but are you like?
No.
It's one thing to say I know I'm dating someone with kids, but having to date someone with kids and then
Yeah.
realizing it's a whole different world and there's kids involved, especially if they have a problem with how you're treating their kids.
Well, and
Yeah.
the trauma those kids must have had losing their parents within a month. I mean, oh my gosh, I couldn't imagine dealing with that. But she
And-
did kind of know,
yeah.
so I don't know.
And
Yeah.
then him feeling, and I guess her feeling like his heart's not in it. He's kind of sloughing off his responsibilities on me. I'm picking up a lot of slack.
But be an
da-da-da-da.
adult and just say, hey, this is more than I wanted.
I think
like
they've
you, I
had those
care about
conversations
you.
before.
And I care about the kids, but let's be friends because I am sure Jen would love to step in and take my place.
Or Carrie, but I think
Or-
she's
yeah,
had
or
those-
Karen.
It sounds like they've had those
It sounded like they had.
conversations a few times before. But I think if you were listening, she said that she got really close to his niece,
daughter.
though.
Or
Yeah,
the niece.
yeah.
But
so
wouldn't she
and that's
respect you
hard.
more for saying, I mean, one thing about being a couple with kids, part of your responsibility is to show them a good relationship.
Mhm.
So they should be more, you should say, hey, this isn't working out. It has nothing to do with you. I
Mhm.
still care about you. We can still go shopping together, but this is not a healthy relationship. We don't have the same goals. Because apparently it sounded like they were a very dysfunctional couple. If
I
the
think
kids are
it's-
being brought on to testify.
I think it's easier to look at it in hindsight.
I agree.
Mhm.
I agree.
I think
Because
it's
they
a
already
lot
had
easier.
a past since childhood, right? These aren't two rando people
Right.
that got to, there is a life history. Kind of. I mean, they didn't talk to each other the whole time, but when you meet someone you're younger and then you're older, there's that nostalgia that comes.
Yeah.
But in this, I will say this doesn't make me feel like she's gonna go kill him
No,
No.
at all. Even
No,
from this,
not at
why
all.
would she? She's not. She's like, we're not even married. I don't
Yeah.
care. Like, it's not like she has to kill him to get out of this relationship or something.
So
No.
people are
Like that.
saying that Karen spoiled the kids. I thought in the
Mm-hmm.
text, Karen said the kids were spoiled.
She
Both.
said she did say the
That
kids were
is she
spoiled.
owning up to she spoiled them, or I took that to say John was spoiling them, that or the grandparents were spoiling them.
I don't
I
know.
think it's all of the above.
I think it's all of the above.
They were
yeah.
just spoiled.
Mhm. They're just spoiled. Which again, both their parents died. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like,
They're
I think
orphans.
it's just kind of natural reaction because even like when parents divorce, there is a certain amount of guilt involved. When I know when I was going through my divorce from my first husband, like you tend to overcompensate. Like I feel bad, and I tend to, you know,
Right.
give in a lot more than maybe I would if that wouldn't have happened. I did spoil her a lot during those times just because I felt so bad about everything that was happening. I think it's just nature to want to make up for things. I don't think it's intentionally.
According to Reddit and Facebook, John was upset for Karen spoiling the kids.
Yes.
Mhm. Both, yeah.
Yeah, because he fussed at her about buying
Yeah,
a sweater.
His
and buying
version
And their
of
text messages.
spoiling was taking
Shopping.
them to Dunkin' Donuts
Mhm.
and taking them shopping.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why Dunkin' Donuts is spoiling, because if that's the case, my grand littles are spoiled. Because when they come to visit, I take them to get donuts.
Well,
Does that mean
kids
they're
can be
spoiled?
spoiled in other ways, right? There's materialistic spoiling,
Yeah.
and then there's letting them get away with bullshit. You know, that's a way of spoiling too, not holding them accountable for their actions and things like that. I mean, maybe it's kind of spoiling from different people about different things, you know? Like I imagine like, oh, you know, they have dead parents and they're acting out and somebody be like, yeah, but you can't yell at them.
That's true.
Their parents are dead. You're spoiling them. You're not giving them the adequate tools they're going to need for multiple reasons the older they get, you know?
But we
I mean, it
don't
can
know
be
that that's
empathetic,
the
but
case with them because they seem to be really good kids.
But yeah.
But I wonder if that bothered Karen a bit. Is she was like, okay, but like I buy them things, sure, but you're like letting them get away with everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because
we
did
didn't
make it
get
sound.
we didn't get a whole lot of elaboration on that. So everything
she
is
didn't
just
wanna be a
purely
parent.
speculation.
So she may not know how to be a parent and thinks that's just what you do. I've got to do something with them. I'm going to go keep them out of my hair and buy them some donuts, give them whatever they want just to keep them quiet.
I don't know how to be a parent, and I've had 3.
And you know,
I'll learn as
in
I go.
I was say,
Right.
I have 2, and I'm still trying to figure it out.
You know, her text between her and John during the day, on the 28th, before they go to the bar and everything, you know, she was trying to put some boundaries up. And I don't even think she had a problem with the kids. I just think she realized that, like, you know what, this is, I still want to date John, but I'm going to give him his space from the kid. She, you know, she wasn't like, oh, you need to get rid of these kids. Like some women are like that.
You know,
She
oh
did not
no,
seem like that.
I totally agree. I did not read it in that
Yeah,
way at all. I don't
didn't
think
either.
the kids were the issue. I think they were the topics of a lot of fights, and I don't think it was because of the kids. It was
Right.
because of, and that was conflict. And I don't think it was for the reasons that it may like come across to some people, like you said, where it's, I don't like the kids. I want more time with you. I think it was, they had a lot of conflict on how they wanted to, right? Like, that's what she said. Like, I'm raising kids and we're fighting about raising kids that aren't even mine. Like,
yeah.
Right. I just want to have a party this weekend. I don't want to have to worry about if the kids are here. I just want to have a party and invite people over and drink. I don't want to worry about kids because it's different when you have kids or you date someone with kids.
Yeah.
For sure. She doesn't sound like one of those women to me. Which is a lot for someone who says they never wanted kids.
Right. And I was thinking
it really is a lot. Like, that's usually not the rhetoric you get from someone who's like, I'm never having kids, you know? And it's fine if you don't want kids, like, and you know that, yeah. But she doesn't have that stereotypical rhetoric that you hear from people. I thought she handled it in the most mature way that was going to be best for everything and best for the kids. I'm referring to those texts between her and John in the daytime before he died.
But whatever was happening between her and Higgins,
They definitely hooked up.
Oh yeah, something definitely hooked up.
And then she
And-
ghosted him.
And
then
that
she
wasn't
ghosted
good.
him.
So
Whatever happened
poor-
wasn't good.
That's not good.
Sorry, buddy, because if she ghosts you, and that's
Dude,
just that's
that was
just
a
rule
one-night
of thumb
stand.
for all men. If a woman just one word after that, you just don't,
Yeah.
just don't,
Just don't.
because we'll forget you exist. It's like,
Yep.
that never happened.
Because it wasn't because she felt bad. I can assure
No.
you. It was not
No.
because she felt bad about whatever it was.
Wasn't
I mean,
no good.
I can see why John's mother didn't care for her. And
Well,
I
heard a rumor that her and John didn't have a great relationship. They weren't even
mom, yeah.
speaking.
John and his mom, I didn't think they were speaking at the time. That's what
That's what
I
I
had heard too.
heard too.
Yeah, that's what I heard
Uh,
too.
I'm
But-
gonna need the text messages on those.
Well, yeah, she probably couldn't have kids.
I
Or
need the
maybe
fantasy.
safely not have kids.
Or she didn't want
You
to pass
know?
along the genes because, like, if I
Yeah,
would have known
numerous-
all of my stuff, I wouldn't have had kids.
There's numerous reasons that someone may not want to have kids, and I think that's fine. People can have them, not have them. Everybody has their
Yeah.
reasons, and quite frankly, it's none of our fucking business
Mm-mm.
on
It's
the
not.
reasons why
It's
somebody
true.
may or may not want children. So I think maybe more people should think about that.
I should say, I think more people should think about not having kids.
From the stuff I've been reading lately. Yeah. But she did seem, she said the D was trash. She did.
I mean,
Yikes.
I mean,
It wasn't great.
it wasn't great.
It wasn't
Mm-mm.
great. She was like,
Interesting that they're not, so they're definitely not calling Higgins. So Proctor's out. Higgins is out.
Do you think
Are they
Higgins is at
gonna-
home watching this live stream? Watching his text being read?
I don't know. But
unless
everybody's blowing up his phone about it. He may not be watching, but
weed wackos.
Do you know why he called her? That was there. Do you guys have any context to the weed whacker, the nickname?
Because I thought she was outside, like doing. I don't know if I just made this up. Is this headcanon? I don't know. Like she was outside doing something in the yard, and he drove up on her
Okay.
and honked, and then there was a.
And then she cussed him out or something? That's what I
Yeah.
thought too. She was using a weed eater.
I was like, I don't know if this is real or I just made this up in my head, so it all made sense. I don't know.
Well, if you made it up, I did too in my little head. So, yeah.
Oh, Higgins got put on desk duty. Oh my. Okay, so yeah, everyone's saying that was the theory. That's what I gathered from it, but I just
weed
wanted
whacker.
to like
The weed
know.
whacker.
the weed whacker. Oh, they're saying
mean,
they're gonna be back
Weed
at
whacker.
1:45. So
I would not want to be called a weed whacker because when we say weed whacker, it means you need to trim the bush.
Weed whacker.
So,
what a weird name. Oh God, you guys, it was so embarrassing and cringy.
Leaf blowers and weed whackers.
do we know if Karen's dating anyone since all this happened?
Probably not. I wouldn't.
I mean, I wouldn't because I just want to know if that person is going to help her with her flirting text game.
Probably not. I
I'd
don't think
stay
she's had
far
time
away
to
from
date.
anybody.
And
I don't think she's worried
here's
about
the
it
thing
right
about
now.
Karen, right? Is like Karen is a very strong, independent woman.
Mhm.
She likes her independency a lot. She doesn't even like to sleep in the same bed with people, apparently, which
That
everybody has their
was
different things.
interesting.
Is that weird?
I
That's
don't-
weird. But people have their
I-
reasons. Numerous. I know before chat comes at me, some people, because they'll have like sleep apnea. Sleep is important. All right. So just because you don't sleep with your significant other doesn't really mean it. There's numerous reasons why that would be. And maybe her health was a
But can't you
problem.
have two beds in the same room?
But two
So
beds
you're at
in the
least
same
in the
room?
same room together?
Bruh.
Tell me,
You ever-
elbow feet would be like, we're getting bunk beds, babe. We're getting bunk beds.
I mean,
You would.
up
Babe,
until double
Babe,
H,
we're getting lunch.
I didn't share a bathroom with my previous husbands.
Really interesting.
I
Okay, I don't know
never-
what that luxury
mm-mm.
liked.
No, use the guest bath. They use the guest bathroom. I'm not
Oh.
sharing Double H is totally different.
You know, I think that's why she didn't get along with the other Canton women too, is that she didn't need anybody. You know, and that can be a problem when the other females you're around. They sometimes don't like that. They don't like the idea that there could be an independent woman out there that does her own thing, has her own 5-bedroom house
That
in
or they're wishing
Massachusetts.
they could have a little bit of that, maybe a little jealousy, because when you do get married and have kids, you have to give up a lot of yourself, or at least that's what I've seen
Sure.
and I've experienced.
But you
And
don't have to be a
Miss,
bitch
I
about it,
agree.
Jen.
Karen is dating Bob.
And I think Higgins was kind of
Alessi?
judgy and no.
Yeah, she's dating Bob.
Battery operated
Oh.
boyfriend.
Got it.
I was like going, please tell
not
me
good
I'm not the
together.
only one that knows that.
I am so thrown off. Done. No. Oh, I
What do you
thought
think
Higgins
Carrie
was-
thinks? I wonder this,
Oh.
like when she heard that the first time in the trial, or
Oh,
when she
I don't think
heard
they
about it
think good
later.
of Karen at all.
Carrie,
I
about
think
what
they're-
was being said about her.
Did she hear what Jen had to say about her, or literally anybody else? I was like, Carrie talks too much. She even Higgins was like, she talks about herself all the time.
I think
Shots fired.
Elbow Feet just started a rumor.
Elbow Feet started rumors that was
I
Bone and
don't
Brennan.
think Brennan would. I think she
Right?
can do better.
And he's like, oh, I got a place on the beach, and I can drive my Jeep on it because I have special privileges. What a weird flex, but okay. I don't live by a beach. I don't know how big of a deal it is,
I was
but
going
it
to say, do
sounded
you
just...
have to have, like here in Texas, you don't have to have.
I don't know.
You
I
just
live in
drive on the
Ohio.
beach.
I don't know.
Y'all
I
don't
don't know
have
how beaches
beaches?
work.
I thought
Not
y'all had
really.
lakefront property.
Up by Lake Erie, but that's not even that much. We do have other lakes, yeah, but they're not that. They're not that. When you have Great Lakes and you have regular lakes, the lakes are like ponds,
Okay.
so they're not
What do you-
impressive.
What do you think the jury is thinking at lunch right now after what they just sat through for 2 hours?
I think they want to talk to each other real. I bet they're all just sitting around looking at each other like this.
That was something, guys.
Because that's how I would be. Like if I was like, all right, jury, you're dismissed, and everybody walks in, you all sit down, you go,
I mean, how do you sit there and eat and not talk about it?
oh
No.
no, you just stare at each other and make faces because that's what
So,
you
how's
do.
the weather today?
You just go.
My eyes would be so big, just like they are now. Like, "You guys
Or did they say, can we skip lunch and go back to our room, our houses, and take a shower real quick and come back?
I don't know if it's great that they ended all this before lunch, right? Because that lets people think about their moral judgments of her or whatever. But it's certainly better than ending the day with it. So,
But
the
how do
weekend
you
day.
eat? I have to tell you, I have no desire to eat right this second thinking
I
about
ate
it.
some chips. I was like, yeah, let's go.
I was
But
riveted. I was
I was
That's
gonna
sad.
say
me.
hearing it, but
I
after
was like,
that's what the wine's for, Terry. I already opened wine at like 12:30. I was like, okay, this is
and then I was
awkward
like,
and
oh
weird.
my God, this is taking forever. Will y'all just go somewhere and get a room, please?
yeah,
Because
it took them forever. But it was only like 5 days.
Like,
That was
we
a
watch
lot
it
of text. Like that
5
one day,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, dang, just say yes and go meet up.
Right? If you're going to do it, just shut her, get off the pot. What are we doing here? You guys are grown ass adults. If you're
like
going to do
watching-
it, fine. It's your business. Do whatever you want. But just like, come on.
And I do agree, whoever said that Higgins is the one who likes to pull the ponytails to let a girl know he likes them. Whoever said that. That was you. Yeah. That definitely got that vibe.
Yeah. He kind of talks to her like a bro. It's like, well, no wonder you're single, bro. Like,
Well, he was
He
married
doesn't have much
before,
time.
remember?
He's not a loser, Llama.
he's
He's
not,
not a
no,
loser.
you're
He
right.
told
He's
her
not a
few
loser.
times he wasn't a loser.
He has friends.
I'm not a loser.
I mean, he did ask her, though, how many times, like, why are you texting me? What do you want? And she
Yeah.
would not answer that question at all. At all. And when she'd be like, oh, I did. I'm like, bitch, no, you didn't. All right? No, you didn't. Stop the games. Stop the
Yeah.
games. You guys are grown ass adults.
What's end game here? What is the end game? Well,
Weird. Is everyone in Canton, Massachusetts weird? I don't want to say Massachusetts and the whole state and us lose all of
I
our
just want to
viewers, but
know
what is
if
with these
Higgins
people?
was her one and only
Flirtation
side
show?
flirt or her
Mm.
side activity.
I think so, because they had her phone and they would
But they wouldn't
look
have
through all of
brought,
her shit for years to prove that
but
she was a habitual cheater, and
habitual.
anything they can do to diminish a woman by slut shaming her, they will do.
Yeah, people do like to slut, because if that was a man,
Love
they
it.
wouldn't be. Well, he was talking to other girls; they're not married. But if a
Yeah.
woman does it, it's oh my
Because they
god,
had
she's such a
all,
slut.
yeah, they had to have all of her technology, all of it. And so that's the only reason why I don't believe that. My divorce is final
Kelly
at the end of the
P.
month.
Oh, and if you
Also
start
good for you,
dating,
I guess.
if you start dating and you meet somebody, please send me the information on the Discord and I'll check them out for you. Do
Mhm.
not go meet up on one of those apps without a background check.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. We will be
That's
your.
how I found my husband.
No, it's okay, but you need to
Mhm.
check them out first.
Yes. Yes. And there's scammers everywhere. I think I can imagine dating in
Oh, there's
today's
like
dating
AI people
scene.
now, like
I
on
know.
on dating sites.
And scammers that'll pretend to just be regular people.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, just try to meet people. Go the old-fashioned way and try to meet them
You can
face to
meet
face
on an
somehow.
app, but don't give them money. Ask
No.
for their name and birth date and check it out and go find out if that face matches the face of who you're FaceTiming with, WhatsApping at.
If anybody asks you for money, even if it's at $20, don't give it
No.
to them, because that's an in, and they're going to
Yeah.
start asking for more money every single time. Okay?
Yeah.
Every single time. That's
I'm
their
gonna
trick,
need your
is ask for a
name,
little bit
birthday,
of money.
Social security number.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just finished reading the Christy Brinkley latest autobiography. Even she was giving a guy money
Wow.
and fell for it. Christy Brinkley.
Yeah. I mean, they're really convincing. I watch a lot of the channel Catfish on YouTube, which is all about people getting scammed. And the scammers are getting good. They're unbelievably good. And so really my advice is don't talk to people online. Don't do it. You don't know who anybody is anymore.
Okay, wait a
And
minute.
if they
Then why
don't
do
want
we
to
talk
voice
on
chat with
Discord?
you, if they don't want to voice chat with you or video chat with you, don't talk to them. Don't do it. Why do we talk on Discord? Because look, we're real people.
That is
But
true.
those scammers, they'll never be on a video call
No.
or anything for very long.
That's like that case we just covered over on True Crime and Wine Time a couple weeks ago. That Austin Lee Edwards guy
Yes.
who was catfishing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, it would be fun to be the catfisher just to see if people would fall for it. And then when they fell for it, say, I did this just to prove to you how easy it can be done. Don't do that.
Dude, but I watched that Catfish show. Oh my gosh, there was this one guy, you guys. This was an older man. Okay. He's in his late 70s, early 80s for sure. Okay. He has long white hair and a long white beard. Okay.
Oh,
He believed that he was in a relationship with Jennifer fucking Aniston.
oh, I saw that. I did see that one.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
they were like, no, sir, she is not real. He was still talking to like 3 or 4 other women who, by the way, were in their late 20s, early 30s. This guy is old as shit. And they were all catfish too. And he just kept falling for it over and over and over. Because the minute you fall for one catfish scammer, you get on a list, y'all. Okay? You give somebody $5, you're going on a list, and they are going to come from all over. Because not only do they get scammed by the scammer, right? So then their information gets put out into these little networks. And then you have a company come in and be like, oh, I heard you were scammed. We're a company that will recover your money, but we need X amount of dollars to get it. And they'll be like $200. And they'll be like, oh, okay, because I lost 80 grand. Right? And they're like, oh, we're close to getting your money. We're close to getting your money. Oh, there are these fees. They're scamming you again. So,
But here's the
don't
good
give anybody
thing.
money on the internet.
If they're texting you like Higgins, they are probably not scamming you because that is not a good game.
Not a good game, but they do. They're everywhere. I get good scam texts all the time. It's crazy.
Angie, you're
I
right.
don't
Tinder
know.
swindler. That was a
Mhm.
crazy one.
I've seen some
Yes. And like, no offense, I'm sure y'all are beautiful and awesome, but don't think a freaking celebrity is reaching out to be in a relationship. Those are the most embarrassing because it's like, have you met you?
Are
Have you
you
met Jennifer
implying?
Aniston?
Wait a minute. Are you implying that Luke Bryan is not interested in getting in bed with me? Is that what you're
I'm
telling me?
just
So the fact that
saying.
I've been messaging him on Instagram, you're telling me it's not real?
I'm telling you it's not real. Yes. Telling you that.
Thank
And
you
I'm
for
sorry.
ruining my life.
You're welcome. You're going to thank me later when you didn't lose 80 grand to fake Luke
I
Bryant.
I have a question about the kids. Does anybody
Okay.
know how old the kids are now?
They're still juveniles.
I know that, but 16, 15, 13?
I don't know.
What the reason I'm asking, do you think they've gone online after the first case was over
I'm
and
sure
watched
everybody
stuff?
is talking about it all the
That
time.
I mean,
I'm
kids live
hoping
on the internet, TikTok, Instagram. They know. They know.
Yeah.
Kelly
He
P.
just wants you for your body, Terry. See, that's what Elbow Fee said.
Kelly
That's
P
so
is saying
nice.
Luke Bryan is married to Caroline. I know he is married to Caroline, and I am okay if it's all three of us and their llamas and their goats and all of the other animals
She
they
went
have on the
there.
Smiley farm.
Pretty sure that's illegal, Terry.
If that not with the
Are
animals,
you
let's
inviting me
just
to a
face that.
weird celebrity
Just
orgy,
Luke
Terry?
Bryan and
What is
Caroline and me.
happening?
We could do it in the barn, but not with the animals.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal, Terry.
Not with the animals. Not with the animals.
Actually, I don't think bestiality is illegal in all the states, if I remember right.
This is getting out of control.
Look it up.
That's disgusting.
Look it up. I don't think it's
No, but
banned
I
in all the
just
states.
wondered if the kids, I mean, I hope that they're being kept away from this as much as possible.
Completely
I feel
off the
so
rails,
awful.
Kelly.
I feel
Off the
so
rails.
awful for those kids.
Trying to
Everything
get them
they've
back.
been through.
I'm trying to rein them
They've
in.
lost their parents, their uncle
It's
who
fuck
took
around
care
and
of
find
them.
out Friday, Kelly. You missed the
It
beach,
is.
the warning
We
at the
need
beginning of the show.
Amos. We need a hashtag at the corner of our screen. Hashtag FAFO. Right. FAFOF.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
no, I do feel very bad for them.
I feel bad for them. I mean, think of the abandonment issues. The 3 people who are taking care of you all die at different times.
Mhm.
If I was a teenager, that is some trauma, and I really hope they are getting some help, some therapy.
Mhm. I do too. I really hope they do because I can't imagine things are easy for them. Like my sympathy goes out to them. It also goes out to John's parents. I know that they're all like, yeah, this is what happened. Okay, but that's the thing about grief, right? You will literally believe anything that is going to make you feel the slightest bit better. You know, and I can't fault them for that. Even though this story makes no sense, they're like the only people where I'm like, you know what? It's fine. Think whatever you want. You're good. That's fine. Everybody else can go fuck off. Like the
She
police
says we're out
in
of
this
control.
situation.
We
You're
haven't
out
said
of
the C
control,
word.
Amy.
We haven't
Yeah, we
said
haven't
the
said
C
the
word.
C-
So how out of control are we?
All right, guys. It's been fun.
Buffy's like, there's
But
a reason I haven't come on all week, and this is why.
no, the
Just
kids
kidding.
need therapy for a lot of things, but I think if
Mhm.
that many people know each other in that area, they are hearing all kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. You know, all sorts of, but you
And that
know,
just, as a mom, that makes my heart hurt to think of kids having to go through that. I mean,
mhm.
we're joking, we're laughing, but
Yeah.
to have to,
Though at least they have each other. You know, like I have a brother. We're, the only siblings with one another, and it helped us have a better relationship bond. And maybe they have something, at least they have one other person who's went through exactly what they've went through as well. And
but if the niece was that close to Karen, she's got that additional trauma if she saw Karen as that kind of female figure.
mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it seemed like it. It seemed like they hung out a lot. Seemed like Karen treated the kids well,
So, I
and
mean, there's just a whole lot of victims here. And I think they're being re-traumatized by this trial. And when it winds up in a mistrial again, they're going to be re-traumatized when it's a third
And you
time.
know who to blame? You blame the fucking state for this BS case with this BS evidence, this BS investigation. That's who you blame, kids. If you're watching this later, blame those people, because this, what they're doing, is not right. Is not right. Not at all. These people have had Peggy and Jen in their heads for 4 years. It's hard to tell how much they really remember, how much has been influenced. That's another reason I think they need therapy. They need therapy and not to be on the effing stand. Why are we calling them to the stand?
Yeah, I don't
No, just
approve
no.
of kids being on the stand unless
Definitely
they
not in this
saw
scenario.
something happen, like
Mhm.
or hit him with the truck, or if they were in the car at the time. I don't think they need to come and testify about their relationship. They could have done a deposition or something, but I don't think the kids. That's
It's
just my
icky.
opinion.
It's not necessary
I
to
mean,
the
Buffy,
story
would
at
you
all.
let your kids testify in this situation?
No.
No.
See,
I took a plea deal on, or I agreed to a plea deal on my daughter's case just so that she didn't have to get on the stand.
yeah, see,
So, yeah,
It's not right.
because she would have had to get up, and that's just a whole lot of like that's traumatizing.
that's why I wonder
so trauma.
why the guardians of those kids didn't step in and tell the prosecution no. They can't contribute anything except for saying they fought a lot. Why do they need to be on here?
Agreed. I don't see why they need to testify at all.
I wonder why they don't have an ad litem or something, or a CASA advocate on their behalf.
They do, but who hires them?
Well, the state normally.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. It
The
is
state's the bad
state.
guys here in the scenario. Or I should say, it's looking more and more to me that this
They're
whole
the
thing
bad
is
guy.
about protecting the government and its employees.
That's why they hired a defense attorney.
That's why they hired a mob defense
A mob
attorney
defense attorney.
to hire corruption and organized crime. Think about it, guys. Think about it. Think about who they're not calling in this trial. There's no reason why you wouldn't call the homeowners. Who's a cop?
The
Why
lead
don't you want to call them?
investigator.
I mean, I was shocked to find out you have to do 51% of the job to be considered to be in charge.
Right?
Gosh. I mean, I think back to when I was a director and I had a staff. Did that mean I was supposed to do 51% of their work for me to be in charge? Because no, I signed off on their stuff.
That guy's an idiot.
But
Sometimes
I
you gotta
forgot
do
the
that.
name of the police officer. I want to say he was from Oklahoma that I saw on TikTok, and he was giving his thoughts on this. And I mean, he was just like, they are an embarrassment to law enforcement, and they should have all been fired, and they should have all been prosecuted. They take an oath.
You don't even need to know shit about investigations and things. Like, you don't really need to know that much to know, like, this is not normal.
I hope so, because I really hope so, because that makes me worried.
If you're like, this is normal, this is fine, please don't ever serve on a jury. All right.
Have you seen the people that are
walk your
out
ass
here
back
like
home.
making this voting, making decisions?
Yeah.
Raising children? Like, I'm just saying that we would like to
I know
think
a lot
that
of
everybody
people
is smart, but not everybody is smart.
I will
like,
say,
I
if you want to,
understand that part of the people that are supporting, like, you know, justice for John, they're like, oh, well, it's because they're cops, we have to believe it. No, you're being part of the problem. You're being part of the problem
there
by
needs to be
supporting bad
justice for
cop
John.
business.
But justice for John doesn't mean supporting bad law enforcement officers.
It doesn't.
If you truly want justice for John, you want the truth no matter who is found to be responsible. And that's the difference. If it's bad cop procedures, if you truly want justice for John, they need to be held accountable.
Yeah, because I got a name of bad cops already from this trial. That's who's on the name. That doesn't go for every single person that's in law enforcement. No, this is the list of bad cops. We know who they are. We know they can't investigate. These people are in charge of freaking murderers.
And they got a promotion.
And they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Why are people supporting these people? I don't understand.
I just hope the jury is smart enough to see that and can put their feelings about whatever feelings they may have about Karen and
Like
whether it's more, see, and that's where the thing where people get caught up, right? Is it more probable than not that she actually did hit him? I mean, I guess you could look at it that way, but that's not how it works in
51%.
criminal, right? Like it's probably a higher percentage that maybe she did hit him, but that's not how it works. Like it has to be, and
No.
some people don't do that.
So that's
it's
the
like,
difference between criminal and civil court, right? Criminal is beyond a reasonable doubt. Like you better be
Right.
99.9%
in civil
sure
court, it's
this
more
is it.
probable than not.
Exactly. It's 51%. Those are two very different things. And there's a reason why the one is so high, because the consequences is your fucking life.
Yeah. But people don't think that way. So if they're like, yeah, all this stuff, all the reports are bad, all the mistakes. Yeah. But guys, she probably did it. Some people can just put all that to the side and be like, yeah, all that's crap. You know, all that's bad investigation, but she probably did it. So I'm gonna have to go with guilty. So a lot of people think that way.
Right.
And that's what I'm worried about. I
Mama, did
worry
you
about that part.
see the
I don't trust
picture
juries.
Sammy put into general on Discord? That to me, I mean, I know they're all know each other and stuff, but that photo, they're very incestuous. Very incestuous there.
Oh, look
Okay,
at
where
that.
did
We got a
that come from?
hashtag. Got a hashtag because the lovely Miss Amos is behind the scenes right now. Are you coming on? Or are you just hanging out back there? Nope. She's just hanging out back there.
So, Buffy, thinking of guilty, how do you think the jury's feeling at this point?
Thank you, Angie, for being a member. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you, Angie, for being a member for 3 months. Happy memberversary.
If I knew, I would charge people to hire me on their cases.
And I said, what do you think? If you were on the jury right now, not knowing what happened last trial.
Yeah, there's
just
no way I
knowing
can do that.
happened right now.
I do not have the ability to put it down my bias from the last trial.
Okay.
I do. I'd be
I
pissed
don't.
that I'm going to be sitting here for another 6 weeks. I would be so pissed right now. I would be like fucking the shit out of Yuri right now. Like all your faces that you've seen me make is probably what I would be doing in the jury, because I am not good at being like, when somebody says something stupid, I can't hide my face.
At this point,
like,
I've heard way more testimony than Llama has. I've heard probably more than this jury will, because they're not calling certain people. So at this point, it would be really hard for me to make a decision, because I'm going to have more than they do. I just generally don't trust juries. I just feel like not everybody thinks like me. And so I have very low confidence.
Well, that's a nice thing about juries. That's why we do have that system, in place. But I would say if I was a jury, I mean, so far they haven't explained a timeline very well. Their witnesses are all out of order. I don't even know what they're really trying to say, because every time they go to try to say something, here comes defense on cross, fucking dismantling everything that person just said and made them not credible, like pretty much every single time. And you then would have to wonder, like, wait a second, like, why? What is happening here? I probably wouldn't make the best juror though, because I watch a lot of trials. So, I guess that does give me a little bias there, but
I would just be
I'd be sitting there like,
at this point, that the prosecution had given me something substantial.
They hadn't for anything.
I
I mean,
got
at
the
first
giggles.
you thought it would be the tail light, but then you find out, oh, you collected them like a dumbass. You know, they probably collected Easter eggs better than these damn taillight pieces. I don't know. They don't know how to plot anything, nor did they think it was important. Ugh.
But I'm wondering, because the defense is doing such a great job dismantling the prosecution, will they really need to call that many defense witnesses?
Yes. Because somebody has to tell this story, and prosecution is not telling this story.
Well, but they're dismantling everything. I almost am like, okay, they've given you tons of reasonable doubt already. I would
Right.
be more appreciative as a juror to say, don't waste me with 20, 30 people when they've already given us all this reasonable doubt. Do I need to know any more? If you're not trying to give me information to convict her, why do you need to give me anything else?
True, but I
You're
do
muted,
think they need to
Buffy.
give. Oh yeah, you're muted, Buff.
Oh, but how do they don't know what the jury is thinking.
I know.
So they have to put it
They
out there
have to.
because I don't know if you've been convinced yet or what you're thinking. I have to make
Yeah.
my case so that you can go back there. You might be sitting there going, I'm done. If you keep talking, I might change my mind. But they don't know that.
They don't know that.
I think they need to put together the timeline and how if they can do that, right? They've dismantled all of their witnesses so far, pretty much all the important ones they've made look very not credible, and that there's something else going on. If they are able to put together a timeline and a theory of what they think happens, I think that's going to help win over people on the jury that may not know that things aren't as they seem. Does that make sense? Like whoever tells the better story, because that's what people like is stories. They need stories. That's how our brain works. And the prosecution ain't giving no story.
That's by design. He doesn't want you to have the story. He doesn't want you to have the timeline. The goal is to not you're being distracted from a timeline. This is why your witnesses are being brought in out of
They
order.
coming back?
This is why everything is in chaos because there's no timeline. This is by design. Because if you make a timeline, you'll be able to know it's not working.
There's no sound because I have it muted. Like
These are text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
All right, guys, let's
Yes.
go. Afternoon.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain
What?
parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. Talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would
Not
you
wrong.
consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are
Won't even talk shit about him.
enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
Yes, get revenge.
on
Both of
John
them. They're both
Yeah.
adults.
for what happened on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, correct?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, how do you know if that means synced with Karen Keith's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence-
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them, no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
No, babe.
Suggestions.
She got his number. You're wrong.
Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe.
Oh,
if I'm
you're
not
the world's
mistaken,
worst
or,
detective.
What's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
The rip.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes.
He told
Oh,
her
thank
that
you, AP Amy.
he thought she was
For all the gifts, we love
his
you.
words, from the jump, correct?
From the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
Okay.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Johnson.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him?
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
They're both
He
adults,
used the
sir.
word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, but reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the
Fair. You did a good job.
comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something.
Like, does he not send flirty texts to his wife? I mean, you saw elbow feeds.
I mean, does he look like the type of guy that would send flirty texts to his wife?
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, "Thought you were all set"?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark. No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, "You sure?" with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to "you're sure"?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
That's not a good
Strictly
question.
looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just
That's
to
kind of
read,
speculation.
just to answer the question I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Buchanan,
Mhm.
does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted?
Call your husband, Kelly.
Yes, please, Kelly.
From January 23rd until January 28th.
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
He's
You
not.
said
He
they
should
were
have.
together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
I didn't hear an objection. I heard a throat clearing.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I
Shut
don't
up.
have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
Shut up. Give it
He
to
needs
him,
a new
Jackson,
job.
because I need to see it too.
He needs a new job.
Yes.
That smart water is not
Thank you, sir.
helping him.
No, no.
I know it's not.
Just saying.
No, it's not, sir. I'm poor advertising for smart water. I have one of the reps call in and be like, "Excuse me, did you pay for sponsorship? Because this is going good for us."
Sorry, Pat.
Oh, goodness.
I'm
You know who
older than
remembers
this guy, and I remember.
it? Right? Pepper's Farm remembers.
They remember everything.
They remember everything. So he texts him. I want to see all their text shit. How often did Brian and John text each other? Were they texting this whole time too? That him and Karen were? Or is it just like a rando text? I need to know. Read them all. Because it didn't seem like he was that close with John.
No, but if they were all at the bar together and you just say, hey, let's everybody go over to so-and-so's house for a party and they have each other's phone numbers.
Based on this
We-
extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't
Oh, now
testify
you're being
to that, sir.
ridiculous.
Yes.
You're being ridiculous.
You need my readers.
Nick.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m.
Doesn't look great.
May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded.
Shady
Correct.
indeed.
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, I'm sorry, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room, well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Trying to, Kelly. He's trying to, because prosecution doesn't want to give it to us.
And Bev's not wanting it for whatever reason.
Hmm. I want to know how frequently Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe texted one another.
Agreed.
Because that would lead to suspicions, right? If they hardly have texted in the last 3 weeks, and he's like, "Are you?" Because not only is he texting that, freaking Jen McCabe is too, blowing up his phone for the next freaking hour like a crazy person. You talk about a crazy hysterical person.
Yeah,
that's Jen.
So,
why is it objections? I think because the way he asked it.
Or
they haven't laid foundation maybe for that. I don't know. Sorry.
Is Higgins wanting to know if John's coming because he knows Karen's with John and he's wanting a chance to pull her aside and talk to her?
Maybe.
He wants to find out why she ghosted him, and he wants to hear that it was bad D to his face.
Was Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe the ones roughhousing in the bar that night? I guess so. Oh.
It was Brian Albert and Higgins.
All I know is these are 2 grown men who don't act. Yeah. A lot of arrested development.
I feel like I got to come in and clear this up real quick.
Thank you, please.
Yes, please.
I was like, hold on, I'm coming. I had to go let the doggies out and get a refill on some water. Okay.
Some water?
Some water. Sorry. It's hanging out with these Boston people too much. Some water. It was Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that were roughhousing in the bar. But walking out of the bar, it was Brian Higgins who was gesturing and making like fighting thing, trying to leave, and Brian Albert was pulling him out of the bar. So
have we seen this though in this
no,
trial yet?
not yet.
No,
Okay,
we
I
haven't
didn't
yet.
think so. I didn't think so. I was like, I picked up
They took
none
it
of that.
in. No,
Okay.
because they didn't show it to you, and the video that y'all got is not excellent. That's the difference in the videos. They're darker. They're easy to see in the first trial. There was gesturing. There was, you can't hear it, but you can kind of tell it's a little bit more. It's not playing. There's like some, you have to read body language.
Boy stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it was some aggression. It looked a little bit like there was more there. We just don't know what was being said. And Brian Albert grabs him to go out. Okay, so it's like, come on, dude, let's go. Don't do this. So that's what it is. But Brian Higgins
this time
and John O'Keefe are not friends. Remember, Karen Reed had to tell him, no, he thought he likes you. You know, he thinks you're a good
They
dude.
were acquaintances, right?
Yeah. So
but not friends.
He was Brian Albert's friend. Jen McCabe was friends with John O'Keefe. She's the one that invited them back to the Albert's house because the relation between Brian Albert, his wife is her sister. So he was only there because Jen invited them back.
And he had John's phone number John had Brian Higgins' phone number in his phone, probably just because they were acquaintances and ran with the same people. Because remember, Higgins asked Karen if she got John's number out or got his number out of John's phone. So they at least maybe had swapped numbers.
I would think, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, apparently they're there at the bar with them at some times because she says we see you when we go out. They all go out as a group, but I don't think they're regular besties. Like I hang out, you know what I'm saying? Like, Angie, they did not. They showed it in the closing, I believe. I believe it wasn't showed during the trial, but AJ showed it at the closing.
Which is interesting because you're not supposed to do that, but okay.
I
usually
believe
doesn't do
it was shown at some point because I mean the internet saw it too.
Do you think maybe that's the reason why Karen waited in the car? Because Brian was there?
Maybe she didn't want
to go in because of all the
because she hadn't seen him since she ghosted.
Since she went over to his house.
She didn't. I mean, we don't know what the conversation was because she has testified to that, and that's not what she said. But it could be right when she's like, "This looks dark. I'm not really comfortable. Go see if we're welcome there because of what was going on between John and Brian. We might not be welcome there."
Because that is a weird thing to say. Like, are we welcome when you were just at the bar with people? Kind of makes things a little interesting.
AJ's looking mighty fine today.
He is on it today. He is like, I am so freaking ready. By the way, there is no way there's going to be another witness today.
Oh, I told y'all he was going to be on the stand all day.
If not even longer. There's so much they still haven't.
Well, yeah, because they can't get into Proctor, so they got to come at him. And Proctor was on the stand for 2, I think. And then he was on the stand for 2 days.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Me?
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone, have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received the text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
Why?
She's
At
aged a
some
lot.
Look at her face right now. I get you, girl.
She's aged a lot.
I mean,
This is just yes or no.
Trust
At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to
same
you.
girl,
This is,
same.
let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. You need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
Shut up. Thank you, Angie.
You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
That's
Jurors
I'd like to be
disregard
seen.
that question. Over to Sergeant,
Really?
please.
Why do I have to disregard somebody destroying their effing phone? How come people that delete things, destroy their phone, you know what? It's not relevant. Get out. This guy being like, this is brand new information.
This is brand new information. I didn't know that. What kind of that? You are a bad investigator, my friend.
You're bad. You're so bad. And you are now head of homicide.
No, you're just a bad liar. Really what you are. You know. You just don't want to say it. And you want to be forced to say it, or you're hoping Brennan will stop it.
Yeah, pretty much. Wow, this guy. You know, I love how immediately he is basically protecting Brian Higgins' ass. Right? And it's like, oh, these seem like from an angry girlfriend that wants to cheat on her boyfriend. Which, okay, yeah. But you know what? Your buddy Brian.
It was revenge. So he had to make sure to say revenge.
These are two equal consenting adults, all right? He's just as much of a POS as she is in this scenario, okay? Let's not play gender fucking stereotypes here. But you don't want to say nothing because he's your law enforcement buddy. And then you want to play stupid, like, what?
He's the chief's law enforcement buddy.
Unfreaking believable. Unfreaking believable. Can't believe it. Oh, bye, Shanka. Yo, you probably already left. I'm sorry. I was late to reading this 2 minutes ago.
We were intrigued by the lies.
I was captivated by the lies. Oh
we are set.
You want to call yourself an investigator, sir? We're like, I don't know what that means.
He doesn't know what investigator means, clearly.
Did you not know about these phone calls and text messages because you weren't the lead investigator? Is that why you don't know? Mr. Buchanan? Is it because somebody else was the lead investigator? Maybe known as disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor? Bye, Lady in Gray. Have a great afternoon.
Wait, we're your friends, Lady in Gray. What are you talking about? Oh, I thought you said you had to go run.
No, she's got to run.
No. So she said she's got to go hang out with her friends. I said, no, we're your friends. You're not allowed to have any other friends.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Just kidding. Have a great
I'll
rest
allow
of the
it.
afternoon.
I'll allow it.
Answer. Are they your friends?
Can you answer that? I'll allow it.
Oh my goodness. This thin blue wall display is why there is little to no respect for. I mean, this is not great. This is not great. It is not great for them. It's ridiculous.
What is the jury thinking? I need to know. I need them to log their thoughts as they leave. Just happy face, straight face, sad face. How are you feeling on the pain scale of 1 to 10? Where are you on the pain
one of the
scale?
jurors. Somebody said one of the jurors has 2 notebooks already.
Oh, they're my
and we're
kind of
only on week
people.
2. We're at the end of week 2.
Bestie.
So whoever that is, I have a feeling whoever that is paying very close attention. And if they're paying very close attention, I have a feeling I know what their notes are about here. Like,
Why the fuck are we still here? Why are we here at all? I don't know.
Actually, it's just full of scribbles. Just hate scribbling because you're wasting my freaking time. Oh, that's why we need jury questions. I do love courts that allow jury. Man, do I wish there were jury questions in this one. I do. It's not very many states allow jury questions. I think they should allow them. Some people disagree.
Llama, you're going to need to try to get some of these jurors on your show after.
It depends.
Oh my gosh, that would
if
be
they come
wild,
back
huh?
with a guilty verdict, I'm going to have some mean things to say. No.
I have questions for them, that's for damn sure.
May I inquire?
Number 1,
Yes.
Thank you.
how dare you?
Did you become
Number
aware
2, are you an
of
idiot?
a call that was made
Just kidding.
by Brian Higgins at
That wasn't
1:35
nice of me to
a.m.
say.
while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information
Why?
for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
Shut up.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the 3 devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all 3 devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those 2 devices.
Meaning
If you
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes. because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, the side door, and the garage door.
Speak in the mic, Jackson.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, he had a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see
Shut
that?
up.
His eyelids were swollen, not
You said
above
he had
his
two
eye.
black eyes.
And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics.
You're not a medical doctor, right?
They described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
You are such a fuckface.
Laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Do you see a small laceration at his right nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? Did you consider that?
That's hilarious, Angie.
At what point?
On January 29th, between, say, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m.? Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the selling port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow.
And if the track cat
Very light.
is a scientific way to say that.
At
Jackson.
that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank. Didn't he?
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Cat tracks.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind.
Track a cat.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
Sir,
And
there
of
was
course,
barely any snow on the
you
fucking
knew
ground.
At the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that was a dusting of snow.
You know what else you can use a snowplow for? To move a body.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived, so there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it.
You guys
He was
remember
not
to
paying
talk about this
attention to
later?
anything behind the snowbank, so behind it.
Remind me to talk about this later.
Yeah, he's,
Sus
Sorry.
AF.
He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
At 2:20.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind
Me?
that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Oh, fuck you.
And you're a detective?
Shut up.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
Sorry, Puffy.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Somebody call Sidebar because I have things to say. It's just convenient for me.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it.
Is this the bar video?
Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Sir, put down your smart water.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30.
Nothing but Deer
to
Creek.
about
This is the
11:08, so a
crappiest
couple of minutes with the court's
video,
permission.
though.
Yes.
But they try. I guess they're trying to lighten it up so you can see.
Let's go ahead and play that.
Who's that leaving? Is that John? That looked like John.
Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can we?
Please, if
It's
you
hard to
can,
see with the llama over there, but they're in the
point
corner.
for the
Oh, I can
jurors
do it. Hold on.
whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video.
There.
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
Yes. that
There you
guy.
go, right
Okay.
there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And
Look
if you
how
don't
few
mind,
people are
if
in
you
that
get to
bar
a point where
on a
you
blizzard.
recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert,
Their
could
drinks
you
are
just
not
tell me
weak.
to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Drinks not weak. Promise. Is that Karen taking a shot? It looks like.
There's John. Yeah, John's right next to Karen with the hat.
There's the
Oh,
rest.
okay.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can
Brian
you describe
Albert? Okay.
what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29.
Oh,
Yes.
Chiron.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like roughhousing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Get faced.
What a bad place for the time and date stamp.
Right? Convenient. By the way, everyone at this bar is super fucking wasted. Like all of them. Look at them. Look at them. They're all drunk AF.
Yeah,
Sergeant,
and
do
you
you
can
happen to
see the
see
love
in
vest in
this
the corner.
shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen. I
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
I picked her out.
I found her.
Mm-hmm. He's trying to like be
Pause it.
kind of close to her. Like,
Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please.
Because you can see John just drank his beer, and right in front of John is Karen. That looks like Jen to the left.
It looks like Jen.
Mm-hmm. She's definitely talking to Jen. Who's in the checkered shirt? The flannel. In the far right corner.
Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
So,
I'm
yes.
sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jim
for
McCabe,
fuck's
Matt
sake.
McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks.
Sorry, I did that
Correct.
one for you, Llama.
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22.
Oh,
while you're
Llama,
queuing
come
that up.
back.
Did you
Mom,
see,
come back, Llama.
after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them
She's
continue
gonna
to
miss
take
it. She
what
always
could be
misses it.
reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Well, that's not flattering.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we could take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them, or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor. Runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals?
This is the one that Llama needed to see.
That you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay, let's
to
play it.
identify each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
Nobody can hear
I
me.
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go
This
back
is the video,
to-
Llama.
With the court's permission, I'd like to go
Okay.
back to
Okay.
the full video.
Sorry, I have
Let's
to
play it
check
from here.
elbow feet for ticks since he works outside all day. Love. I'll say this, all these people are shit-faced.
Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone.
Do you know-
I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play? Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on
this
the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe.
There's Jen. Brushing his shoulder off because she's so helpful.
Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's
Play it.
still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right, which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Tell me there's
Given
not a
this
better
perspective,
camera.
now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you
At
have
the
an opinion as
register?
to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't, okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? This has previously been marked as 12A.
Weird he doesn't want to say that, now that I think about it, now that you bring that up.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car?
Oh, shut up.
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to
Oh my
the
God.
tire. Can you play it again, please?
Go
With the
fuck
course-
yourself.
What are you
was-
doing there?
Let's try that one
Yeah,
more time.
like, did you just zone out, bro? Like, what?
What?
I
is
wasn't paying
happening?
attention.
Watch what happens, dude.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Oh, fuck you.
Last year, and you've seen this video several
Might
times,
have.
correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement
It was the
of the
wind.
tire, but
The
I cannot
wind
say with
blew the Chevy
100%
Traverse.
certainty that there was movement.
How
I
can you not
can.
be?
100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
It was
Based on the
magic.
video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay.
You're the worst.
You've had this video for first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And
Me either, Kelly.
for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
Everybody in chat throw potatoes at this guy. He's the worst.
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in
How
time.
you know?
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
No, you wouldn't have.
Seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on.
Amos is
Do you
flinging
wish
her
to amend
poo.
that testimony from last year?
I'll allow it.
Sure.
The poo.
Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Tara's like, I gotta catch up to Llama right now. Oh my gosh.
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Oh, bullshit. I get it.
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
My 5-year-old grandson could
At
figure
a
this
slow
shit out.
speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if
don't
I'm
have
not
to see a report?
mistaken.
Oh my gosh. Funny how you remember that.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're
Wait.
aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
I am so
There-
over this guy. Sorry.
There's
I
your
didn't mean to, like, yell.
sidebar. No, I was just gonna say, there's your sidebar. You said we needed to talk about something.
This fucking guy. Sir? How can you not say, oh, it might have tapped one another? What? I don't know why Ella's work phone's going off. It's not important. Oh my gosh, this guy's the worst.
And Llama, you wanted us to remind you that you had something to say earlier.
Yes, to my non-winter people. Okay, so Brian Albert leaves the house at around between 2 and 2:30. I don't know if they've said exactly when he's left, but it's between that time, right? And so they just said, oh, he decided to plow the freaking Albert's yard or driveway, which is interesting because weren't there a lot of cars parked in there? They'd have to move their cars, first of all. Second of all, oh, how convenient. You have a plow on the front of your truck where, I don't know, you decide to plow this driveway, even though there's enough to track a cat at this moment. And, oh, that's right, you could bring a body out into the plow of your Jeep and haul his dead body right and dump him right on the fucking road. I hear my voice because Elwifie is listening to me while he takes a shower, and it's very weird. But that's...
Yeah.
I mean, can you like turn that down, please? Just hear myself, and it's weird.
I think it's weird plowing the driveway in the middle of a party or in the middle of having guests over. But I also live in the South, and I don't know anything about when you need to move snow.
Well, don't get me wrong, okay? Especially when they're expecting a blizzard, like 2.5 feet of snow.
But they didn't have it yet.
No, they didn't. But, okay, snow gets very heavy after a certain point. So doing your driveway every couple hours, that is a normal thing. But it's just interesting that he's doing this when there's a dead body right there on the yard.
Could the marks on the autopsy photo that we looked at last week, instead of dog marks, if he had a plow on the front of his truck, don't plows have little claw things on them?
Yes.
Could that be claw marks on his arm instead of a dog?
Maybe. I'm just saying it's very interesting. I mean, yeah, that's him being a nice friend. But again, you plowed this driveway. One, there were a bunch of cars in the driveway. So people would have had to have moved their cars by the time he left. At least the people who live there. And I remember somebody said there was like a weird car parked when the tow truck drive. We didn't get to that in the trial, so I'm not very familiar. But it's just very interesting.
Buffy, what do you think? I've got to know what Buffy's thinking.
I'm enjoying listening to y'all.
I mean, I do still think it's the dog bites on his arm, just from working with dogs, being a vet tech, being married to a vet, just owning tons of dogs. But I also don't exactly know what a plow looks like on the front, so I'm just having to visualize it, because I don't think a plow would be curved like a dog's mouth is curved. But why are you moving snow at 2:27 in the morning?
I mean, sure, it's a nice thing, but you're going to have to make sure all the vehicles were clear. Like, if people do that, because if the snow gets too heavy, you risk yourself having a heart attack trying to freaking move it all. Okay, snow surprisingly gets very heavy very quickly. So it's not uncommon, but
we're moving snow. He said it was 227.
Yes. Less than an inch of snow.
The same time Jim McCabe is doing a Google search for how long to die.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said. Why would you be doing that at 2:27? She's on her phone. And then this guy?
Where's my murder board? I need the red drum.
I know, we do.
Belle says it was a Ford Edge that Kevin Albert drove. And if I remember right from the first, people have said in the first trial, the snow plow guy came around this time, yeah? Before he was found anyway, before John was found. I don't know. It's very interesting that they just said that. And I was like, ooh, right? Because I think we watched one of those models that, oh gosh, I don't remember, Aztecs. Oh gosh, I'm sorry.
Aztec or something, the reenactment, that video?
Yes, she did a fantastic video. But so they have cellar doors that come out of the basement that they would have had if it happened in the basement. Why could it not happen in the garage? You know,
it could happen in the garage where everything is speculative because we don't know.
Right. But you wouldn't want to carry. Okay. So you wouldn't want to carry the body through the snow. okay, because footprints and shit like that, if they're being smart about it, right? You bring the plow up to the driver, the garage door. You put his body in there. So plows kind of usually, they extend a little bit out from the truck, right? They have kind of like an arm, right, that moves up and down. But like he's not that far from the curb. So if he was in the snow plow, he could have easily driven him there and just dropped him off because his head, if I remember right, somebody said this earlier, his head was facing the curb, which I thought was interesting. I sure he could have, I guess, flipped around being head. But anyway, it's very suspicious to me. It's very interesting.
It's interesting that it's at the same time McCabe was doing that search.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I wonder how many cars were left in the driveway. Because what's the point of plowing the driveway if it's filled with cars? They had like what, 6, 7 cars in there at 12:30.
Everybody was gone by then. If
by
it's 2
by 2:30.
o'clock. Yeah.
By
By 2:20, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
by 2:20.
Everybody was gone by then.
They have
That's
not
what I said. Why are
established that
you
in this trial.
and why
So
are you snow plowing it then? Wouldn't you just? You've been drinking. Wouldn't you just go to bed and deal with it in the morning?
it is a courtesy. Okay, it is a
Oh, it
courtesy
is.
when you
Okay.
yes, it's you know how you leave snacks for people when they stay over.
Yeah.
The nice thing is to shovel somebody's driveway or their sidewalk or their steps when we're supposed to get a lot of snow, because shoveling snow is dangerous. Like it's really dangerous actually. People have heart attacks all the time because snow is much heavier than you think it is, and they got 27 inches of snow. So I don't think it's weird that he plowed the driveway. That's a Midwest manner thing, even though they're in the
At
Northeast. It's still manners.
2:27 in the morning?
I mean, he
I
was
don't know,
also.
but
Wait. How was he plowing the driveway at 2:27 when he was at Canton PD at 1:20 something?
That
I
Higgins
don't know.
left the house and went to Canton PD to do paperwork, administrative stuff, moving cars, whatever. So he wasn't there at 2:27. There's no way.
Well, Kelly,
They were
you say,
making.
what about his phones going down the stairs? That's the thing. Cellbrite's not reliable when it comes to stairs, right? You can be going up a 3-foot incline in a car, and apparently that's equivalent to stairs. So throw that garbage out. I'll say this. The people at the bar, in that last bar, every single person was shit-faced. Shit-faced. And when you go to a bar when there's a blizzard out, when you're getting bad weather, you are getting strong AF drinks because there's not very many customers. So bartenders will make your drinks stronger, so you drink more. It's a whole thing. It's a
So
whole thing.
the thing that I don't understand, I'm not an officer. Wouldn't you get the phones for every single person that was on that property within 2 to 3 hours before and 2 to 3 hours after finding about the party?
I would think so. I mean, how many cases do we see where it's like
I think I
the
forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor?
significant other
Thank
or
you.
mistress,
Sergeant,
mister?
at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they
Rehomed?
didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
So he learned this but now some other things. Okay. Okay.
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when
Missing Annie.
we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay.
How did you identify the dog? What does that mean?
What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct. Yes.
And the new owners did
How
not
is this
get
dog?
that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did
Wasn't
they?
it like a 7-year-old dog or some shit?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Shouldn't he have prepped to be on the stand and read his reports?
You would think.
I mean, maybe they can't.
Yes.
They can. They ask people all the time, did you review any of those? And you're like, oh, no.
And miss, we can't do that. We will be shit-faced like these people were that night if we do that. Once again, AJ has the patience of a saint.
Yeah, he does, because I don't. I had already done, probably get kicked out of court for contempt. It's all the same.
Yeah, I mean,
They'd be like, ma'am, you need to watch your language. Forget about the commentary. Watch yourself.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Pissing me off. I'm sure it's pissing off the juror too. Are
Thank
they
you.
saying they
Can you take a look
renamed
at
the
those four
dog
documents?
They did.
after how many years?
It's
How old was this
common.
dog?
People do it.
It's been 7, but
Those
also
appear to be the
they
veterinary
omitted
records
the
that
name
you
of the owners off of the report.
gathered
the new owners, and the
related to
location
this
of the dog.
animal.
It's kind of hard to get a 7-year-old dog to respond in your name, isn't it?
Yes and no.
Okay. Where's it? You'd want to give it a new name though. Why?
Maybe they have a child named Chloe and they didn't want to.
All right, fair point.
I mean, dogs usually respond more to the tone.
Yes, it
and
does.
question
Do
than
any
they-
of those records, any of the
That's true.
veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
And Cora is close to Chloe.
They did keep it with the same letter, which I hear is what you're supposed to do. I mean, Kita responds to, "You're being crazy." She responds to crazy. Because she is kind of crazy. In the best way. Oh, it's usually the last letter. Oh, okay.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
Of course they're not. Again, with the trust me, bro. Get out of here.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer yes or no, that might make it go a little faster.
And we
You
didn't
don't have any
record it.
transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
I don't know.
I will do that.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation, it might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
In a perfect world, you could record it with your phone.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
300 days.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It was just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
Oh, he's staying till Monday.
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
Why is there an objection? Overruled. Good job,
Can you
Judge.
repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned
Thank you, Beth.
that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously.
Oh.
Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, so your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the the interview.
You have a memory?
produced.
He's so full of shit. It stinks.
You certainly knew that there were
Stinks.
eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV?
More potatoes, chat.
As they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
I prefer rocks.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct?
Because we
General?
find Ryan Nagel to be credible.
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was,
Let's see the
you're
report.
aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, the early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You know what? Ryan didn't say anything about a busted tail light.
You
and I feel like he
instructed your
would know.
subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed.
Not till
I don't have a
August?
memory of instructing him to go interview them.
He didn't interview them, and weren't interviewed till August. It's fucking ridiculous. Unacceptable.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why? It couldn't have been hard to find.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you. Why don't you just tell me whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically.
I don't know, Angie, but. Ugh. Thank you, babes.
I just made the mistake of logging into X to read all of the insanity being posted.
Ugh, I bet it's so bad.
Why did I just do that?
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's read them. Let's read them. I don't know what they're even
Also,
about,
my
but I
name's misspelled in there. Is
Oh,
that from
get
the
over yourself.
extraction, or where is that from?
Oh
Couldn't tell you.
my God.
One me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Yeah, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness.
Why?
Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Are you listening?
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answer to my own question.
It's the jury that's listening, sir.
So while we want to interview every
He can't even look them in the eye.
eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's.
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor
Sorry.
actually
I apologize for
interviewed
yelling.
Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would
Would help me.
indicate when.
Yeah, let's see it. I want to see all the reports. Unacceptable.
Dude, you're coming back on Monday.
He's so coming back on Monday, and there's going to be so many more questions from Jackson. Oh my, he's been
He's gonna
in
have all
cross,
weekend.
everyone.
Yes.
He has been in cross since 9 o'clock this morning.
Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from
AJ's
somebody
gonna
else.
have all
It's a report from
weekend.
You, actually.
Yeah,
to write
yeah,
stuff.
Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio
That's what you get
was
for being a
actually
pain in the
interviewed.
ass.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
September 2nd by you.
2023.
2023. You guys.
That's
This happened in
That was a
January
year and a half
2022.
later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe
That is
that's
17
a timely report, or rather a
that's
timely
19
interview
months.
for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario.
Oh, go
It
fuck
would be
yourself.
quicker.
Go.
So that would be, not no excuses.
Llama.
Not throwing bars, but
I don't like this guy. I'm so over him.
year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
No, you don't.
Obviously
no, you
not.
don't.
Indicated that your memory
If this is
was
your
that,
best,
the
put in your resignation.
simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
Your willful ignorance
I see it.
Ricky
is
D'Antonio
infuriating.
told you the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Yeah. Let's do that. What a joke.
So did he just say, and I was like, wait a damn minute. He said, we didn't ask anybody else in the car because we asked them if they were all going to say the same thing as Ryan. So we just like went, oh, okay, well, I'll trust you on that. It was another case of, yeah, we don't need everybody to corroborate, you know, what he said. We're just going to go with everybody.
Basically, they assumed.
They assumed. Oh, are you going to all say the same thing? Okay, I just need to get this down.
So
Well,
all
of course,
these
everybody's
people-
going to say yes.
No. They didn't even ask the other people. If
They didn't
thought
ask
the
him.
same thing. They just
That's what I'm saying.
asked Ryan.
His
if
assumption is they're all going to say the same thing, right?
Yeah. Well, he said, we asked him if everybody who was in the car would testify to the same way. So there's no reason to ask them. But everybody could have been seeing something different. Not everybody was staring in the same direction at this.
Oh.
You know what? I think Brennan's strategy is going to backfire. He's not calling any more officers. So this is going to be the only law enforcement officer that sticks in the jury's head. Because literally, we didn't interview all.
The other one was Gallagher, who was also garbage,
Right?
who was hot garbage.
Yeah. So this is going to be what sticks in their head from Leo if we're not bringing in Proctor, which ain't great either. But like of all, because there were so many more that testified last time. I mean, there's way more that testified. So like, and with all the witnesses that Lally called last time, like it got to be so much testimony. It was hard. Like, it was a lot. It was just piled on. If he's drastically cutting the fat, let's say cutting the fat and just putting these people out here, this is going to stick way more with the jury, I think. So his strategy might backfire.
And if they end
This guy's not credible.
they're gonna the jury's gonna think about him all weekend.
All weekend. About how he didn't give a shit until a year and a half later for a dead cop.
Thank you.
You guys.
Isn't it true that
Dead cop.
when you interviewed Ricky D'Antonio, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told you, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think he needs to keep him on the stand as long as possible.
Oh, he's gonna. He's gonna.
Let Bev dismiss. That way he can go back over testimony.
Yes, ma'am. They ain't bringing Proctor. Jackson's like,
Why don't we come to
he's telling right now.
Let's come
He's
to
calling it
sidebar
right
then.
now. He's calling it right now. He's like, well, I'm about to start on this part, Your Honor. I bet he doesn't have any more questions. He's just like, I need more time.
He's like, oh, no. We need to go back and be like, all right, what else should we, like, I think I
Yeah.
got the jury. What else do I need to come back and do? Like, while we got him, because we're not going to get another shot unless we call Proctor.
Right.
And if we can get away with hammering this guy, we don't need to call Proctor.
Right.
True. But he's about to be like, oh, I have all this other stuff to go into, Your Honor. This guy. Oh, God, this guy makes me so mad.
He's
Makes me
making
so
it
mad.
worse for the
So
Commonwealth.
much worse. So much worse.
This is not great.
But you guys, they tried their best. This is
is
their
your
best.
best.
According to this guy, what he just testified to was them trying their best.
And like I said, if this is what
Get
they do
out.
for a cop, what would they do if it was you or me? If this is their
Exactly.
best for a cop,
This is seriously, I have never in my life
and poor
seen
Paul got
anything like
dressed up
this.
in a suit today, and
He
I
looks
think,
so disappointed, doesn't he?
Paul, I'm sorry, you're not going to make it on the stand today.
I understand his family, John's family,
Oh,
needing
I do.
answers, but I cannot believe they're okay with any of this investigative bullshit. I can't believe it. Like,
But
listen, I understand your son was a cop and you want to support the blue, but this is disgusting.
but they believe it. They're grieving. They
I know.
don't want to believe that other
I give them
potential law
grace.
enforcement had
Other
anything to
law
do with it.
enforcement can be bad. Doesn't mean your son was bad. There can be other bad people, and these were bad people investigating the case. They're bad at their jobs. Whether or not there's some conspiracy, it doesn't matter. They're bad at their fucking jobs. How embarrassing. All the protesters should go protest the freaking Massachusetts State Police, because this is a joke. It is a scary thought if it's their best, right? Oh, this fucking guy. All right, now I understand why you all were like, Llama, you are going to get pissed when you watch this trial, because I am.
We kept
And there's
telling
still a
you.
lot more.
Kept telling you.
The audacity of this guy.
This
The
guy's
freaking
worse
audacity.
this time around. He's worse this time around. I think this is worse this time around.
I think it is too. And I think it's because
Mhm.
they didn't bring they're not bringing Proctor.
This is really, I mean, and we haven't even gotten to the text messages from Proctor. Just bringing it home to like lay it all out there with one witness, just boom, like throwing it all out there, I think makes it a little bit more like, what the, you know what I'm saying? Instead of having to take it piece by piece with different witnesses and then drawing the lines.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for many purposes. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock
10.
on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day.
Jury is coming at 10. They're gonna
Those same cautions.
Yep.
Please do
argue before
not
then.
discuss this case.
Full
with
days
anyone.
every day.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful
Good luck.
with your social media use and have a great weekend.
They're probably going to argue ARCA.
I was going to say, just because they say the jury's not coming until 10, there's a
Goodbye.
good chance they may be arguing before the jury.
It's probably
comes in.
ARCA because the ARCA report came on the 7th.
That's right, which was like 2 days ago. Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably is. Oh,
Yeah. And she's probably going to come back and talk with the attorneys. If I had to
Oh.
guess.
farts. I closed it. I was just so excited to be like out
Yeah, I
of
just
this
heard
mess.
goodbye.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll come back and be like, okay, we're going to be arguing. Well, I don't know, but 10-1, she will probably give some idea as to what's happening on Monday.
Poor Yuri's
Don't worry,
weekend is screwed.
But
Bro, he shouldn't have been such a pain in the ass. Shouldn't have done it. Because you know Jackson's going to come fired up again come Monday morning.
yeah, because they're going to be arguing
Oh, just a second. Uno momento, please.
I told you they were coming back.
Oh, no, she was just leaving the stand.
Oh,
Nope.
really?
She was just leaving the stand, that's all.
It's Friday. She's got places to be.
She's got to go get a margarita.
And
Yeah,
I do
I don't
not
blame
blame her. No blame, Bev.
She's like, I am done with this. I'm done. I'm so
I did
over
the
it."
Massachusetts day drinking over here. Oh,
I think Brennan is second guessing himself in his strategy right about now.
he should. This is horrible for them. Even if you don't know shit about trials, about procedure, this is not good. This is not good at all.
Who would you say the winner is today?
Oh, defense by fire. Well, prosecution didn't even get a shot fired today. But, you know, because yesterday, we saw the prosecution, and Annie was on, and we were like, yeah, you know, it's credible enough. Like, it was like, whatever.
I was listening to you the whole time. I was listening to you. Like, I would listen to y'all's commentary because I want to see where y'all are. I'm like, I'm like, what are they thinking? And I'm sitting here next to Paul going, just really said he's sounding. I was like, I cannot believe they're sitting there. And Paul's like, they're not listening. They're not listening. I was like, I know. I have to get on the stream so I can set them straight.
Mm-hmm.
This sucker is lying through his teeth.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was lying. I think
I'm just kidding. I wasn't saying like you bitches.
But no, I
know.
told them that. I
I
said
know.
he was credible only in the fact he wasn't argumentative, he wasn't
Right.
evasive, in good posture on the stand. But other than that, I didn't believe shit he said.
No.
Yeah.
So when I said credible, I should have said demeanor, not content.
It's fair.
It's because he wasn't asked the hard questions.
Nope. He was not asked any hard questions.
And
I
he
showed you what kind of.
There was no accountability. Brennan was asking the easy stuff, and he was okay to testify to that.
Dude.
Like,
Yeah.
Jackson destroyed him all day today.
Now, I have questions
Annie,
about
I
the
love you.
shoes.
I was just teasing. I was like, bitches.
Who
they're
cleaned?
disrespectful.
I need
we
to know
know.
who cleaned
Oh, I was
the
Annie's
smudges.
like dying in the chat. Like, I'm teasing Annie. I love you.
Who cleaned the smudges off the tennis shoes?
They're so
Those
clean,
tennis
right?
shoes they showed yesterday are so clean compared to the photo.
Okay,
Yeah.
so my husband, we went down this rabbit hole last night.
Okay.
I need to see the shoes. I need to see the shoes. Pulling up the shoes.
Please.
It was a whole like back and forth last year too, where like some of the pictures, if you go back and look, the sole looks black.
Mhm.
And the new shoes have a white bottom. Like if you turn it upside down, like there's in the pictures, it looks like it's a black sole bottom. The shoe is a white shoe and it's got a white bottom. So there was like this whole big sneaker gate was a thing last year too, where it was like, these aren't the same shoes. Look at it. They're black on the bottom, but they do look like brand new shoes.
They do.
And they don't look like they've been wet and nasty.
No.
Or like dried salt or
no.
Because you just said that, right? So they knew a blizzard was coming. What do the states that have blizzards do? They salt the roads. When it starts snowing, everything gets gross, right? Because it's still water.
Yeah.
So first it snows a bit. It doesn't just automatically stick to the ground. You've been through one. I forgot. You had your first blizzard.
I remember I was on the phone with y'all going, this is nasty. It's everywhere.
Yeah. You did learn how blizzards work.
But who cleaned what they showed on the stand yesterday? Those shoes were bright white.
I mean, he could be one of those people, and I know these people that are keep their shoes like spit shine.
But I'm looking at the pictures. Angie put it in Discord. That is not the shoes I saw yesterday. Those shoes yesterday look like I cleaned them and got the smudges off after wearing them.
Yeah, they look brand
These
new
have
to me
not been
too.
cleaned.
Like he bought them that day. On the sides there? Yeah, what? Okay.
See, that is
Because that's the
not.
right one.
But
That
can
looks
you
like
share
normal
the photo?
shoes you
Can
would
you
have in
share
the
the
north.
photo?
Yeah, give me just a minute,
Because I thought I
everybody.
was like, maybe I need to
Absolutely
get
not. We
stronger.
need instant gratification.
Go
I need
F
stronger
yourself, Llama.
glasses.
All right, give me just uno momento. Uno momento.
Instant gratification. Llama, faster. I'm just.
I'm here.
I'm
Oh my
kidding.
goodness.
That's the
Look at the
evidence
back
pictures.
sole. Look at the back sole of that right one, right? Because that's the one they found in the street, the right one.
Right. And
Look
then
at
the
that back
picture of
sole.
Yuri holding the shoe yesterday on camera. That shoe is not as dirty.
Look, and it's not. I will agree with you right now. I don't even need. And here's the thing, folks. I can't picture things in my brain. My brain just took a note. Oh, wow, these are super effing white for it being a blizzard and you living in Massachusetts. Look at the dirt up by like the toe part. Don't remember seeing that. I mean, by all means, please join our Discord and put your pictures in our Discord, the
It was
courtyard.
the right shoe yesterday, right?
It was, yes. It was
That
mistakenly
would
the right
be
shoe.
The one on the left for us.
No, it'd be the right
Yeah.
one. Right?
The one they showed
No.
yesterday was from 7-4,
That's the right shoe.
right?
If you look at the bottom,
Oh, there's the indent, the inside of your shoe, your foot.
it tells you which
the
foot
curve.
that is. So
Okay.
this
is on
is
the
like,
inside, yeah.
yeah, that's the right shoe that's on the left if you're facing the screen.
So, okay, you're right. The right one does not look as dirty as the left one, which is the left
Agreed.
one is what he should have shown. Yuri should have shown yesterday morning, correct? Is that?
No, it was the right shoe that he showed.
Yesterday.
But he should have
Yesterday.
shown. He should
No.
have shown the left one.
No.
No.
If
It
you,
was the right one.
because if you look at the other picture on Discord, it shows 7-4. He showed the shoe from 7-4 yesterday. So did he just show the wrong shoe yesterday?
I think that's why everybody's calling it Sneakergate. It's not seven.
So
it wasn't- what is 7-4? 7-4 is not a date.
Oh, so Keith showed left because somebody showed one that
the 34 Fairview shoe
Oh,
was
this isn't a good picture
the left shoe.
that you
The
just put in there.
shoe that
Angie.
Yuri shoe showed on yesterday was the right shoe.
and
from the
Keith showed the
hospital.
other one.
Keith showed the one that was found at the house.
Well, this is
Angie
not
is
the
saying
cleanest
the
picture,
evidence
but-
bags were wrong. Did they mislabel
They were
them,
wrong.
Mabel?
Yes.
After last trial, they stuck them in the
Yes.
wrong bags.
Even this something was wrong with the bag. It was the bags that
No,
were
they
definitely.
were like mislabeled or something, which is gonna go if AJ gets to it to just how shitty this investigation is because you're not even putting the stuff in the evidence.
All right, so this one has 7-4 in front of
Yeah.
it. Before we go into that one, let's go back to this one. So this is the 7-4 they're talking about, which would be the left shoe. Because you're right, that curve on the inside of
Curve.
your foot, that's what that means. You're in inner.
That's your
foot.
insole. Your
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look how freaking
Instep.
dirty.
Instep.
Now-
That's what it is. Your instep.
This photo of court's not very good. So let's not look at that because that's not fair. But this right part, that shoe's dirty as shit. So
Yeah. They look like they've been cleaned to me.
Wait, but is that the left foot or the right foot in the
that
picture?
should-
In the
yeah.
in the
So
evidence
he's holding
picture.
in the
He's
evidence
holding the
picture.
right
That's the left in the evidence. That is definitely left. I
And
feel.
he's holding the right.
the right.
He's holding the right one. Yes. So
So we
he,
need a
if we go back
picture
to
of the
this
right one.
picture, 7-4 is what we just saw in that picture, but he is holding 7-3, in my opinion. And maybe that's wrong. I don't know. This is a freaking mess. Either way, it just goes to show you the incompetency of this whole freaking thing.
So yes, the left shoe presented to the jury, they said, but
Yes.
the right shoe was shown instead.
Yes. Yep. Here, let me say these pictures real quick. And yeah, you can clearly tell that it is the left
Yeah.
shoe that he brought because it was Keith that brought out the shoe from the street.
Yeah.
Right.
whatever the fuck his
Correct.
name is. I don't even
And that
care
was a
anymore.
left shoe
Right. It should have been.
that Keith brought was a left shoe from the street. Yuri should have had the right shoe from the hospital.
Which it
In
does look like he's
Discord,
holding the right one.
I did just put a picture in
I'm so
Discord.
confused. I thought I
of the
had this yesterday, but now I'm so confused.
I just put a picture of the shoe in the snow with snow on it.
All right. So see there? That
He is
very much,
holding
that is a right
right
shoe that he is
shoe.
holding.
That is the right shoe.
But I believe the bag says
34
that it's the other
pairs.
shoe.
The shoes are in the wrong bags.
Yes.
They got mixed up.
Correct. Which is interesting because the
That's
day
a problem.
before. Oh, I got you, Angie. Thank you so much for all your images here. Let me see. I need this one too. So this is him holding it again. As you can see, that is
That is Keith.
that's
That's
Keith
Keith.
holding the left shoe. See the indent in the middle there?
That
That's the
looks
left
like,
shoe.
is it? I can't
Yes. Yes.
That's a left shoe because that inner curve is on the left.
It's very dramatic. Yes. It's very dramatic. So, okay. So this is, see, this is him holding the right one. Keith holding the left one. But they were in the wrong bags.
But yeah, Court TV has a lot of commentary on the shoes being in the wrong bags yesterday.
Either way, you know, it doesn't even matter which one was what. All right.
I think
They
they're both too clean. I think
both too
somebody
clean?
cleaned them.
Because yeah, your
I
shoes are
think-
freaking nasty.
I think just the shock of them, or just them being in the wrong bags, is enough for me to go,
Is enough.
seriously, you can't, look, y'all inverted the Sallyport video on the last trial. You inverted
Mhm.
the shoes
Yeah.
during this trial. Like, y'all get,
Yeah. Wow.
It I don't even know. I don't even have words for these people today. I can't. I mean, honestly, if I was a juror, I don't know what else I need to hear. It's why are we even here? Nobody else took this seriously. Why are you expecting us to take this seriously? Nobody did their actual jobs. Who were these weren't just people with, like, you know, lower entry jobs. No, they were detectives. You can't just, by the way, you can't just sign up to be a cop and be like, oh, I'm going to be a detective too. It's not how that works at all. I'm pretty sure, right?
are you sure? I was like, are you sure?
Yeah, no, I think you have to do patrol for a certain amount of time. You have to take an exam to be a
For
detective.
this department?
I was
You
going to say
sure?
for this department, I don't know, but most
That's fair.
states,
Apparently, you don't even
'Cause
need
there's
to
a
learn how to
detective
plot
test.
things. Right, yeah. There's a detective,
Wait,
you know, like
you
lawyers
just
do.
have, like, is it like you just need to have a 50 or above to pass? Like, you know, when you get
51 and above.
51.
That's the only number that matters in all of this. 51 and above.
And how did he get promoted? I do not understand.
Unacceptable.
He got promoted since this happened.
The head of homicide.
He's now the boss
This guy.
of all of the homicides
You
detectives.
know, they don't put your grades on your diploma. They don't show you what you made. They just say,
Well, if you want to get away with murder, I'm going to say go to Canton, Massachusetts.
all Massachusetts. This is Massachusetts State Police.
which troop? Troop what?
Do they have troops? I don't know. I just
Well,
assume
they
they're
would
all
have-
the same.
They have like, well, I mean, like even our state
Oh, they have
police
different regions.
troops. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Like where
I know
I'm
what you
at,
mean.
it's like Troop L, Louisiana
Yeah.
State Police, and then
Mhm.
there's Troop K, and then there's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
To split up the state during regions, but they're all equal to one another. But yes. These people are. That's right. He's not in charge unless he does 51%. That's his rules.
I forgot about that.
no,
Oh, by the way, in case you guys don't remember, I think it was yesterday. Yes, yesterday I was painting my nails, and Terry was in the YouTube chat, and she's like, "Oh my god, they're not pink, Llama," right? Because I took chat's advice, which was purple first, sparkles after, which turned out great. Good advice, chat. And then Terry's like, I don't see pink, Llama. I don't see pink. And what do I get today? I get pink nail polish and glittery pink nail polish, so Monday for you, Terry, I will have pink glittery nails.
But you can even put just the pink glitter on the blue, because that would
yeah,
be very
for sure.
iridescent-y
Yeah.
purplish pink.
Well, it was with people's suggestions too. It was
Are
great.
those
Anyway,
your free Karen Reed nails? Because free Karen Reed is pink.
dude, you can't. I don't understand how anybody at this point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she did or not. It
Not at this
doesn't
point.
matter.
They have messed up so bad. How could anyone convict her with the investigation that was done?
It's not
How
right.
could you, as anyone, say, I am 100% sure that she's guilty when the police didn't do their job? I mean, how could you
Yeah.
do that?
It's not right. It's not right. And I don't want to tell people what to think, but honestly, like, it's not right. It goes against our justice system is flawed. It is imperfect. Okay. But if we allow this kind of shenanigans to happen, which it does happen, believe me, Canton is not in its own bubble. All right. This kind of shit goes on all over the country. But if we allow it, if we turn our heads and we're like, yeah, you know what? Trust me, bro, with them, we have a problem. What are we even doing? What are we even doing here? So,
I mean, because if she did it, let's look at the other side. If she did it because the investigation is so flawed, she's going to get away with it.
mm-hmm.
If you believe that way. I mean, whichever side you believe on, whether it's guilty or innocent, I don't see how with the investigation done, you could make a decision.
Mm-hmm. Especially with the second-degree murder. Get out. How did they, oh my God, how did they decide to go from manslaughter to second-degree murder? Is
her voicemails.
Freaking nuts.
Her voicemail,
Her voicemail. Shit. That's a bunch of, you know what that is? A bunch of men listening to that voicemail. No offense to our male viewers, but that is a bunch of men listening to a voicemail and being like, oh, that bitch sounds crazy. Don't get me wrong. She sounds a little crazy, but whatever. It means literally nothing to me. Like, if you think that's bad. Oof,
She sounds mad. I don't know about crazy. I've
she
heard
sounds
crazier.
mad and intoxicated.
Yeah. Who cares?
I've heard crazier rants. I think hers was probably left
mild.
crazier rants, but I'm just saying.
Yes. And so, like, and this is what pisses me off too. Not every jurisdiction does this, and I personally, I don't like it. It is because the state, in this particular case, it's not everywhere, but this state has charged her with second-degree murder and then has a list of lesser included charges.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is not the way in every state at all.
Nope.
And I do not like when the government is allowed, like, you need to be able to prove whatever you're charging. This lesser included bullshit tells me you don't have a strong enough case for what you're charging the person with.
Lesser included, like manslaughter,
Yes.
involuntary. Okay,
Yes.
well, but let's stop and think about that on the flip side. The Casey Anthony trial.
Yeah.
When we talked to Judge Blevins, the
Mm-hmm.
reason Casey Anthony got off was because they only came with first degree.
But that's
they
the
didn't
state
give
overcharging.
the jury a second option.
Mm-hmm. But that's a state overcharging, and that should be their responsibility.
They got.
You shouldn't have options.
Exactly.
You shouldn't have the options. You don't overcharge and be like, well, if they don't agree with us, let's give them other options so that they'll meet us.
I say you don't overcharge. You charge what you actually think they did,
what
and
you
then don't
have
give them the
proof
others.
of. The lesser included are. We're hoping that if we can't get what we really want, the jury will meet us halfway and pick one that's like not so bad.
It's just it doesn't sit well with me at all. This is a victim who has lost their life, a perpetrator, defendant who could lose their life, even if it's in prison. You guys, it's still literally losing your life as you know it. And then what? They get some freebies because they can't. That's too much. That's too much for power for me, for the state to have. And that's not how it is in a lot of places, but it is in this scenario.
That's what happened. That's why when I was on a jury, we had a hung jury because we didn't have lesser included, and because it was being charged as second degree. We were like, well, we just, we couldn't agree on it. If they had lesser included, we probably would have conceded to one. But because that wasn't an option, because somebody said, oh yeah, it was self-defense. But that wasn't an option. It was second degree or nothing. So we had to go with, well, no, you went with second degree murder and not a self-defense one. So you're
Right.
I mean, that's just my opinion.
They
I know
shouldn't
everyone
have
has
to
different ones,
consider
but
multiple, is what you're
we
saying.
probably would have came to an agreement because people were like, no, he did do it. Like it did, but we probably could have come together and agreed on a self-defense.
that's why I am worried for Karen that some of them might be like, oh, this was an accident and do the involuntary manslaughter option that they have. But I'm sorry, even that at this point, like the government should have its ducks in a row if they're going to be dishing out these sort of punishments and justice. Like, no, you either have it or you don't. And I understand that with that mentality, some guilty people are going to get away. Yes, but the state has a problem, and I don't just mean Massachusetts, I mean all states has a problem with that power control. They get all the money to do whatever they want when it comes to their prosecution, right? They get money for witnesses and if you're on the other side, bro, you're effed against the state. So why do they get all these options when usually people like you and I would get a public defender and we would get next to nothing to defend ourselves? No. You better, if you come to play ball with a first degree or second degree murder, you come to play ball. None of this lesser included bullshit. It's a joke. It's not right. Sorry. Makes me very angry. When this
You're
is
muted, Buffy.
This is what we get. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you are muted. You're still muted.
No,
there you are.
Sorry, I'm just agreeing with her rant. I'm just sitting there and going, oh yeah, I agree, because it's just an agreement to give them lesser when to give them something. At least they got something.
I mean, like in this instance, people who are going to say, I can't say she's innocent. I mean, like as of today, but I can't say she's guilty because of the way the investigation happened. What are they going to choose?
They're going to
mistrial. We're going to have a mistrial.
Or they're going to go with the lesser included because they'll
Right.
feel like they'll appease the public. They'll only have a little bit of guilt because it's not life. Because you guys, she's facing life in prison.
She is.
Well, they don't
life.
know what the jury is not supposed to know what the sentences are for each one.
Right, but if you're offering I don't know what the lesser included
But
is, probably 10 years, I imagine.
No, it's like up to 20 for
As
the
they
last
know,
one.
she's
20
for
years.
involuntary manslaughter?
It's also her. So what do you think she's going to get? And you're talking about she's already 42, 43 years old by now, 44.
That's
that's life.
And with her
you're getting
medical
out at
conditions,
60.
with her medical issues, she's not going to get the medication she needs in prison. That's a death sentence for her.
I mean,
yeah, with her MS and everything. Yeah.
She's going to be 60. That's like she said, most of her functioning life, like productive life. Like after you're 60, you're kind of
with what
and if
we've
she
heard.
had cancer and she went through all of that, her chance, I mean,
to even think, some people may be like, well, 20 is better than life. Okay. But based on this bullshit we've heard,
yeah.
Are you serious? People that didn't do their freaking jobs and you want to take 20 years away from this person's life? Because you're like, well, I need to come up with a decision to appease everybody. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy.
I hope they do the right thing. I don't want it to be a mistrial, but
I don't either, but
I don't want it to be a guilty either, just because I just think that the investigation's so bad. And I hate for them to have to go through this again.
I can't believe they brought this a sec.
They're gonna do it a third.
Ridiculous.
They will do it a third.
They will do it a third.
If there is a mistrial.
That is ridiculous. See, this is a problem. This is a big problem on new, and I'm not going to get all like political, though this kind of is, but like this is a problem, guys. Look at your local governments, your local people in charge. That is not just happening in Canton, Massachusetts. It's not.
I wish the jury had the right to say the reason we can't make a decision is because the investigation was so flawed. We don't feel we had what we needed to be able to make an educated decision.
Well, that would be a not guilty verdict because
Well,
That's true.
because there's
That is.
reasonable doubt, but
well, because
I don't think everybody looks at reasonable doubt that way.
I agree with you, Terry. That is exactly what not guilty means, but I don't think people understand that. Because remember, most people get their information from things they see on TV, even if it's made up or if it's documentary like ID channel. And guess what? They're mostly pro prosecution,
okay,
pro
but
police.
that
Okay.
means it would be the defense's job to make sure that it's completely clear in
Mhm.
their closing statement
Right.
what a not guilty verdict means.
Means.
If
Mhm.
you know, if this investigation doesn't meet the sniff test, it's not good, it doesn't meet your bar, like you have to say not guilty.
But getting 12 people to say that,
They're not gonna they're not.
Mm-mm.
Somebody on that
Is-
jury thinks she absolutely did it, and somebody on that jury thinks she's absolutely not guilty.
Yep. 100%. 100%. There's no way. There's no way. I mean, I'm already like, why are we watching the next 6 weeks? Like, you've already crossed my line personally. Like, I don't even care. You could have her sit there on the stand and be like, I hit him. And I'll be like, well, that's just your word. Because a confession means nothing. It means nothing. People confess to shit all the time. And if we just took their word for it, all right, then there's no need for all this investigation. That's not how we want these things to work. And they have just done a horrible oh man. And I know I said I needed the meteorologist and the ME, which I do still need, but this guy and the investigation, everything I just found out,
Wait
pretty
till
much
the
sealed the
ending
deal for me.
comes. If they call Scortabello, Lori Scortabello,
Is that the ME?
mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Scortabello, something like that. Like it sounds like that. Yeah, she's the one that did it, and
She's only on the defense witness list. She is not on their
they're
joint
not
witness.
calling
think-
her.
she
Mhm.
doesn't think that he was hit by a car.
She said that it was the injuries were not consistent with a car crash, so she doesn't have that on the death certificate. It's not on the death certificate.
And just, and back to the plow thing. Sorry, my mind's kind of all over the place. Like, he's a big dude. He's 6'2", and I know there were other big dudes at the party, but like, that's a lot of dead weight to carry. If you had something to carry it, that would be much better and less suspicious.
Or multiple people to help carry it.
Right, but then you run into problems with that.
I know, but if you're
Less people putting their DNA on shit.
Well, wait for the DNA people to come because there were 5 unidentified.
Are they even going to come? Are we even going to call DNA at this point?
I don't know.
I don't even know.
No, there were like 5 unidentified male DNA on like his clothes or something like that.
Yeah, this case was not done with integrity. My ass. Somebody send the Massachusetts State Police some freaking dictionaries. Oh my gosh. They don't know what things mean, and it's not up for interpretation.
English is not his first language.
It's not his first language.
It doesn't seem to be anyone's first language at the Massachusetts State Police. Oh, Angie says there's a Dateline special tonight on Idaho Coburger. Interesting. I have to think about that. The medical examiner for the Commonwealth doesn't support a car accident? No, Amy. That's what I've heard. No. The prosecution is not calling the actual ME. She is only on the defense's witness list. What? I've never seen that. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for the state.
Amen. Did you watch this trial? I think she watched this trial.
She says she only got to watch bits and pieces here and there. She did not watch.
That's what
very
I did
much
as
of
well.
it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Okay. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Spoiler alert. Emmy says it's a no.
So
It's a no for me, dog.
The Commonwealth doesn't want to call a bunch of officers for obvious reasons now, because they're all a bunch of fuckwagons who don't know how to do their job. They don't want to call the Emmy because, oh, she doesn't agree that it's a car accident because, oh, yeah, that's right. There's not bruises all over the side of the body. It doesn't look like he got hit by a car. These are all the normal people you would call to trial, right? And they're not. And these people sitting there on the state side is all like, yep, this is normal. We're fine. We're going to sit
X is
here.
blowing up right now.
Wait, what?
X is blowing up with all the
bet.
commentary about this.
This is crazy. How can the CW? I know, Amy. I know. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I heard they may call an expert in
They're
response to Emmy, right?
I think they're going to bring their own, like a hired Emmy.
Yeah.
And a brain person to talk about. They brought a neurologist to talk about the brain stuff that happened in John O'Keefe last time too.
Did he die of like a brain injury? Well, we haven't heard yet in the trial. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Like, we can't discuss that yet. We haven't heard it.
I know, Amos. It makes no sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
he
expect.
did. They said that when he got hit in the back of the head. It like when he got hit with whatever hit him, car, ground, back of table, snow plow, it immediately incapacitated him. He wouldn't have been able to even crawl to the lawn. Like,
Why?
He would have stopped immediately.
On the back of his brain? On the back of his head?
Mm-hmm.
Did it fracture his skull? I don't know.
I don't
guess
remember
we'll see.
there being any fractures.
I mean,
listen, I know older people, much, much older people, that if they fall and they bang their head lightly, it can cause problems. But he is a 42-year-old man in great shape, and you're telling me he hit his head on some hard ground, not pavement. Two very different things. I am so over this trial already. I'm so over it.
Yeah. All I know is I'm kind of glad there's a weekend. I think everybody needs to take a breather.
Bells, that makes sense. That's why he made him say that when he asked Keith that. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I was like, why is he asking that stupid question when I was watching Keith with AJ? He was like, was he looking down at the body? And he's like, yeah. Like, I was like, well, that's a stupid question, but okay, AJ. Because that Emmy, actually, the one he was with, actually did look at the body. The one they have didn't look at the body.
He's going
they
off
only
a
go
report.
off of notes and report. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was like, well, that
we've
makes
been
sense.
wondering where you were.
That.
Thanks for coming back. Oh, it's been a spicy day.
So, Buffy, this weekend, will you be doing any reenactments to be released next week?
She always puts me on the spot.
Everybody's asking.
Everybody.
It was in the earlier. And yesterday somebody said, "Oh, I hope we see Buffy reenactments."
I will reenact with you. I'll be Brian if you want me.
Y'all should do reenactments of the text.
Maybe we'll see. It is Mother's Day weekend, by the way.
Oh, so. You're hot too.
You hot.
Yeah, hot.
You're hot. I thought you was hot from jump.
From the rip.
From the rip.
From the rip.
So
either that or I'll have elbow feet do it.
Amy Beth says we definitely want reenactment.
Oh Lord.
Well, we got to do it if Amy Beth said so. So we got to do it.
Annie would like to see it too. And we should do that for Annie because she needs something to watch to keep her mind off the little one growing.
It is possible, Amos. It is possible. But when they went to collect the taillights, they didn't do their due diligence. They didn't even try. And therefore, in my opinion, whatever taillights they found, it doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
Because they didn't follow protocol. They didn't do anything. We don't even know that.
Wait a minute. Amos,
guys want me to
did you just say it is
No,
possible Karen did hit him, which could explain why there's taillight fragments there? I'm confused.
Elbow Feet was here
I
ready
think
to
that's
do
the
a
premise of the
reenactment,
case.
by the way.
Yeah,
I have no memory of that.
I don't recall.
I don't recall. I would need to see a report.
That was before I remembered. I forgot.
Well, I am getting
Yeah, I'm
ready
gonna
to
need to see a
log
report.
off.
Yes.
I have to go start getting ready for dinner.
I wouldn't call that flirting.
You wouldn't call that
Your
funny.
flirting
Okay.
earlier was great, Elbow Feet.
He didn't even send a dick pic.
And nobody wants to see that.
And that's true. Real quick, drunk driver backs up at night, says she last saw the victim in the area he's found, had a cracked tailpipe. Taillight pieces found by the body, but a conspiracy is a better explanation? No.
No.
It's the fact that there is a standard protocol with collecting evidence, with reports, by doing things in the right way. And it wasn't. I don't give a shit if Karen Reed did hit him or didn't. I don't care at this point. Their investigation is disgusting and not even close to being even close to what normal protocol is.
It
All right,
can't
we have
give
no
us the
proof.
facts to
They
make
can't
a
give us the
decision.
facts. They didn't care. They didn't care to graph where they found the taillight pieces. If there was a graph that said, hey, we found tail piece 1 or 46 because they should be numbered, and it was here in this spot, like any other department. I don't know how many trials you watch, but watch every single other trial that's out there. This is the standard. And these people were like, no, I just showed up because somebody called me. I didn't take a photo with my phone. I didn't record it. I didn't do anything. It's just fine. It's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not okay. It's not okay for me. Maybe for other people it is.
It's the shoddy investigation that makes it hard. You can't convict someone if the investigation isn't done correctly.
That's not right.
Just
Because
like if you're doing a surgery and you do the surgery wrong, the person dies.
Person dies.
If you do a police investigation wrong, the person walks away if they did it.
That's
I
not
mean,
true. There's not only one
protocol
reason. There's not only one
does-
reason, Yaha. There's not. There's numerous reasons those taillights, and they haven't even yet in this trial, they have not matched those taillights to her vehicle. Now, yes, you could be like, yeah, chances are it's hers, but is that beyond a reasonable doubt? For me, it's not.Maybe it is for you, and that's fine if it is. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be yelly at you. I apologize. I'm probably coming off aggressive. But that's because it's been a day. It's been a day. It's been a day.
we all can agree
It's been a day.
that her and Higgins hooked up, right? Oh, here's a miss. Oh my.
Oh,
Hold on.
they
I gotta
totally
find out what time I
hooked
gotta
up.
be ready to leave.
Hi, Amy.
Well, here's the thing.
Are you
I'm not saying that what I meant when I said she could have hit him.
I got you
It's
back,
possible
Llama.
that
I got
she
you
could
back.
have hit him. In the sense that she backed up, maybe did hit his glass, knocked the glass, maybe some of her tail light fell out, but not enough to kill him in the sense that he even fell down at that point.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
The fact that you can use maybe in that sentence means you can't convict her.
Oh, I agree. I agree. No, I don't think that she should be convicted. I'm sorry,
So-
I'm hearing myself in the
But
other
see,
room.
that's why
In
there's
July-
protocols. That's why, is to prevent this reasonable doubt.
Right.
That's why there's
Mhm.
protocols and scientific testing of what the best protocols are for this exact scenario. And the Massachusetts State Police said, fuck it. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that at all. We're fine.
Mhm.
It's not okay, you guys. It's not okay.
They used solo cups. They used a grocery
There's
store
nothing-
bag.
There's nothing about this investigation that I am saying is good at all. Not one piece, not anything I've heard makes me go, okay, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
See,
None of it does.
People get really confused about trials. Trials is not about did person A kill person B. It's
Mm-mm.
what can the state
Proof.
Proof.
person
Right.
A killed person B.
Mhm.
And it doesn't matter if they did or not.
Mm-mm.
Can you prove it?
You prove it.
Yep.
And if
In
the
America,
state
that's how it works.
can't prove it, then it's not guilty. It does not matter if they did.
So
Mm-mm.
not
It's
guilty
what can
doesn't
you
mean they're
prove?
innocent.
No.
No. What
And that's where
can you
people get
prove?
confused.
And that's not, the jury's not there to decide whether it happened. It's, did the state prove that they did it?
Is it Yaha? Is it matched to a Lexus? Is it from the manufacturer? Did they subpoena a manufacturer to investigate what kind of taillight this is? Because if they didn't, guess what? They didn't follow protocol. Sorry, buddy, but they didn't.
Believed to be hit. See, that's the key word there. You said
Believed.
believed. It has not been proven that they've been hit. And then me has said this, and so did the FBI, that this body or this person was not hit by a car.
Correct.
So if you choose to listen to the experts testify, they will testify that the injuries did not come from a car. So you can't say believed to be hit. It's got to be proven to be hit.
Well,
You can't just believe it. It has to be proven.
and
Yes,
how
'cause-
do we know? Because they didn't document where they picked up the fragments from.
Exactly.
How do we know they didn't get them from John's house, from where we know she backed into his car,
That's
and
the
they
whole
just
point.
stuck them in a solo cup, and
Or on
they
the street.
forgot to log
We don't
where
know
it was
because their
from?
documentation sucks.
And that's why
That's the problem.
not good enough.
I'm not saying, I mean, it could be her taillights, but how do we know? Did it come from John's house, or did they find it in the yard when they didn't
Mhm.
document where it came from? And how do we know they didn't get mixed up? They put the
Exactly.
shoes in the wrong bag.
Dude, she hit him. She hit the truck going to Fairview, right? No. She went to go look for him.
Right.
So, yeah, it was before. I'm getting my timeline messed up.
Yeah.
Freaking
I mean,
common law.
that's where my reasonable doubt comes in. The fact you didn't follow process
Yeah.
and protocol for logging evidence, taking a photo before you pick it up, giving it a number. How do we know they didn't mix evidence up?
She had him or his plan, and that's, I mean, yeah, I agree. Or it could be somebody else's taillight, because again, they have yet in this trial, I don't even know if it's an option for them. My guess is they probably didn't do it.
Like I said,
Um,
it's who cares?
I'm not going so far to
You
say
gotta
it's
prove it.
planted. I'm going so far to say
It was
they
mishandled.
mixed it up and mishandled it.
I needed to hear more in order before I even go into the conspiracies, because it is
Guess
not
what? We get
uncommon
more on Monday.
for incompetent police departments to cover up their incompetence. It is not uncommon.
No.
So statistically, in my mind, it's more likely the police is incompetent when it comes to whether it's a cover-up conspiracy or just incompetence. Not
I think
with Karen Reed, but like,
and Yaha, I actually think both of those things can be true at the same time. I think she could have hit him.
Absolutely.
And I
That's
think
true
it
too.
could
I
be
do too.
planted. I think she could have hit him, and they wanted to make sure they got a conviction.
Yes, that's kind of what I've been
and
trying
they
to
could put
say.
them at there too. Both
That's
things
true.
can be true at the same time.
She could have hit him and he went inside to the
It-
party and was like, yeah, that bee just backed into me and took off, and then get into it, because then Higgins could say, did you just call her a bee?
I mean, who knows, right?
I mean,
You
we
don't
don't
know.
know.
Nobody's talking about what happened in that house. And I
I'm
think that something
I'm not
happened in
even
that
saying
house.
I'm not even talking about the conspiracy in the house where it was a murder. I'm saying she could have hit John. And they could have said, you know what, I'm gonna make sure she goes down for it. I'm gonna knock out some of these taillights.
Right.
I'm gonna make sure I put it at the crime scene. It could have been both. She could have killed him, and they could have still planted the evidence just to make sure the outcome happened.
Didn't he just testify today that the first taillight piece they got was not even the day of this happening?
Mhm.
Yes. No, it was the first tailpiece came later that night between 5:30 and 6 from CERT. They found a piece on the road. They did not search the yard though, because it was a blizzard and it was dark, and they were like, just go home. We found enough. And then they never called CERT back again. So there was a piece found between 5:30, 6 p.m.-ish by CERT, but on the road. 'Cause
Yeah,
I was
there
like,
are
oh.
plenty of cops out there that believe the end justifies the means. So if I can't, I need to make sure she goes to jail. I will make sure I put plenty of taillight there.
Yeah, I'm going to make
So
sure she goes down for it.
So she could have, and they could have also planted it. Two things can be true. What is it, guys? What is my mantra?
Yep. Two things can be true at the same time.
True at the same time.
That's very true. That's very true. Well, ladies, listen, I'm going to wrap up because it's the weekend. I want to thank you all for being here. I know, Amy, you just got in here. I'm sorry. I love your Harry Potter Hooters shirt. It's been wonderful to have you and Terry and Buffy, you guys here today, especially for a day like this. So much has happened. I now understand everybody being like, Llama, you are going to lose your freaking mind if you watch this. I now get it. And everybody was right. Everybody was right. I did lose my mind. I said a lot of cursey words today, and I apologize if I offended anybody, but it's my natural reaction.
I'm offended. On wine for Monday.
Right?
Llama.
Monday. We're gonna be back on fire, y'all. We are. So thank you all for.
He's been on the stand for 2 full days, y'all.
I think Jackson plans to keep him on for as long as he can.
He's gonna be on till lunch tomorrow, Monday, I bet. For sure.
There's a lot of people over on the Twitter that do not like AJ.
Well, they're fine. I mean, you don't have to like the guy.
Somebody on the other side doesn't
like him.
Pick a side.
That's okay. But anyway, you guys, thank you so much for being on today. Thank you for everyone watching. We will be back Monday, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time for day 14 of Karen Reed with the Cross of More, whatever his name is, Yuri. Whatever. Anyway, you guys have a good weekend, and we will see you on Monday. Bye.
Happy Mother's Day to you, mothers.
Yes. Happy Mother's Day to everybody.
You too,
Bye, guys.